So I'm delighted to welcome you to our conference, the Warp and Woof of Human Morality, Insani Akhlaq Ka Tana Bana. This is celebrating the 20 years of CBEC, which took place in October of last year. And we are celebrating this today because this is also the start of our new academic year. So I will start by giving you an overview of our program, and so that you have an idea as to what is coming on. So before we do that, I would like to request everyone to put your phones on silent, or you can't switch them off, sorry, just silent. Yeah, I can't expect things that can't happen, that I won't do myself. So the phrase warp and woof, I'm sure you guys are familiar with it, but it refers to the foundational threads in weaving. The warp runs lengthwise, and the woof, also called the weft, it runs crosswise. Similarly, there are so many weaves that go into the weaving the moral fabric of morality, and that's the pitch that we are trying to make today and tomorrow. This conference today, instead of the usual mundane bioethics conferences that are held all over the world, instead of talking about informed consent and its moral basis and research ethics and public health ethics and all of that, which is very important, and how CRISPR-Cas9 is going to change humanity and how AI is going to absolutely destroy humankind, we are going to be focusing a little differently. We are going to choose to delve a little deeper and present the different weaves of morality that have shaped bioethics as we see it. There's several distinct warps and woofs that knit together the different sections that you will be witnessing today and tomorrow, all come together, we hope, in the final product, which is this conference, perhaps like Bukhara. So what I'll do is I'll walk you through the program so that you have an idea as to what the 2 days have, and it has something at least for everyone on various significant days. So the welcome address is always given by Professor Adib Rizvi, the director of SIUT. He will be joining us a little late today, and we've got the Dean of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Fazal Akhtar, who will be welcoming you on behalf of Professor Rizvi. Professor Rizvi will join us a little later and will give his address at that time. He will be followed by Dr. Farhat Moazam, who will talk about celebrating 20 years. And after Dr. Moazam, there is little left for me to say, but I will take you through a little visual journey in for the 20 years. Then we have our keynote speech, which was greatly anticipated. This was by Professor Cesar Ature, who was supposed to join us in person, but unfortunately has not been able to make it to Karachi. So he will be joining us virtually, and he will be talking about pluriversality in bioethics. It's a fascinating subject to understand. This will be followed by tea break. Tea will be, and lunch also will be outside behind this wall, behind that wall, on the terrace area. And toilets are also located in that area also, and also behind the conference hall. So these are the facilities. So after the tea break, we will start off in a very interesting section in which our alumni, 3 of our alumni, Amjad Mehboob, Nira Wahid Bashir, and Natasha Anwar, from 3 different parts of the country, will describe their journey of bioethics and how they have been able to spread the word of bioethics across various groups, target groups. So खुशबू का सफ़र जो है वो उसका कुछ एक आपको और झलक मिलेगी. एक bilingual conference है ये. This is going to be a bilingual conference because ये जो ताने बाने हैं bioethics के, ये किसी एक ज़बान में नहीं है, ये इसके हर ज़बान में हैं. So हम लोग we will now shift to Urdu. Urdu का section जो है लंच के बाद और नमाज के बाद. आज जुमा है तो हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे कि 12:30 तक फिनिश कर दें पहला सेक्शन. उसके बाद 1 बजे گیٹ نمبر 3 سے جہاں سے ہم آئے تھے اندر، آپ لوگ سب نے انٹر کیا تھا، وہیں سے جمعے کی نماز کے لیے جو جانا چاہتے ہیں وہاں سے ایک گروپ جائے گا ڈاؤ میڈیکل کالج کی طرف. وہاں 1:20 پہ نماز ہوتی ہے، وضو بھی وہیں ہو سکتا ہے، اینڈ واپس آئیں گے پھر لنچ ہوگا یہاں. So we will reconvene at 2 p.m. From 2 to 3:30 p.m. we will have the section Women in Pakistan. اس میں ڈاکٹر عرفانہ ملا اور ڈاکٹر فاطمہ حسن یہ 2 اسپیکرز ہیں ہمارے، جو کہ بڑی انٹرسٹنگ اسپیکٹ سے خواتین کے مسائل کے اوپر بات کریں گی. ڈاکٹر عرفانہ ملا جو ہیں وہ بات کریں گی انتہا پسندی اور جاگیرداری کے بیچ میں کھڑی سندھ کی عورت. اور ڈاکٹر فاطمہ حسن بات کریں گی نسائی شعور اور اردو شاعرات. یہ ان کا PhD کا تھیسس بھی تھا. So this will be a very interesting session. اس کے بعد ٹی بریک ہوگی، اور اس کے بعد ایک بہت ہی ایکسائٹنگ سیشن ہے which is something that we have never done before. ہم لوگوں نے CBEC پہ نہیں کیا، مگر SIUT میں یہ ہو چکا ہے. اسکول کے بچے، there will be school children who will be enacting a play, The Greener World reimagined through classical tales. So یہ جو کلاسیکل ٹیلز ہیں، الادین جس کو وہ یہ بچے ایلاڈن بولتے ہیں بیکاز یہ سب انگریزی میڈیم ہے، بٹ ہم اردو میڈیم ہے. سو الادین اور سنو وائٹ اور ریڈ رائڈنگ ہوڈ کو کنٹمپرری زمانے کے اندر وہ دے ول بی ایڈریسنگ ایشوز آف کلائمیٹ چینج. دس ول بی دی اینڈ آف ٹوڈے. اور کل انشاءاللہ ویل اسٹارٹ اگین ود Professor Paul Lombardo, and all of these speakers will be introduced but in greater detail during their sessions, but Paul Lombardo has been coming to CBEC for the past 20 years, and you'll find out a little later also. So he will be talking about his reflections on Ibn Sina, physician, philosopher, and father of modern medicine. Then Professor Syed Nomanul Haq, who's flown in from Lahore, he will be talking about from the body to the being, the Odyssey of Hayy Ibn Yaqdan. This is an exciting, fascinating discourse which will take you to a different level, and this will be a very interesting session of these two gentlemen. Uske baad tea break ke baad we will have Dr. Noman Faizi from Slums Lahore, and he is addressing a question that we all address: hope without moorings, how I learned to stop worrying and live with uncertainty. So very interesting and exciting topic that Dr. Faizi has chosen to talk about. اس کے بعد after lunch break again وہ پھر دھارا چینج ہوتا ہے اب اردو زبان کے اندر، اور اس میں اردو ادب اور اخلاقیات پہ گفتگو ہوگی. اور یہ 4 جو افراد ہیں، زہرا نگاہ صاحبہ، افتخار عارف صاحب، نور الہدیٰ شاہ صاحبہ اور حارث خلیق صاحب، یہ سارے بہت معروف نام ہیں اردو ادب کے اندر. حارث خلیق صاحب ماڈریٹر ہوں گے، اور یہ گفتگو اور شعر و شاعری کا جو دھارا ہوگا اب یہ اس اخلاقیات کے تانے بانے، اردو ادب کے تانے بانے بایو ایتھکس کے ساتھ کنیکٹ کریں گے یہ لوگ. اس کے بعد ووٹ آف تھینکس اور پھر چائے. سو یہ ہمارا پلان ہے. اوکے، اس کے بعد اب so I'm delighted that Professor Anwar Naqvi has joined us for the session also, and we are really pleased. اور انور صاحب کے بارے میں میں خود بھی کچھ تھوڑی دیر بعد بھی بات کر رہا ہوں گا. And the man who connects everything together, keeps things together also. So delighted, sir, and honored. So again, back to the top, hum log, I would like to welcome Professor Fazal Akhtar, Professor Anwar Naqvi, Professor Anwar Naqvi to come and say a few words. کیونکہ ان کا ہمارے he has been the coordinator of CBEC. جب ہماری پیدائش ہوئی تھی CBEC میں یہاں SIUT میں, nobody knew what was going to happen. And we'll be talking, FM will be talking, Moazam will be talking about that, so will I be. But it was Dr. Anwar Naqvi who led us every step of the way, connecting CBEC, which was behind this wall at that time, to the gigantic mothership SIUT. So he has known the Tana Banas of CBEC since the very beginning. So agar aap chand alfaz sir kuch inayat kar dein, wahin se ہاں یہاں سے مائک ان کو دے دیں سر. It will be absolutely fantastic اگر آپ.
Thank you, Aamir, for those extraordinary tributes that you've attributed to me. And my association with CBEC has been as long as, I think, from utero rather than from the life itself. And I feel that this is one institution where it has proved that CBEC has stood the test of time and has given us enrichment and joy and fulfillment in all sense of the word. And I would congratulate the team which has made it happen, and Farhat Moazam is one of the prime movers of it, and I feel very proud to be associated with the effort that they've put together, and Farhat in particular. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those kind words. Acha, now I would like to introduce our chair, Professor Farhat Moazam. She is the founding chair of the Center of Biomedical Ethics and Culture at SIUT. She is an American board-certified pediatric surgeon with an MA in bioethics, and then went on to get a doctoral degree in religious studies with a focus on bioethics from the University of Virginia. Her doctoral thesis was published by the Indiana University Press with the title of The Bioethics and Organ Transplantation in the Muslim Society, a study in culture, ethnography, and religion. This probably, when the thesis was being researched, this was happening at SIUT in this very building, in the room next door, I believe, much before I was born, into CBEC. But the idea, I guess, was brewing in Adib Rizvi Saab's mind and Dr. Moazam's mind as to what will happen next. Nobody had a clue about that, but these are the people who have vision and think ahead, even without having a clear, concrete pathway to be thinking. So that's when I think, when the study was being conducted, that is when CBEC was somehow brewing somewhere. So Professor Moazam also has an honorary doctorate conferred to her by the University of Zurich, Switzerland. So, prior to her bioethics voyage, Dr. Moazam was the founding chair of the Department of Surgery at AKU, Khan University, and also the first associate dean of the Department of Postgraduate Medical Education over there. So the surgical precision of her yesteryears is what she's brought into bioethics, and still practices her surgical, has a surgical eye on everything. There are other surgeons also in bioethics, but hum bhul gaye sari surgery. That is Dr. Moazam, who still remembers every little bit. In 2022, Dr. Moazam was awarded the Hastings Center Bioethics Founders Award, a very prestigious award for her accomplishments, and I'm quoting them, the center, the Hastings Center, for her accomplishments as a pediatric surgeon, educator, ethicist, ethnographic researcher, and institutional builder. So all of this has come together when she's built CBEC at SIUT and where we stand today. So with these words, I would like to welcome Dr. Moazam for her remarks.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Thank you, Dr. Aamir, for that great introduction. I appreciate that, but I think the role of CBEC coming together, you have played just as critical a role in that. So I'd like to welcome everybody here. I see a lot of familiar faces. There are people who are from Karachi and from SIUT, but in addition to that, people have traveled from all over Pakistan to join us today. I'm delighted that all of you have joined us, and I welcome you to SIUT and to its Center of Biomedical Ethics and Culture, which we call CBEC, to keep it short. So what I'll do is just take a little time with you to give you the story of how CBEC came about, and then a little bit of what CBEC has accomplished in the last 20 years. The journey is a very short journey. 20 years is not a long time in the life of any academic institution. But I'll show you a little bit of what we have managed to do. Dr. Aamir has already spoken a little bit about the theme, which is of our 2 days today. And he has explained to you that there is a myth that ethics, at least among the medical community, that ethics is essentially, as he said, something very concrete, so that you do good research and you take good informed consents, but it's a lot more than that. So if you look at the term, not ethics, which is an English term, but if you look at the word that we use to translate it in Urdu, it's akhlaq. It's akhlaq, and it's also, sometimes we use adab. And that in itself has a very, very different meaning from the more mechanistic way in which we have come to see ethics, the term ethics, particularly within our medical community. So insani akhlaq, which is much, much broader than what is tibbi akhlaqiyat, and that is what in the 2 days we will try to bring across. So as Ghalib kehte hain na, so akhlaqiyat is woven into our lives, not just when we go to see a doctor. So akhlaqiyat is our history, our culture, our norms, the things we value, the things we do not like. All that comes together, which makes essentially, converts Adami into insan. So that is a conversion of a man into a human being. So जो गालिब कहते हैं ना, उन्होंने कहा है आदमी को भी मयस्सर नहीं इंसान होना. So I think he was referring to some of these areas. But in any case, so how did CBEC come about? And Dr. Aamir, I will give you my version of it. CBEC, actually, if we look at it, I believe in life that some of the most rewarding experiences and the greatest events that occur in life, really, they rest often on serendipity, on something you have really not planned for. Very often, it is not something before which a 5-year or a 10-year plan has been done, and then something emerges. And I think CBEC, the way it came about in SIUT, is really an example of that. So to give you, so I'll tell you the story of CBEC, how it began. So after I left the Aga Khan University, as Dr. Aamir has mentioned, in 2000, I was at the University of Virginia doing my PhD. It was done through the Department of Religious Studies, and my focus was on cross-cultural ethics, because that's what I was interested in. And this was in 2000. In 2002, in order to do my thesis, I decided that I would look at organ transplantation and its practice in Pakistan. And obviously, the place to go to was the leading institution, SIUT, which pretty much at that time was the only place that was doing organ transplantation, and it was living organ transplantation because we have no deceased organ donor plans. So when my research essentially was ethnographic, and it was as a participant observer. So I came to SIUT, spent about 4 months, and I spent that time attending the different clinics, talking to those who had given a kidney, those who had received a kidney, and to the physicians and other healthcare professionals who were taking care of these patients and their families. And Dr. Adib Saab, who I had known from the time of, from my time when I was at the Aga Khan University, gave me, so when I had approached him, he said, sure, you can come do the research here. And he gave me a room right across the corridor. And he said, you can use this room for your work. So I would do the interviews all day, and then late at night, I would be in that room making notes, going over what I had seen during the day. And Dr. Adib Saab would do late rounds, and invariably at 9:30, 9 o'clock, he would show up, and he would sit down and he'd say, "Aaj kya dekha? What did you see today?" And I would tell him what I had seen, and I think my calling card to Adib Saab was always because I was a surgeon. And we would compare notes. He would talk about what he had done that day in the operating room, what kind of cases, etc. And I would tell him what I saw, what I had seen in the clinics, and what I had heard in my interviews. How there was a young woman who needed a kidney, was on dialysis, how several family members had refused, and then finally a brother said, "I will give her my kidney," and she had disappeared. He had disappeared. And the agony of the physicians, because they knew that she would eventually die. She lived in a small rural area. Or the fact that there was a wife who wanted to give her kidney to her husband, but when you spoke to her, she said, she told me that he used to abuse her, physically abuse her. And my surprise when I said, "Why do you want to? What are the reasons you want to give him a kidney?" And she looked at me and she said, "Because I don't want my children to become orphans." Now, this was an aspect of organ transplantation. It was a microcosm of our values, of our difficulties, of human lives in Pakistan. So we would talk about these things, and one night, out of nowhere, Adib Saab looked at me and said, "You know, some of the things you talk about, I don't understand completely, but I know when you talk of ethics, it's important. Come back to Pakistan. We need this here." So that was, and so I laughed. I said, "Well, we'll see," and I went back to UVA. It was a year later. This was in 2002. In 2003, I was still at UVA. Adib Saab, Anwar Saab, and a lot of others were in Boston for a meeting. Dr. Aamir at that time was in Boston doing his fellowship at Harvard in bioethics. And prior to coming there, Adib Saab had said, "Come and meet me in Boston." And you can't say no to Adib Saab. So I flew from Charlottesville to Boston. And we met there, and in this meeting, it was in a food court, and I will leave that to Dr. Aamir to describe. And I see some people laughing here who were there, including Dr. Naqvi Zafar, etc. So this was a noisy place, and the four of us, Adib Saab, Anwar Saab, Dr. Aamir and myself sat at a table. Dr. Aamir, I don't remember the menu, you can fill that in. You're the foodie in this group. And that was when Adib Saab said, come and start a center. And that was the first time, and this was in 2003. And the way Dr. Adib works, in 2004, October, the center was inaugurated. This was a year later. And at that time, I was still in Virginia. But Aamir was back by that time from his fellowship, and he got things rolling. So I think the CBEC in SIUT, I think its birth, its inception and birth required 2 leaps of faith. I think one was on Adib Saab's side and one was mine. I think Dr. Adib's leap was much, much greater than mine. He was a hardcore surgeon, and he allowed the entry of what is called a soft science, bioethics and sociology and anthropology into SIUT. But certainly it's true, without Adib Saab's idea and his continuing support in the 20 years, and the support from Anwar Saab, who was the main person who helped us get things started, and from all our colleagues in SIUT, their acceptance, all this goes into where we are today. So let me, before I turn to, just tell you a little bit about what we have accomplished. Dr. Asim, who's sitting in the audience, who's also one of our long-term colleague and also one of our teachers, just showed me something today, which his wife makes, Sabine. I did not know that she makes quilts. And I'm going to show you a slide of what he showed me she has made. And if we can dim the, ye dim kar dein, ye nikal dein, yeah. The reason I show you this is an example of Tana Bana. This is a quilt which has so many different threads, so many different colors, so many different patterns in it. This is Tana Bana. This is a visual representation of Tana Bana. I wish I had that with me, Dr. Asim, when 2 weeks ago, a Pakistani physician, who is now in the States, as many of them are, was visiting, and I was telling him about the conference, and I said, our theme is Tana Bana, of Insani Akhlaq ka Tana Bana. And he gave me a kind of a look and said, wo kya hota hai? What is that? And I said, it's the warp in Woof. And he said, Woof. That has something to do with the dog. If I had this with me, I would have shown this to him and said, this is what it is. Anyway, so just getting back to some of the things that CBEC has done. When we began in 2004, I think the stars were aligned, they were all in the right places. There was already an awareness of an interest amongst Pakistani healthcare professionals about medical ethics. And I think part of this was really for the simple reason that there was an increase in tertiary healthcare services, research was being done. So this awareness was already there. And certainly workshops had started, there were occasional talks, etc., about medical ethics. And this had started really around the 2000 or so. However, these activities really were sporadic, they were not organized. It was almost like a Brownian movement. Those of you who have done chemistry, Brownian movement, when you have movement of a lot of particles, but they are random movements. So I think CBEC was very fortunate. It arrived at the right time, but more than that, it arrived in the right place, which was SIUT. And the reason I say that is because SIUT is in the government sector. And when something is in the government sector, you have a reach and you have connections within Pakistan that private sectors do not have. In addition to that, SIUT's policy of providing completely free healthcare and any education that it gives, any educational programs are also essentially free. And I think these two things, the public sector and the fact that we could organize education and bioethics free, helped us a great deal. So as I said, we were kind of in the right place at the right time. All it needed was a focus to take bioethics forward. And I think, in my opinion, CBEC played that role. So अहमद फराज ने कहा था ना जिसना अगर हजूम सदाऊं कि देखना चाहो तो शर्त ये है कि पहला सुखन कहा जाए. So in English, essentially, that if you want to see something reverberate, something that expands, but then the first word has to be spoken. And I think in some ways, CBEC managed to do that. So in the last in the last 20 years, what have we done? I'll show you just a couple of slides. And I have to acknowledge Farid, he's here somewhere, who actually made these slides. So if we look at this, so this is the impact that we have had between 2004, that's fine, from 2004 to 2024. So if you look at first the Pakistan, the map of Pakistan, all the way south, you can identify Karachi. When we began, the sporadic workshops, etc., that were occurring, most of them were in Karachi. Now, 20 years later, here is what we have managed to accomplish. The red dots that you see, and besides Pakistan, you see on the right, lower down, Sri Lanka, you see on the left, Qatar, and higher up in that box, that is Africa. So the impact, our impact has been through our educational programs, no question about that. So the alumni, the little red dots, are places where we have our alumni, graduates from our programs. And the triangles that you see, the red dots are our alumni who have actually either a master's from our institution or the postgraduate diploma. The triangles, blue triangles, are where our alumni are, but also those who have been taken part in our bioethics courses, certificate courses, where workshops have been done. So we've had a fairly widespread. We started off with the idea that we would be a resource, not just for Pakistan, but also for the region. So अगर आपने दरख्त उगाना है तो शजर तो वो होना चाहिए ना जिसका हमसाए के आंगन तक उसका कुछ ना कुछ साया जाना चाहिए. And I think we have managed to do that to some extent. Okay, and the next slide It's essentially just a few numbers. So graduates from, if you look at the first one, today, we now have 17 graduates from a master's in bioethics program. We have 112 postgraduate diploma holders, and we will start a new class of both programs this year. The second part, the second box, which is CBEC-SIUT'S project, I will let Aamir talk about it, but this is a project of Fogarty-funded program through which we have been able to help Kenya, Kemri in Kenya, begin their own training programs. The certificate course is 700. We do not take credit for that. That's essentially what they have been able to do in Kenya themselves. The third box is our alumni are now in the research, the National Bioethics Committee of Pakistan, the research arm. In fact, one of them chairs it. And our alumni are now spread through the ERCs, the research committees, 51 of them spread around Pakistan. The last box is something that I think all of us in CBEC feel good about, which is the areas, the countries where we have been invited to come and either do workshops for them or run courses for them. So that has been something that we're proud of. So essentially, यहाँ फिर वो शेर व शायरी की बात हमें पसंद है, और हमारे जो our literature and our poetry is very much part of our moral sense. So इसमें this is ये सुल्तानपुरी साहब का एक शेर है जो हम बहुत इस्तेमाल करते हैं CBEC में. And he said, वो कहते हैं, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवान बनता गया. So in some ways, I think that is what CBEC has done. So where do we go from here? There are many challenges. I see challenges to biomedical ethics and taking it forwards in Pakistan. I see a lot of colleagues here, our teachers, etc., who have been with us these years. And, but I am very, very optimistic about the future of bioethics in Pakistan, because I think the seeds have been sown. There are a great deal of challenges ahead of us. I think they can be faced. We don't have time to go into that. One of the biggest challenge I think that we have is that we have these two streams of bioethics flowing in Pakistan. We have this one that's the secular stream, and we have one that's the religious stream. And it reflects really the polarities that we have in our society. And these two streams have to come together. And this is one of the things we're trying to do through our programs, at least we're trying to. Because the two streams really need to talk to each other. Otherwise, वो जिस तरह वो एक शेर है ना कि पुरानी रोशनी, and this was, by the way, by Allahabadi. He said this at the turn of the 19th century. That was the time when there was modern education was coming into the subcontinent. And he had said at that time, पुरानी रोशनी और नई में फ़र्क इतना है, उसे किश्ती नहीं मिलती, इसे साहिल नहीं मिलता. And that, and I will translate that. I noticed, Paul, sorry about that. What essentially he's saying is that the poet says, in his opinion, there is only the difference between the old way of education and the new way of education is that one can't find the boat and the other one cannot find where the coast is. So you need the two together. And that's something we need to work on. And the second thing, of course, our biggest challenge is we don't have a lot of centers. We now have a program, master's program that has started in Aga Khan University. There's a diploma program in Lahore. But that's not enough. We cannot have MAs and PhDs for biomedical ethics here, and we do not need them. We need good clinicians and researchers who can take this forward. And CBEC is looking at that, putting together some kind of a program of training the trainers with essentially Dow University, and more recently with JSMU. So anyway, I will end here by thanking my faculty. I think it's a small faculty. And in that, it is Dr. Aamir, Bushra Shirazi, Soaleha Shekhani, Fareed bin Masood, and more recently, Nida Bashir has joined us. A small faculty that has done a lot of hard work. They grumble, but they do realize that nothing that is worth doing is easy, and so they carry on. These are fraught times in Pakistan and the rest of the world, but especially for us, politically, economically, etc. But I think my faculty will agree with me if I end with this short poem. And Dr. Lombardo, I will translate it for you. I will try to. So Sahir Ludhiani Saab, ye jo farmate hain, I think there's so much wisdom in this. कुछ और बढ़ गए जो अंधेरे तो क्या हुआ, मायूस तो नहीं हैं तलुए सहर से हम, माना कि इस ज़मीन को ना गुलजार कर सके, कुछ खार कम तो कर गए गुजरे जिधर से हम. And so what the poet is saying essentially is, the darkness is growing around us, we know that, but so what? We have not lost hope that the sun will rise and there will be light. He says, we may not have been able to make the world a garden, but we have reduced the number of thorns that lie on the road. Very poor translation, but that's so. Anyway, once again, thank you everybody for joining us today. Thank you. I will now turn the podium back to Dr. Aamir Jafarey, the doer and the shaker in the Center of Biomedical Ethics, and I think he has something interesting. He's been digging into the archives and pulling out things for the last 20 years. Dr. Aamir?
So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum again, and I'll put my timer on so that I can remain within 20 minutes to take you through the 20 years of our journey at SIUT. So, Dr. Moazam ne aapko, it's going to be bilingual, so I'll try and keep it as much as English as possible, but I'll have to go into Urdu also because meri Angrezi utni mazboot nahi hai. So we started, so as Dr. Moazam said, our journey, some of it was visualized, conceptualized in the room next door. Some of it took place on the steps of the old medical school at the University of Virginia, where Dr. Moazam and I were having coffee from a brand that I will not mention now, but it was the favorite brand at that time. And that is when we were discussing that Adib Saab se milna hai, Adib Saab is coming, Anwar Saab is coming, and let's plan something, but what is it that we are thinking of? And so that is when our first brainstorming took place. I was at the university, I was at the Harvard School of Public Health. I borrowed my brother's rundown, disused car and managed to drive to Charlottesville with the MapQuest maps printed out guiding my way. There was no GPS, there was no phone at that time. So that's how I managed to get to Dr. Moazam's residence. And then we sat over here and we discussed. So jo Boston mein guzri, that was a different thing. So when we met Adib Saab and his whole team in Boston, I remember so distinctly, Haynes Convention Center, and we were waiting downstairs, and there was this escalator full of people, and I could only recognize Adib Saab and Anwar Saab coming down, and they didn't know me. Of course, they knew Dr. Moazam. And we said we have a meeting with Adib Saab. Yes, sir. So the only question was, mujhko desi khana khana hai. Adib Saab ne ye kaha. So there was a food court next door, so we walked over there. And not only did Adib Saab and Anwar Saab and some couple of other SIUT people, there were about 40 people with him from all over the world. So there was a huge contingent that was walking with him. And I said, this is our first meeting taking place. But we walked over there, and Adib Saab reaches out in his pocket, gives me his wallet. He has never seen me in his life. In logon ke liye khana khareed lo, mujhko dal aur chawal chahiye. So I'm standing over there, and we're like, but anyway, whatever, after that, with the meal or after the meal, he said, come and join. So I had no idea when I was going to my fellowship that I would be coming back somewhere else. I thought I was going back to AKU as a full-timer, but no, he said, come, join. Or June May, when I came over here in 2004, Adib Saab ke paas gaya. Adib Saab said that Anwar se mil lo. And Dr. Anwar's man of few words. He walked me from, we met in this particular hall, pre-functionary. He walked me over here behind this room to a locked door which was opened, which was full of storage. It was a storage area at that time. He said, ye sahi hai? So मैंने कहा, sir, किस चीज़ के लिए सही है? So मैंने कहा, कमरे के लिए, ऑफिस के लिए. मैंने कहा, सर सही है. So this is okay. So he said, is this okay? I said, yes, this is okay. So we took over that room, and that's where the center started before its inauguration. I was there. Dr. Moazam was at Charlottesville finishing up her PhD. So this was the landscape at that time of bioethics in Pakistan. Stark, completely stark. So ye kaun aadmi hai? Who would go into this, right? Who would think of going into this kind of starkness except Dr. Moazam, and unke saath saath main shamil tha, so both of us, we entered that place. और वो मैंने 20 साल पहले भी ये एक शेर मुनीर न्यासी के 2 अशार हैं जो मैंने इस्तेमाल किए थे, पंजाबी ज़बान के हैं, मगर वो I think they sum up the situation then and they sum up the situation now, and let me just read them through. मुनीर न्यासी साहब कहते हैं, और हमारे लिए कहते हैं, कुछ उंच वी रावा औखिया सन, कुछ गल विच गम दा तौक वी सी. कुछ उंज वी रावा औखिया सन, कुछ गल विच गम दा तौक वी सी. कुछ शहर दे लोग भी जालिम सन, ते कुछ सनू मरन दा शौक वी सी. So the last misra fit us completely. सानू मरन दा ही शौक था कि मैं वो सर्जरी छोड़ छाड़ के I just came over here, and Dr. Moazam, after doing her PhD, comes to a completely different environment of a public sector environment from working in private sector all her life, very organized, etc. And we are sitting over here with a dream that this might start happening. थोड़ा सी तो हरियाली आ जाएगी ना इस जगह के ऊपर, थोड़ी सी हरियाली. सो डॉक्टर मौज़म भी इसके बारे में बात करी थी और शायद आना शुरू हो चुकी है, मगर अभी भी बहुत बंजर ज़मीन है. सो देयर इज स्टिल लॉट टू बी डन, बट दिस वाज आवर ड्रीम. सो आई स्टार्टेड ऑफ with Dr. Moazam in bringing up this concept paper for CBEC in 2000. This was 2004 to present to Dr. Rizvi with a list of things that we will be doing, and etc. etc. And Adib Saab looks at it, glances at it, doesn't look, glances at it, says, "हाँ, शुरू करो, start." You know, I obviously he never read anything, and he just started. क्या चाहिए? So क्या चाहिए? So, and he provided everything, and we started. This is the faith, leap of faith. Yeah. So this is the faith that he had, and so this is my little office behind this particular wall at that time, sparsely populated, sparsely furnished, but that's where the start was. 14.4 kbps ka internet and computer, and I used to bring my own chai. So that's, and the pedestal fan, because the AC, which was not connected to the AC at that time. So that's how we started, humble beginnings. And then we got our official inauguration on the 8th of October. The then Director, Chairman of the Higher Education Commission, Dr. Ataur Rahman, was the chief guest. You can see in the picture, along with Dr. Moazam, you have Professor Adib Rizvi, and we have Dr. Paul Lombardo. So Paul Lombardo was the keynote speaker at that time also. So his association with the center has been since its inception. So the first litmus test of this, what was ahead of us was through our first conference, Foundations of Moral Thought, from the Greeks to Contemporary Bioethics. Dr. Moazam was again abroad, I was over here, and we were coordinating. Then she arrived for the conference as well. So we had a tremendous response to that, and there are people sitting in this audience. Shaukat Javed Saab is one of them, who actually attended this conference. Aankh khol dene wali conference thi, hamare liye kam se kam. So we had a very solid course faculty as well from all over the world. Professor Renee Fox from the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Abdulaziz Sachedina from the University of Virginia, Professor Jonathan Marino, again from the University of Virginia. Then Mazur Ahmed Saab, our own very own from the Karachi University. He's been a solid backer for our centers from the very beginning. Javed Ghamdi Sahab, then Dr. Judith Swayze from Boston University School of Medicine, Dr. Haytham Al-Khayat from EMRO. So there was a solid faculty coming for the first time to do such a conference, and it was packed for all the days. And then our program also launched, the first master's diploma in bioethics in 2006, and Dr. Moazam can teach using anything. So the tide turns was the headline in Dawn. And she used that, the tide turns, and the tide did start turning in our class. Ye kya padha rahi hai? And it was such an engaging conversation that that was happening. This shows Dr. Moazam is not a morning person. Right. So yeah. So this is a morning class happening, and she's during the modules. She's a completely different person. So this is the module, first initial days, and she's using all sorts of teaching methodologies. So. So this is again sitting in the same room behind this wall, our old CBEC with Adib Sahab, Dr. Anwar Naqvi, and Professor Richard Cash from the Harvard School of Public Health, and our first batch of students, informal but educational. So the education was seeping through all areas at that time, and as it continues to do so now. We had this gully right there, which we converted into a computer lab, and we've got students over there, and Dr. Moazam again, engaging with them. This was an online course that they were supposed to be taking. Mazur Saab, as I mentioned, would be coming here very frequently during those days and teaching, engaging with us, and engaging with our students, etc. We also had moral games. So this is Professor Mala Ramanathan from Trivandrum, India. Those were the days when they could actually come to Pakistan, and they would come for our modules. And this is a gender walk that is taking place. People are given various gender roles and then given opportunities and how far they can progress in life. This was an excellent interactive session. So we will be having these kind of sessions, using these kind of sessions all the time. So this is the culmination of the program in which the graduates, the results have not been announced, by the way, up till now. So the people who think that they'll be graduating are all invited to Dr. Moazam's place with this banister-less staircase in which they sit there holding their breaths while we take their picture. And year after year. So ये एक झोंके की तरह आते हैं हमारे students, and झोंके की तरह चले जाते हैं ताकि वो शायद खुशबू कहीं और लेके चले जाएं, और वो पता चलेगा, we'll talk about the खुशबू जो जहाँ फैली है. मगर ये झोंका जो आता है और चला जाता है, वो साथ हमारा क्या हाल बनता है, वो इस शेर में मेरी अम्मा ने सही कहा है कि गुल पे क्या कुछ बीत गई है, अलबेला झोंका क्या जाने. और ये बहुत से झोंके बैठे हुए हैं हमारे, और कुछ आने वाले झोंके भी बैठे हुए हैं, और वो हम पे जो क्या बीतती है वो तो हम ही जानते हैं साहब. So 2009, so apart from me, everybody else is the same. This is the first batch of the diploma master students now, that we started the master's program now. And we knew that in order for our program to be sustained and to thrive, we need to develop our own faculty. And all of them are engaged in bioethics. All of them are, I'm assuming that at least apart from me, 2 more people are over here in the room also. And as you can see, Dr. Bushra Shirazi, taking a session, teaching after having graduated, etc. But her involvement with the center predates the diploma and predates, and of course predates her formal inclusion into the faculty now that she's a full-time over here in SIUT. She's been working pro bono for donkey's years in bioethics. Bioethics doesn't pay anything, and she knew that. So she was here all the time for many, many years, devoting hours of her work, of her time as a honorary person. And then, of course, it became a little more formal, and now she's taken over. The surgical aspects as well as much of the bioethics aspects. And you've got Ms. Anika Khan, the first non-surgical, non-physician, non-doctor person who came into our program and then joined our faculty also. So this is, I think, one step forward that the CBEC could take these steps forward only because our alumni were actually joining our effort. 2011 saw a different flavor emerging in bioethics. So in our sessions, we were teaching in Urdu, basically. We were all very comfortable in teaching in Urdu and learning in Urdu. But now we got an application from Africa, from someone we didn't even know, Dr. Elizabeth Bukusi from the Kenya Medical Research Institute, who happened to be the deputy director, a senior person. And so why would she be interested in bioethics? But she was, and she came, and not only did she come, she also started a whole series of Kenyans coming from her institute and elsewhere, as Dr. Moazam showed in the slide, that we've actually got not only a footprint all across Pakistan, we've got a pretty substantial footprint in Africa as well, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So you can see her talking with Dr. Jim Dwyer, one of our faculty, and the gifts that we used to get, the tapestry, beautiful colors, etc. So that's another flavor that we've, so another weave that came into the whole fabric of bioethics at CBEC. But rain, hail or snow, we will continue, as is our motto. So it was, whether it's the roof leaking or the barish outside, you can see Shahzad hard at work with a bucket to collect and also an umbrella. This is real. This is not made up. So that was, after that he grew a beard. Yeah. So it was 10 years, and we said we have to do something to look forward and backwards. So we had an external review. Clinical departments all over the world have been having external reviews to see their direction, their trajectory, etc. However, there was no mention in written literature of any bioethics center having a review. So, but we said we'll go ahead, and this picture depicts the people who came from across the world. Adib Saab se baat ki. Adib Saab said, absolutely, go ahead, call anyone you need. So we had Dr. Richard Cash coming in from Boston. We had Dr. Mala Ramanathan and Aamir Jafarey from India. Aamir Jafarey is the chief editor of the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics, and Mala Ramanathan is a sociologist from Trivandrum. We had Dr. Okay. So we had Dr. Asim Ahmed is standing right here, sitting right here. He was there from the internal reviewers. We had Dr. Rizwan Azmi from CPSP. We had Dr. Akhtar from PMRC at that time, and Alex, Dr. Capron from the University of Singapore. He was from Singapore at that time. Alistair Campbell was there. So these were people who interviewed the faculty, they interviewed students, they interviewed our alumni, they looked at our documents, and they came up with a list of recommendations. And we presented that list of recommendations to Adib Saab, and Adib Saab said, kar lo. So one thing that wo karne ka kaha tha, there was one thing that, you people are very thinly spread. There are too few faculty and too few staff and too little space for what you're doing. So the first thing we did was hire, of course, we published this experience in the journal, the experience of a new kind, external review of a bioethics center. And then we hired our research person. This is Swaliha Shikhani, जिसपे दस्ते शफ़क़त डॉक्टर मोअज़्ज़म का आप देख सकते हैं. हाँ. हाँ, उसके पीछे क्या था वो हम नहीं बताएंगे. There was a little corner in this corridor, the last corner over there, in which we put her there in the desk and, of course, nicely made that place up, and she was very happy to start contributing, and she's done a lot. Since then, she has emerged from that corner. She's now assistant professor at the center, and has acquired utility not only at CBEC, but beyond CBEC within the SIUT circles, which I will not mention right now. But she has been very useful for many departments. She's also now spread her wings into the South Asian diaspora, where she is interacting with the early career researchers and bringing in language and thoughts that were not so much used in CBEC at that time. So this is a great investment. They also, the reviewers told us to move to a larger place, and Adib Saab said, "Jao." So with Naqvi Saab ke paas bhijwa diya, and Anwar Saab said, "Okay, so let's look at which floor would be best for you." So he said, "Take the 7th floor in the new building." And so we said, "Why the 7th floor?" "Because it has a terrace." And he had a plan. So he had a terrace, and it was a fantastic plan. So not only did we take the 7th floor, we also took the terrace. So this is Adib Saab with Anwar Saab and Dr. Altaf Hashmi visiting the new center with Dr. Moazam taking them around. And this is a session on the 14th of August, which is our national day and a holiday for everyone except CBEC, because we are in SIUT. So because it was a module at that time, our clinical ethics module, we have our faculty from, guest faculty from Sydney, Dr. Paul Kimisarov, who was also waving the Pakistani flag and having a Pakistani hat on. And we were all smiles at that time. The smiles were only for the camera, otherwise there were no smiles. Yeah. So, but we continued to work. So this is the new center. But we've been outside the center as well. So Dr. Moazam has been on the streets with us. I was, of course, the cameraman, and she was the person holding the banner along with Dr. Bushra in various campaigns that have taken us, when it required, taken us out also. So Dr. Moazam has mentioned about our connection with Kenya. So we had, at one point, 1/3 of our graduates were now from Africa, which was a large number, and we were also concerned that we are then taking fewer people from Pakistan. So we needed to establish them at their center also. And so we, along with KEMRI, KEMRI is Kenya Medical Research Institute. It's like our PMRC, which is also called now the PHRC, which is now called the PHI. FHI, HRI. But it's huge. It's a much, much larger organization in Kenya. So we applied for a grant from NIH, FIC, National Institutes of Health, US, Fogarty International Center, and we were funded, even though we are poles apart, as you can see. But we were funded, and as Dr. Moazam has shown some data, the idea was to replicate what we were doing in Karachi in Kenya, and we've been able to do that in the first cycle to some extent. In the second cycle, the certificate courses, the diploma, the certificate courses are continuing. The diploma, the masters have started in 2 universities, so that's a big step forward, and we are helping support them in pedagogy, in assessments, in various other fashions as well, both physically as well as remotely. So this has happened. And Kenya has its benefits. So you can see our group along with Dr. Moazam posing over there. You can see Bushra over here teaching the session or pretending to teach, but you can see who's actually driving the class right now. And here you have Nida, again teaching to a class in Kenya. So it had some benefits, also other benefits also. So we got our own faculty that was teaching in Karachi to go to Nairobi. We've got Dr. Richard Cash, Dr. Asim is over right over here, Dr. Aamir Jafarey, Mala Ramanathan, and we have our own alumni who've graduated from our own programs going to Kenya, spending time over there to look at their systems as far as research ethics was concerned. So this was a fantastic opportunity for this. And of course, not to mention our close encounters with zebras and giraffes and everything else. That was, again, a fantastic experience, and Dr. Bushra has partaken of this several times, of safaris and hot air balloons and everything. I did not take these pictures on the slideshow. Okay, so another thing that we've been doing, because we haven't been very busy as it is, as you can see, is we've been doing video productions. We have made 13 videos, and this is because when we started off initially, we had these, we were using videos to teach, but the accent, the situations and everything else was very different. People could not relate to them. So we said we need desi videos. We need videos that are within our own context, in our own language. So we started off with a very small budget initially. And of course, all the budget has been coming from SIUT to make these videos. And we had Dr. Sharjeel Baloch, who has been the director, the producer, we're the producer, so he's the director, he's also the editor, and everything else that to be done with that. You can see over here, Dr. Bushra with the boom mic. So sometimes we have Dr. Bushra on the camera also, and Dr. Moazam directing, and the director outside of the room in frustration. So this has also happened several times, yeah. So you've got Dr. Naqvi Zafar as an actor, and Arsalan. So you've got, this is Nida, Roti Bana Rahi Hai, for an outdoor shoot. So all of these sessions have, movies have focused on ethical issues that are pertinent to our situations. And these videos, these 13 videos, have been used all over the world. So we've had multiple responses from India. We have had people using them in US, people using them in Sri Lanka. As far as Japan, they just write to us that we used it because they're all subtitled, and they actually have found them very useful. So we also started an internship program formally now in the past couple of years, in which we had take high school kids during their holidays, bring them over to CBEC, and you can see Fareed bin Masood, our youngest faculty, who connects very well with our students and is taking them through a week of this. So this is a formal program that we have done, but before even starting this, we started this informally also, and we had the first person who actually came in from the US to spend some time at CBEC, and then we gave her some sort of a background in ethics, and she thought of a research project we actually completed with our help. Swaliha was helping her going through that, and she published this actually. This was Dalia Rizvi. She published this article in the Bioethics and Adolescence, a comparative analysis of students' views, etc. And this she presented this at the IAB, International Association of Bioethics meeting, and also was able to publish it in a peer-reviewed journal. So this is another little feather that we think is in our cap. Our research has been very formally progressing. It's, you can see Dr. Zaman, who's sitting in the audience over here, is a clinical psychologist, along with Dr. Moazam, interviewing people in the study that we published, Conversations with Kidney Vendors in Pakistan. This was published in the Hastings Center. We've had various different publications in different areas. Dr. Moazam covered why women go to medical colleges but fail to practice medicine, which is a burning question for everyone. We've written about, of course, about indigenizing bioethics, the first center of bioethics in Pakistan. We wrote this many years ago. And fighting COVID, the 19 pandemic, a socio-cultural insight. So many other studies, but I'm just giving a snapshot of what we've been doing. We've had recognition, clearly. We've had good recognition across the world. WHO had been actually asking us to become a collaborative center of bioethics, and we said we're too busy. And, but they persisted, and then we agreed, and we actually were designated the first collaborative center of bioethics in this EMRO, in the entire region of EMRO. And this was a ceremony that was held on this very stage, in which they presented us with this flag when they designated us as a CC, and they took the flag away because they don't give the flag. Yeah, so we said, "Koi baat nahi, hamare paas darzi bahut pade, hum bana lenge apna." So anything that Dr. Moazam achieves is an achievement for the center. So in 2012, Dr. Moazam was honored by an honorary doctorate from the University of Zurich in recognition of her foundational contributions towards ethics and organ transplantation in Pakistan. So this was a surprise event that we organized. The three of us that organized, myself, along with Dr. Nadeem Khurshedi and Dr. Muhammad Arshad. We organized this, invited everyone who, without Dr. Moazam knowing this, it was a great surprise. So this was just to recognize her achievement and also our happiness at this achievement. But Dr. Moazam said that it's been 10 years and there has been no party, so we should have another party. So she was honored with the prestigious Bioethics Founders Award by the Hastings Center last year, and then we organized another party on the terrace upstairs, and you can see Dr. Adib Rizvi and others, and the many people who were in the first 10-year thing also. So in 2032, please be ready for the third, because it happens every decade, inshallah. So the recognition has been within Pakistan also. Here you can see the two madams, Dr. Moazam, Badi Madam, and Dr. Bushra, Choti Madam. At the Trauma Center, you can see us, Dr. Moazam and myself, at Khyber Medical University. This was many years ago. And our linkage with Khyber has continued till now also. We've actually got a workshop this year with them in May. Here you have Dr. Bushra teaching in Quetta, with Dr. Moazam managing the whiteboard. However, you know who's teaching. Yeah. Here, I'm very delighted with this picture. You've got 3 alumni in Haripur in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where no bioethics conference has ever taken place. This is under the auspices of KMU, but this was funded by our KEMRI program, because we have a Pakistani footprint of the KEMRI program also, and the CKBTI program. You've got Dr. Amjad, who's sitting over here. He'll be talking a little bit later. You've got Dr. Natasha, again, one of the alumni, and sitting here and will be giving a talk also, and Swaliha Shekhani. So when you've got your alumni teaching and taking the thing forward, I was just a cameraman, and I had gone there because I wanted to go to Shinkari top in a battered down jeep, but so you know that you've accomplished something if you can actually pass the baton forward. So that was, and this is happening all the time now. So this is another very eventful situation. This was Qatar last year when they had the International Bioethics meeting over there. So this picture shows not only CBEC folks, but also folks from AKU, World Bioethics, and from a representation from Lahore, from Shalimar, when they have a bioethics diploma program over there. So everybody is, we were all involved in this particular event. This was a great picture which brings many people from bioethics together. So this is in Yogyakarta in Indonesia, University of Gajah Mada, and you got alumni, myself, with this is the Borobudur temple, which we were able to visit. We left at 4 in the morning so that we could catch the sunrise, which was spectacular, and got back at 9 a.m. to have to join the conference. Dr. Moazam refused. She's not an early morning person, but it was fantastic. This is India, Pune, in which when we could actually get there, this was a National Bioethics Conference in which they were honoring Professor Adib Rizvi for the Lifetime Achievement Award. And we've got a whole bunch of people. You can see Dr. Rizvi, you can see Dr. Moazam, Alistair Campbell, Sanjay Lagral, our host, Mala. So, and I thought I would take a quick selfie at that time. Yeah. So this is Amritsar. I've never had a workshop over there, but we were stuck across the border on the way back because the border closes. So we were in Amritsar, and we said make the most of it. So the Golden Temple is a fantastic place. This is one of the holiest shrines of the Sikh religion. And here we are with, you can see Nida, you can see Aamir, who's sitting in the audience over here, and Swaliha. And properly hair covered, we were going to enter the temple. This was a fabulous experience we would never have had we not been able to cross the border over there. So Dr. Moazam has also been having her own fun. You can see clearly. Yeah, so you can see, and you can see that the snowball is actually glowing. Yeah, and the glow lasts until it melts. Yeah, I don't know whether somebody was hit with this or not, but certainly Dr. Moazam was having a great time with that. So this is the Indian border in which we had Alistair and Sally Campbell. We had Leo DiCastro, who unfortunately passed away last year. They had come, we had organized a meeting in Lahore, and they were there, and we took them to the Wagah border to witness the show. So, but you can see who the most popular person here is, clearly. So Dr. Paul Lombardo, we're involved in a selfie, some students, international students. And of course, Dr. Bushra and Ms. Anika, sitting with Loretta and our dedicated staff, Loretta and Michelle, in the terrace that I was just mentioning, that Dr. Anwar said that qabza kar lo, and that's what we've done. So this is a rare moment that they were enjoying outside in good weather. Of course, we've had a little mascot. The mascot and our Christmas tree have both grown together. However, the tree has outgrown the indoor, and we'll have to figure out how we will do it next time. So these are the two people who've taken things forward for us. And this is that has only happened because they have clicked and they have been on the same page. And this is the old CBEC, and this is the same thing that's happening today. Of course, we were celebrating our birthday, but here is the person in the middle, Professor Anwar Naqvi, who's actually been the link of CBEC with SIUT. Every new event, every new initiative, we'll go to him, and he'll fix things. He'll say, okay, without too many words, without too much time, he would make things happen. And we've been missing you, sir, for for the past few months, but it is fantastic how he can just make things happen. So we owe a lot to him. And this is again short of our terrace, the terrace that he said in his foresight, don't take the 14th floor, take the 7th floor. And he was right about that. So this is empty shelves 20 years ago, Paul Lombardo Sahab, Adib Sahab and myself. And this is now. The shelves have filled up. My scalp has become less so filled, and my brain even less, but the other things have not changed at all. So, mashallah. So we are continuing, and much has been accomplished. What else can be done after this? You've got your whole alumni, you've got your whole clan over there. This is the culmination of any academic program that we've been able to achieve, alhamdulillah, at SIUT through this program. So here is Dr. Moazam. At the end of just 20 years, looking ahead, we have to build our own way forward even now. There's no highway forward. Every step has to be thought through. Every step has to be built forward. And वो कह रही हैं कि अब क्या आगे क्या है, क्या सिलसिला है. And हिम्मत जो उनको यहाँ तक लेके आई, तो एक शेर था जो मेरे जहन में आया था. बड़े ताबां बड़े रोशन सितारे टूट जाते हैं. बड़े ताबां बड़े रोशन सितारे टूट जाते हैं. सहर की राह तकना ता सहर आसान नहीं होता. इन्होंने शहर तक पहुंचाया है. So she brought us to the शहर, रात गुजार के पूरी शहर तक पहुंचाया है और टूटी नहीं है. And she's looking forward कि अब कैसे आगे जाना है. तो अगले 20 साल डॉक्टर मौज़म आप बताइए. But that is where we are. I thought this is the point when I should end my talk. Thank you very much. अच्छा. Dr. Ture, you can hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll now move on to our keynote address. And I'm delighted to welcome online Professor Cesar Ature. Dr. Ature is a philosopher and health ethicist from Ghana, who is currently the ethics lead for MSc in International Health and Tropical Medicine at the University of Oxford. He is also Associate Professor of Applied Philosophy at the University of Ghana. He is also the current president of the International Association of Bioethics. Dr. Ature is a member of the WHO's COVID-19 Ethics Governance Working Group and a member of the steering committee of the Global Forum for Bioethics and Research. Cesar's interest in research and bioethics are conceptual as well as empirical. On the former, he works around revisiting some of the underlying conceptual frameworks involving bioethics by drawing on philosophical ideas, and today's talk will be in that area. At the empirical level, he has designed a training package in clinical ethics for nursing trainees in Ghana based on real-life cases. He has served on IRBs and has contributed to designing and teaching the first master's MSc in bioethics at the University of Ghana. So I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Toure for his keynote address, and he will be talking about pluriversality in bioethics. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to be able to share some reflections with you. Let me share my slides and kindly let me know if they are visible to you. Is that visible?
Yes, they are visible.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm really sorry I cannot be there with you in person, but this is a very important occasion, and I'd like to express my gratitude to Professor Moazam, Aamir, and colleagues for inviting me to be part of this 20th anniversary of the Center for Bioethics and Education and Culture in Karachi. Now, to start off with, the title of this topic is Pluriversality in Bioethics. And I'll go on to commence with some preliminary considerations. We're celebrating the 20th anniversary of the CBEC, and a moment of anniversaries is usually a good time to look back and take stock and also to project into the future. And a lot of excellent work has been done, training of personnel in bioethics, in clinical ethics, and in research ethics. And we also now trying to look towards the future. And looking towards the future, what we can say about the discipline of bioethics is that it is quite a young discipline, about 4 or 5 decades old. And bioethics has done a lot to prevent abuses of patients, research participants, and in general to raise, a more just and fairer way of carrying out activities in the biomedical space and also in research. And a lot of this work has been guided by the 4 principles of Childress and Beauchamp, which we are all aware of. The principle of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. As we look towards the future, a useful
Recording in progress.
Right, a useful question that we could ask ourselves is, are these principles still enough to continue to guide us as we face new challenges that emerge in the field of bioethics and generally in our health and healthcare spaces? And the answer I would like to give to this question is that yes, these principles are valid, but perhaps they will not be sufficient to be able to guide us towards the future. And I'll explain why. So, if we look towards the future, what we see is that our world is becoming increasingly more diverse. In the field of bioethics, we have multiple voices that are coming up that were not present in the 1960s and early 70s when the discipline was born. Today, we can talk about different approaches to bioethics. We can talk about feminist bioethics. We can talk about religious bioethics. We can talk about bioethics that is done even from geographical perspective. So we have the Asian network of bioethics, African network of bioethics, and there are more and more frameworks that are being put forward. That is one. On the second point that we need to look at is that our societies are becoming increasingly more and more polarized. between countries and within countries. One only has to take a look at democratic countries, and we see that even within countries, it is very difficult to be able to dialogue on ethical issues because the views are so radically opposed to each other. And we have to learn how to do ethics within radical value disagreements. And on the political sphere, we're seeing rises of nationalisms that tend to even generate moral norms around national identities that then generate questions of xenophobia, which is why, for example, immigration is one of the major issues, especially when we're talking about certain countries of the global north. And of course, within our communities across the world, either Christian communities, Muslim communities, or even Hindu communities, what we're also seeing is radicalization of religious groups that actively reject any other form of approach to ethical issues if they are not based on their religious assumptions. And sometimes these can be a particular way of reading the religion, of interpreting the way that religion is practiced. Now, the point I'm trying to get is that there is a drive towards greater fragmentation and radicalization and polarization. And this has an effect on the way we do ethics, especially in the health space. However, amidst that drive towards fragmentation, towards radicalization, the issues that we have to deal with are issues that are shared. So if we think of the effects of climate change, these are problems that have a lot of impact on our health. Yet these problems cannot be solved by one group of people because they require a concerted effort of everyone around the globe. No single group can solve these problems. Secondly, if we think of other issues around antimicrobial resistance, this is the same thing. We also require global efforts. And we've also seen with the COVID-19 pandemic that diseases spread between borders easily, and the response, pandemic preparedness and pandemic response, requires collaboration across cultures, across religions, and across countries. So how do we do this? On the one hand, there is a drive towards fragmentation. On the other hand, the problems that we have are problems that are so large and shared between peoples and between countries. Traditionally, in the past, the usual solution to these sort of challenges is to draw on the Anglo-American tradition to find universal solutions and just export these solutions around the world. Today, with a greater consciousness and a decolonial consciousness among peoples, these sort of solutions do not work because we are now more aware of the fact that there is no one-size-fits-all solutions to many of the major problems. This means that as we look into the future, we will need to start thinking of new pathways to be able to engage in bioethics. And to some extent, what I have read about the work that that is being done by our colleagues at CBEC in Karachi is precisely this type of bioethics, which is sensitive to local context, but at the same time also open to dialogue internationally. And this is what I call the pluriversal approach to bioethics. Now, just to give a little bit of background on this term pluriversality, the term pluriversality is drawn mainly from the Latin American scholars. We can talk of people like Arturo Escobar, Aníbal Quijano, Boaventura Sousa de Santos, and others, Walter Mignolo, who write about pluriversality. But the origins of the term is in the Zapatista movement, which actually where they coined this term as un mundo donde quepan muchos mundos, which simply means in English, a world in which many worlds fit together. And the understanding of this idea that we live in a world in which many worlds have to fit together is that people have, even though we have a common world, a shared world, so it is not a question of parallel worlds that do not have anything to do with each other. It is a shared world. But within this shared world, there are different ways of being. there are different ways of knowing, and there are different ways of acting. So we have different ontologies, different epistemologies, and different ethics and politics within our communities. Therefore, what we need to do is to be careful of hasty universalizing theories. So pluri is opposed to uni. And therefore, we should be careful of, universalizing theories that are often predicated on what we call coloniality. And coloniality is simply the next evolution of the post-colonial. So many countries like Pakistan, like Ghana, where I come from, and many and other parts of the world are countries that were designed on colonialism. But however, after the departure of the colonizers, the systems that they put in place still remain and still structure the way our societies work on the official level. And these systems are predicated on three ideas, which is epistemicide, ecocide, and genocide. And I'll just briefly explain these ideas. Epistemicide is simply that of, the idea that certain knowledges are not valid, and therefore those types of knowledge need to be declassed and only one type of knowledge is valid. And if you see, even in the health space, just think about the fact that we tend to call traditional medicine alternative medicine. If we call traditional medicine alternative medicine, it means that deep down we have the assumption that there is one standard and accepted way of carrying out medicine, and therefore, if we do not practice this type, then we are doing alternative. Now, this is the type of epistemicide that was introduced during colonialism and still continues today in the forms of coloniality. The other idea is that, ecocide, is that certain parts of the world, because colonialism creates a center and a periphery, certain parts of the world are not places where we draw knowledge from. So parts of the world are reduced to basically selling natural resources, so that these can be developed elsewhere. And the idea then is that advanced ideas, advanced initiatives, and technologies have to come from a different part of the world. But that the other part of the world, which is the global south mainly, is reduced to producing natural resources, which have to be developed somewhere else. And then, of course, genocide, which is also predicated quite often on forms of racism or colorism. And therefore, we tend to classify people and even their worth and their health according to racial boundaries. A typical example is in the recent outbreaks of Mpox, or monkeypox as it used to be called. As soon as Mpox jumped from Africa and started affecting people in Europe and North America, it became a global health, a public health of international emergency of international concern. Whereas for 4 decades, this disease was spreading in one part of the world, and that was not a problem. Now, what pluriversality invites us to do is that we need to recognize and respect and work with the differences of the peoples across the world. Therefore, as we're trying to do ethics and bioethics above all, it's about trying to create conditions for people to be able to flourish, especially in the health space, without suffering forms of abuse and without being manipulated or taken advantage of. So on the one hand, we have a sort of like defensive part, and on the other hand, we have a more positive part, which is actually promoting the flourishing of health. Now, people can come at this with different theoretical backgrounds, theoretical understandings, different ontologies, and different epistemologies. However, we can actually have shared goals. So Amartya Sen talks about the fact that in order to arrive at policies, we do not need full theoretical agreement between the various parties. What we need are shared goals. So we need to work on these shared goals, which will allow us to be able to address the challenges that I mentioned before, challenges arising from climate change, challenges arising from antimicrobial resistance, challenges arising from international collaborations and research, challenges arising even from the use of AI in the health space. Now, what are the shared goals that we can arrive at? And once we've been able to define these goals, we need to be sensitive and respect the various theories that people use to be able to arrive at these, to be able to enact the shared goals within their own spaces. And this is what, this is what a pluriversal way of doing bioethics encourages us to do. Now, briefly, whenever I have tried to present this idea of, a pluriversal approach to bioethics, we often come across many, common objections that people place when one talks about this. One is that, pluriversality sounds like ethical relativism. Now, full-blown ethical realism is simply theoretically and practically unsustainable because it simply says let everybody do what they want. However, what we're saying is not about ethical relativism. What we are actually inviting is respecting people's values and working with those values in order to ensure that everybody flourishes. I could give examples, but maybe in the question and answers time I'll be able to do that. It is not also about cultural subjectivism, whereby people say, well, this is our way of doing things. And if this our way of doing things is harmful, we should just allow things like that to continue. That will not be acceptable. Or sometimes we talk, people say, well, what is the difference between pluriversality and plurality? Plurality has always existed and can exist even within tradition. So even if we look at the Western tradition, we have people who are more, amenable to deontological or Kantian approaches to ethics, or we have people who are more likely to go on a utilitarian approach. And there are virtue ethics approach. That is a plurality within a tradition. However, these are all different schools of thought that work within one tradition. But what we mean when we talk about pluriversality is actually accepting that there are different ontologies, different ways of understanding, different ways of knowing, and different ways of being and acting. So what one can see as the future paths of bioethics is that the field is going to become more and more diverse. What we will need to do is to learn how to respect and work with different cultures and communities. And by bringing in the wealth of these different cultures and traditions, what we're going to do is that we're going to enrich the field in a way that will allow us to tackle what I generally refer to as the wicked problems. These are problems that do not have a simple solution. They do not have a one-time solution. They are problems that we need to continue working with all the time. And we need to de-silence those voices that have been suppressed through epistemicide of coloniality. And that way we can have a richer set of ethical tools to be able to face the big problems that we need to address for tomorrow. And with this, I will end. And I really want to thank you very much. And once again, apologize for not being there with you. I was really looking forward to the opportunity to meet everyone and interact with you. And I'll stop here and leave time for questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ture, for a very interesting talk. And you've also left some areas open for discussion. So I would ask members of the audience if they have any questions or clarifications that they require. We can start a dialogue. So, Swalia, can you have a mic so that from there? Okay. So, Ms. Anika, we'll just send you a mic, and I'll check.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Dr. Ture, can you hear her?
Yes.
I'm sorry you can't. We can't show her to you, but you can at least hear her. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. I just had a question about, your last slide and what you said about ethical relativism versus pluriversality. Perhaps you could elaborate on that a little bit because it was a little unclear to me. And you said that you could possibly give some examples. Thank you.
Yes. So ethical relativism, as we know, is simply the idea that, whatever people consider to be right is what is right, and therefore we can have different ethical ways of approaching issues, and there is no single way that we can understand, we can approach issues. Now, the example I'm going to use is, let's take something that is controversial, like female genital cutting. So female genital cutting, if you want to follow ethical relativism, one can say, well, this is the culture of the people that practice it, and if they think it is okay, then let it be. So that will be ethical relativism. But a more pluriversal approach is to say, well, even if a female genital cutting is practiced in a place X, is everybody involved in that practice, especially the young girls who are subject to this practice, are they being given an opportunity to flourish? Or is this a way of actually being, not involving them in it and in this practice? And the harm that this practice can produce for them, is that being fair to them? And therefore, so if there are people who in that community itself are not benefiting from that practice, then it is ethically problematic. But ethical pluriversality will say, well, we're not going to come around and wave, a human rights flag at you. What we're going to do is this: we're going to say, well, why is it that mothers actually take their children and their daughters to do this? These are women who actually practice this on each other. They take them to other women to carry out this practice. These are not, I'm not going to assume that these people are bad people. They must have some value that they are looking for when they practice this. So let's have a conversation. What are the values that they're trying to defend by engaging in this practice? And then once we have been able to clarify those values, we say, well, if these are true values, then is this the only way to arrive at this? And is this the best way to arrive at achieving your values? And therefore, we can begin a process of saying, well, there are other ways to be able to maintain these values without necessarily taking young girls and subjecting them to these dangerous practices. So yes, it is engaging in a respectful way with cultures, but it is not just saying that, well, this is our way of doing things and therefore it is fine. So I don't know whether this makes it clear, the difference between relativism and a pluriversal approach, which respects people, but at the same time engages with them when things are being unfair to people, even within that community.
So I think that was a very interesting example also. You used a very pertinent example of FGC in explaining this. So we have another question by Dr. Shahid Shamim.
Thank you, Dr. Atwar. I think it's wonderful to hear your wonderful talk, and it's good to see you after Qatar, Doha. My name is Shahid Shamim. I'm a CBEC alumni and faculty at Aga Khan University. So my question is actually continuity of the previous question. And when you say that values are in this the theory that you're presenting, there is always a compromise of values. Somebody has to compromise. Some values have to, which develop from religious or cultural backgrounds, have to be compromised. However, whenever we talk about compromising to get to a consensus, compromising values to get to a consensus, why is it always that the Western concepts or Western values take precedence or take over the non-Western concepts or values or cultures? For example, you talked about female genital cutting. The same can go for circumcision, male circumcisions, but we never talk about values or traditions in the West or norms in the West, which the non-Western communities consider not right. It's always one-sided, lopsided argument. So can you shed some light on that?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. But could I just ask you, could you give me an example of the Western, a Western practice that communities will, in the global South will, will frown upon? I know some, but I want you to, I want you to give an example. Yeah.
There's a mic issue. No, we'll get you another mic.
All right.
Okay, so when I say Western society, I come from the point that it's an individualistic society. We, in Asia and many places where I have been to in Africa, they are mostly, a communitarian approach to things. And when whatever we hear about the individualistic, from the individualist perspective, we find it very difficult to absorb, difficult to swallow. For example, one person can take a decision which can be or may or may not be for their personal benefit, but can be not for beneficial for a lot of other people. However, in our Asian societies, in Pakistan, and I know of in African societies also, the concept of having a communitarian approach is always there. So, for example, use of substances, for example, abortion practices, for example, euthanasia. These have become very individualistic concepts that support individuals' right to take decision for their own lives, but may not be very beneficial as a community or as a family unit. But we never talk about that in that perspective of pluriversality perspective.
Thank you, Shahid.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. And this is why I introduced the idea of coloniality as as a continuation of the colonial era. And actually, many of the authors who talk about pluriversality, especially the Latin American authors, see pluriversality as a way of reacting against the hasty exportation of Western values around the whole world. And to say that communities, every community in any part of the world where there are human beings that have lived together for centuries has ethics. Because ethics is what allows us to be able to live together. And therefore, you can't have just one model being transported to, as it were, educate or teach people how to live together. People have been living together for centuries. So, if there is a compromise to be made, the compromise is not so much just saying, well, let's suppress local or traditional or indigenous values and accept Western values. No, I think that would be totally unacceptable. However, what some of us are trying to do is also to introduce the concepts from the global South into global health and even into the West. One of the projects that I'm working on right now is the concept of solidarity. So you mentioned the communitarian approaches. Solidarity is very important when you have a communitarian understanding of life and a relational conceptualization of how people relate to each other. And what I'm trying to do right now is we've had workshops in Latin America, in Australia, in Africa, and we will be having some too in Asia, to try and understand how local communities live, conceptualize, and practice solidarity. And we're going to use that to build a solidarity index that we will use to judge how global health stakeholders work in the global health space. So we're going to use knowledge from the global South to hold everybody accountable. And these are the things that we need to start doing as, let's say, scholars from the global South and people who are working in the global health space. We need to, give voice to these practices and these concepts that are part of our way of being, and not simply just absorb what is being thrown at us.
So thank you, Dr. Toure, for a very elaborate response. I think you've given us a lot of food for thought by introducing us to a lot of different concepts and newer concepts, etc., which we can deliberate upon in the next during the tea break, in which unfortunately you will not be with us, but these concepts are actually going to be staying, and you've written a lot of that, and I'll actually be circulating to Shahid if you want, and Anika, you asked these questions. I'll circulate a couple of papers that Dr. Ature has written on this area, so that some of these questions have been addressed in greater detail in them. So Professor Ature, thank you very much for joining us, and I do understand that this is a very early hour for you at the morning. Dr. Moazam wants to say something also before we adjourn for tea. Just Dr. Moazam. Can you come over here, Dr. Moazam?
Okay.
Yeah. Hi. Hello.
Hi,
Dr. Ature. Good to see you. Sorry you're not here. We miss you, but thank you very much for a very interesting talk. And you've raised a lot of points. I wish you were here with us. We have a good tea break. Some of the points you've made, we hope to see you again for our Meet the Professors session on Monday. And many of our students are sitting here, and our alumni. And maybe some of these things we can take up at that time. Because the issue of communitarian and what is a community, and I'm coming from our part of the world, from Pakistan really, has within it intrinsic problems. But we do not have time to go into that. So perhaps on Monday, thank you very, very much for being with us, even though virtually. Thank you.
Thank you.
We hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are well in time for our tea break, and we'll adjourn for tea, which is in the pre-function area just behind us, and reconvene at 11:30 in 30 minutes, 25 minutes. Dr. Naqvi, sir. Dr. Naqvi wants to say a few words. Mike, please. Mike.
Dr. Naqvi is one of our major supporters. He's a surgeon within SIUT, and he was kind enough to join us. Dr. Naqvi?
Thank you. I just want to recognize the sterling efforts of Paul Lombardo, who we've cherished his advice, all his company, his blessings, and please recognize and give a big hand to Paul Lombardo.
फैसिलिटेशन में नाम मेरा होता था, लगता ये था कि पढ़ा या डॉक्टर मौजम रही हैं या आमिर हैं. But as I grew, I realized what it was all about, and so I will say thank you for the 20, well, nearly 20, it is 20 years nearly for me too. But with that, I'm going to move now to the conference. And this segment that we are talking about, spreading the word around, it's a very important segment for us. Actually, it is special because it is really highlighting the seed that CBEC has, for that program, right? It is telling us about our alumni. It's not only showcasing our alumni, but it's actually demonstrating and showing that this alumni is actually walking the talk they have learned. Each one uniquely in their own space, wherever they are, whatever they're doing, they have stories to tell you that are motivating. I mean, I find them motivating, and I hope the audience will find them motivating at the same time, because each one is in a different specialty, and what they bring out and the story they tell is really highlighting the journeys they have gone through. I will not stand and take time over here because I want to introduce them, and I think it was really a challenge to say कि इतने alumni में who to really call, because each one is working in different areas and doing a lot of great work. And there is a method in the way we have selected the people. So I am first going to call upon Dr. Amjad. Dr. Amjad is an assistant professor and works at Gajju Khan Medical College in Sawabi. I mean, he is one of our main prides because he is one of the very few coming from KPK. He has an infectious diseases background, and I think he's the first fellow in KPK who did his second fellowship in infectious diseases. He has played a very important role during the times when he was also a student with us and COVID was going on. So kabhi meeting where he would also have to say that he'd have these official meetings that he needed to attend, and his stories are remarkable. I'm not very sure on which rough terrains he is going to highlight today in 15 minutes, because I'm sure there will be people who may want to know how he's been able to get through this journey. But Dr. Amjad, I'm going to give you the floor, and please.
So I'm really grateful and honored to be speaking in front of all my teachers and colleagues. So just most of my presentation is they are pictorials, so they will be easy to understand things. This is a picture from my hostel that I just took day before yesterday. This is the weather, and we were informed that Karachi is too cold, so bring something. It's raining, and anyway. You know that what does this mean to be in this country, so you might have some limitations to talk. I'm just alluding to some of the basic. I'm probably the only physician in this whole conference talking. The rest all are surgeons. So, but I will be touching upon the biomedical ethics for the undergrads and postgrad, just one or two slides. By now things are actually changing. When we were students, we just had a 2-hour session in our 6 years of undergrad education of biomedical ethics, and that was by one of our Professor Siraj Sahab, who is no more with us, and the rest whole medical education was relying on modeling for ethics. There were no formal sessions. But by now things are actually changing in our modular system, at least in the module that we have in our province. The prime module now have proper sections which are related to the ethics and its related issues. We are now teaching our students what an IRB or what a hospital ethics committee looks like and how they are doing. These are the areas which we were never even informed in our fellowships. And this was the first interaction with the CBEC team. It was 2016 when I was called to attend a meeting. I'm basically posted at Sawabi, so it's district which is away from Peshawar. And I met the faculty of CBEC for the first time. This was about a provincial bioethics committee, an initiative that was initially started from the NBC by the lead from Dr. Moazam. And here we started discussing, and I started realizing, because the public health section of the directorate was actually involved. Why I'm calling it a ghost committee? Because it was the only meeting of this committee since 2016. And now we have a meeting on 14th of this month, just on Tuesday, coming Tuesday, where we will be discussing to restart this committee and maybe nominate someone regularly to have this event. 2016 and 2020, so every passing day while working in periphery is a story worth telling. When you do not have a lot of resources, when you do not have a lot of awareness, and you start talking like this, priorities are actually very different. So you face them and you have to bear them and you have to tolerate them at times, and there are most of the time you have to fight for them. So the approach of the public to the healthcare is actually gradually changing. Like we discussed this morning, we are gradually walking away from our cultures. In our larger VVC, we are walking away. So the same is the public attitude toward the healthcare is actually changing, and it is rapidly changing. During the last 10 years, you can see how the people are selecting their hospital, their care, and how they are approaching, and what are the differences there. The equity thing is actually grossly challenged. And the business models are coming in. Everybody is interested in corporate modeling of the health system, which is actually challenging, and the decision making is most of the time based on the financial directions or impact rather than something very much patient-centered. The politicization of health in this country, this is a dilemma that we use health as a political stunt. We use things like, for example, in dengue, if it is a fumigation, you will get a call from the MP and MNA that I need fumigation in my area, and photo shoots and show it to the people that I've done something for you, without realizing what they are doing, without realizing the impact that have on their health and their environment. So the same is, we will be discussing it in the COVID context, like how it was challenging in making decisions for the larger people groups. People were interested to have ICUs developed in areas who were not having experts to run them, just to show the people that I have 10-bedded ICU in my periphery, and this is what I've done for you. But who will run them? That was not the task, because the thing was mostly relying on the pictorials and the videos that this has been done. The insurance companies, this is an area worth debate, how they are dealing with the health system and how things are challenged. I will be touching on it for a brief. The ever-rising influence of pharma industry, yes, each one of us in this room know how this is unfolding. The rising cost of care, the new advances, and the declining trend of professionalism in the healthcare. So here is a photo that actually I took in US, in San Diego, and it is showing the homeless people on the roadside. And see the drawings on the wall. That was that was near the Balboa Park. I was just going there, and on the ways, I just noticed that what's happening. And then I had the experience of seeing these patients in hospitals. And today, for the last 3-4 days, when it is a huge fire in LA, I'm just recalling all those homeless people around in these bushes and on the ways, walkways. I mean, the news is not yet complete. They are telling that they don't know how many casualties they have. But this is the situation in a very much developed countries. The way insurance companies are dealing with the public health issues. I can just quote one example. that you may not be getting treatment for your HIV or hepatitis if your insurance card is not offering that cover and you have to pay for it, and if you are all alone and have nothing to pay for, you will be channeled, and it's a very lengthy way, and people then actually do not go for that care, and they end up in these difficult to treat infections. And this is an everyday scenario that you may see in these clinics. So this was just before this COVID. After seeing all this and passing through all these administrative difficulties in the Department of Health, I decided that I should have a formal education in biomedical ethics, because this is an area where we need a lot and we cannot find someone to discuss. I've seen CBEC in 2013 when I was on a rotation in infectious diseases at SIUT, but that was a very informal, just a view, and I was not aware that one day I will be coming to this institution. It was like many years ago. I applied for the MBE and ultimately ended up in a PGD program. I don't know who was the psychologist on the panel who decided that you will be better in PGD rather than MBE. I say okay. And then just before starting, when I received my congratulation letter, oh, you are selected, I just checked. I have more than 200 emails from CBEC during my PGD, and those who are joining, they will learn it soon, that every morning you get an email and a deadline, and then you have to respond. Otherwise, you get a call. Are you sure you have read the email? Or you are responding? Yes, I am doing. So the art of engaging students throughout the program is simply next level, and I will say this because I had my 2 fellowships and I've never been through such an extensive training for anything. And these were my colleagues during my session from Kenya, some in MBA and some in PGD programs. So most of this is COVID related, the true test of public health ethics. अब हम पढ़ भी रहे थे साथ, and we were passing through actual examples. It was during my first module when I was in Karachi, 2020, के ProMed पे this news was circulated that something is spreading rapidly. Most of the people took it very light, but as I was using that for many years, I was a bit concerned that this thing may be a problem, and it was. And it took us just 2 weeks, rather less than 2 weeks, to be a global issue. It was a global issue that rapid. So on my return back to Sawabi from that first module with a lot of assignments, within a week time I was called by the Department of Health to lead the COVID as a clinical team lead for the province. So every day I was added to a new committee. I have to be a part of every committee. So just a few examples. Airports. कहने को बड़ा आसान है, airports. लोग पाकिस्तान के अंदर, how people came back from the countries where they were working during the COVID. Initial days I was made a member of a national aviation policy for COVID. Then we were given a figure that some 65,000 people of the laborer are waiting in the countries for traveling. We need to develop a standard document for them to be shifted to this country. And it was a challenge. At the end, I asked one of my colleague member how many meetings we had for this, knowing the airplane, knowing the dynamics, knowing the transmission infection, knowing those who are infected traveling in a plane, and knowing those who are not infected traveling in a plane. How can somebody travel in a plane? How will they be received in airports? So we had 113 meetings, every other day a meeting, every other day a new policy change, every other day emergency call that we have a meeting at 9:30 p.m. So this would be like a day in and day out meetings, and then we will be developing a document impacting a lot of people. It's not that easy. This was followed by trace track policy that anybody who is coming to this country will be tracked. They will be tracked for 14 days. And we learned the geofencing model in this, how geofencing can be used for the good and how geofencing can be used for the bad. People in hospitals received messages that you were in contact with a patient who had a COVID and be careful. Then we have to work it out that those who are in hospital should not get these messages because they are already in contact and they are worried and they are in problem. They are not even willing to work without things, and we are further horrifying them by telling them that you are in contact and you may get the infections. Supplies and rationalization. I hope the hand is not going up quickly. Trainings. So trainings on many areas. It was not just the clinical management. It was on dealing with many scenarios. I can tell that for that many days when the pandemic was at peak, we used to come to the office at 7 a.m. and we used to stay there till midnight and discuss every aspect, to go to the field hospital, to go to the different districts, to see the response, to go as patients. We just presented to them like, I am a patient, not knowing, they were not knowing, and we were observing and we were documenting. PPE, another huge challenge, working without PPE and convincing people to work without PPE, and then the PPE in the market with no quality or with low specification, risking patients. Denying a supply during the peak was very challenging. Like, you cannot deny a mask, and somebody was willing to wear it even if it was not working. I have to tell them, I have to resist. I remember that one day when I refused 96,000 masks, my DG Health was sacked in the evening. Why you refused mask? And I have to write a huge letter that I cannot expose my healthcare workers to the infection with this poor quality mask. They will be believing that they have a good protection, but that is not. So prioritizing care, even CBEC has written on it. Everybody was pushing for a bed, for ICU, for oxygens. Oxygen supply was a big challenge. Even provinces were fighting in between that my supply is not enough for my province. I am not going to give it to you at peaks. So we were struggling at that, and then it was difficult to convince people. Lockdowns and religious gatherings, an area, the virtue ethics and all these cultural ethics and public health ethics versus individual priorities compared to gross bigger population. When we were asked to give a guidance on religious gatherings, it took us 16 hours by clock. 2 baje din ko hum shuru hue, and we ended up next day morning to make 20 lines for the whole country, for the president to present to the country that these are your standards, and they were discussed between different sects and different religious leaders. And I was like the technical person telling them, this is how, this is yes, this is right, this is left. And it was like then pushing people. There are still people who are resisting. So we need to have something which is acceptable to each and every one. Vaccine trials, शायद मेरी बात बहुत लंबी हो जाए, I will leave it. Infodemic, आगे शायद वैक्सीन का एक कमेंट आ जाए. Infodemic is a thing that is even now these days we have another infodemic. तो अब उसको बर्दाश्त करते हैं. I hope everybody is now sane enough to look for the right news. Dying patients and dead body managements. Patients without attendants. You know, I'm telling, we are gradually moving from we are actually grossly moving. There were days in the beginning of my career that every patient was accompanied by 4, 5, 6 family members. Now every day we see patients with no attendant. उनको खिलाना भी, उनको पिलाना भी, उनको संभालना भी, this is all becoming a responsibility. So we need a lot of that education of biomedical ethics to take it as a responsibility. We are moving toward an era where we will be having all those patients coming all alone. So dead body management during COVID, again, infodemic was the issue. The first body who was buried in my province was in an ambulance में उसका जनाजा पढ़ाया गया, and he was dropped into that grave in ropes. And the chief secretary called me to his office. What's this? मैंने कहा, this is a problem with your district administration. Let's talk to them. And we had a conference with them and explained it to them that this is not the way to deal the dead. So, resisting experiments. Everyone has a new thought. Everyone was giving a new test. ये चीज़ मैंने इस्तेमाल कर दी, it's working very well, and use it. So it was resisting at the provincial level, a lot of herbs, a lot of things that were tried. So self-harm, self-medication, making it into a generalized thing. So we resisted a lot of them. The second last thing, or the last thing, they are very important. Clinical audits in public health emergencies. If you have a shortage of healthcare workers, if you have a shortage of every supply, and then you start doing clinical audits and find a lot of lacunas and gaps, and you start telling the treating physician, this is a gap, I'm not going to work. The nurse says, I'm not going to work. So it was very difficult to tell them that these are our findings. Every death in the initial 6 months was analyzed in my province. And we then have to talk to the doctor in a way so that they should not feel bad, and then they should improve their, otherwise it was very easy to say that I cannot do it. And this was a huge challenge that a lot of area actually, they were resistant, there was resistance to follow the standard guidelines, and convincing them and telling them and explaining it to them was very difficult. The last thing, I'm a government employee, so you bear it, you face it. So काम भी करें and then have it. What I want to tell is, I'm sure this is good to have audits. They should have financial audits. But the aspect that I'm telling is, when there is an event like this, you are projected on all the medias that this has been done, and everything, and then you have to go to that same building as a, वो क्या कहते हैं, मुल्ज़िम. So when you go to an institution as an advisor, you are received, sir, this is the way, parking udhar kare, do it. Same institution, I'm an advisor as well. And same institution, when I go as a mulzim, तो mobile जमा करके उधर इस रास्ते पे जाएं, and you do it, and then you are asked questions. The question that I just want to tell is, one of the question, 14 करोड़ रुपए का waste आपने जलाया, explain it to us how. Now, can you risk your employees with an infectious waste if it is not properly segregated? No. The challenge was because the people were not trained, the people were deficient, the supplies were not available, so we have to explain it to them that we were not risking our staff. This cost escalated because of the risk factor. We cannot do it. So I resisted it, and alhamdulillah, we got a clean sheet after good 3 years. So the hand is just raised. Last quick. Just these are the pictorials of what we discussed. Vaccine hesitancy, vaccine trials, a lot in this country. This was the thing that actually pushed me to start openly telling that we cannot do it. So probably this was the reason we stopped this activity in the country. Lockdown was not that easy. It has an impact on the financial, cultural, so many things. You have to push for it. Vaccination by force was at times done, and testing at force was done. I remember a day when I was tested myself 3 times. In same day, 24 hours, I was tested 3 times. One in Peshawar, one in Dubai, and one in Abu Dhabi, same one day. Because so when you are telling them that this may not be good enough, so these were like, we were challenged with a lot, and this was all going parallel to my PGD. So Yes, this is a challenge, and this is a challenge with this population, that we will be facing certain similar things if we are not having our drills regularly to prepare for events like this. So must respond assignments and these online sessions where you are supposed to sit in with the camera on. Camera bhi ban nahi karna ji. I remember one day when I was going for that vaccine trial to Abu Dhabi, and I have to present my presentation in the waiting area in the Dubai airport, because I got a link and I say, okay, I'm now ready to present, because that was a must respond. So blog writing and response deadlines on the projects. Miss Anika was kind enough that she was very polite in this is the way and we did it, alhamdulillah. Presentations and facing the team behind the computer, emails for reminders, the ever-stretched diploma. Probably this will be written, I hope they will be writing it, that this was the lengthiest diploma in this country for anyone. I actually asked that if we can have 5 more months, we may be able to be eligible for that thing. So these are my colleagues during my training. So biomedical ethics for the undergrad students, this was my project, and this I just want to tell what we are doing in my province. Now, there is no module, just like I mentioned that we don't have a proper module in undergrad medical education, in postgraduate diploma from even CPSP. So we introduced and we did this, and this was done in University of Sawabi. These were the participants. And this was, I've written it in bioethics links as well about this, and the effort is actually reaching to its maturity with the higher education department. Now the syndicate and everybody approved this whole module for the pharmacy Form D students, and it will be a component of their education during Form D in the coming years. NBCR. Expedited reviews during the COVID, we learned something very new. Aaj 2, aaj 3. So my colleagues from NBC are here. We cannot explain it in detail, because they were thick documents, 100 pages, 80 pages, 120 pages. Skim through them and read them, and then identify them and feedback. So this is what was the practical implication and application of what we have learned through our PGD program, and so far it's going well. This was a recent presentation that I had in the European Society of Clinical Medicine and Infectious Diseases, the overcoming language barriers in research so this is the pluriversality. How a language is restricting or keeping a hold on the literature and everything. So this is an extensive discussion topic for the ethics, that how language is a barrier to the communication. This was a very recent activity in Allama Iqbal Open University on contemporary bioethics, challenges and opportunity, where me and Dr. Aamir, you were like the scientific committee members, and then we were attending a session in it as well. Thank you.
Dr. Amjad, it's quite enlightening, and it gives you a lot of insight into somebody who's dealing with that kind of a situation and reading a theoretical framework at the same time, the inverted commas academia. So I am sure the challenges you faced at that time, because having knowledge of something and then doing action, it is a major challenge. So thank you for sharing that with us. My next speaker is Dr. Nida Wahid Bashir. She's a consultant breast surgeon and is also a part of our faculty. She did her PGD with us in 2011. And it seems, Dr. Amjad, the must response and the 200 emails has not stopped her from enrolling into the master's program. So we will welcome her on Monday, hopefully. Dr. Nida, even though she's a general surgeon by training, but her true self is more of an activist. Her interest has always been towards organizational ethics and the offshoots related with it. She's been very committed to ethics as a field, as a subject, and you actually see that in the writings that she has helped in getting together with teams on the farmer-physician interaction, developing a booklet on medical error, and even writing a chapter in one of our local books over here in Pakistan, Bioethics in Pakistan. So her commitment has been there, and she is going to talk about 1,000 miles, and let's see which 1,000 miles she's going to share with us today. So Dr. Nida, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bushra. Dr. Amjad, you were talking about culture not being there, so I'm all dressed up because it's part of the culture to be dressed up on a birthday, right? So I'm celebrating. And Dr. Moazam ne Urdu mein kaha insani akhlaq. So what I'm going to talk about is my journey through the ethics in general. The basis of insani akhlaq, the way I gathered it from the very beginning, and the way I have evolved into somebody who is sitting in CBEC doing something which I'm not really sure about. So we will be discovering that. Yeah. So the title may be, this title, Dr. Moazam said, talk about what it is and what you're beginning, and don't talk about CBEC and bahut tareef nahi karna. I said, Dr. Moazam, I'm not the one who can actually do a good tareef anyways. So the prelude is my beginning, and the foundation is this very center. I think my beginning has been gaining strength from the center, and the way it is I have done that, I'm going to talk about a little bit. This is just a general structure of my presentation. You would see many different words of English written there, which I will be opening up as I go to those slides. And I have really, Dr. Moazam, I've spent quite a bit of time on finding the right vocabulary for the right slide. Right. So this is me. This is my soil. On the right, on your right, you could see my father, who was a poet, a political activist, a journalist. And on the left, you see my mother holding the collar of a policeman. This was basically a demonstration of teachers where she was protesting against capturing a few of her colleagues. And they had their rights, and they had their demands, and they were protesting on the road for that. These are the two parents that I was raised by. So the seed of ethics, it comes from here. And these were the people this is the soil where it was nurtured. I became a doctor. And my first encounter with true clinical ethics was in my residency, where I started questioning the way we are looking at our patients and the way patients relate to us. These are two sentences which were delivered by two different patients of mine. One was a patient of carcinoma of esophagus, and she had a complication post-surgery. She required reoperation. We found something wrong with her heart. Because she had to be on ventilator for long, we wanted to do a tracheostomy. Somehow or the other, the Sindhi-speaking woman from a village could relate to me better than anyone else. So an ethics consult was raised. And I was asked to explore what exactly is she saying. She's saying no hole in my neck. We wandered around the way she's thinking about it. We had a discussion with the family. And I was the one who communicated to everybody, no, I don't think we are going to make a difference, and she doesn't want it. The second patient of mine was a carcinoma of ovary. one of our great surgeons operated on her, and we know that we could not save her. And she requested me to be there on her bedside when she's breathing her last. And I was there. I wondered why I was there. So there was a connection that I could feel when I was doing my residency. And I graduated. And then came the year 2004, where I became a consultant surgeon in one of the hospitals. I'm happy that people from that hospital, Patel Hospital, are sitting here. So in 2004, CBEC happened. But something else happened also. One thing was Karachi Bioethics Group. That is a unique phenomena on its own, which is a group of people interested, professionals interested in bioethics who sit together and talk about it. The other phenomena which happened was the formation. I was asked to make a hospital ethics committee in Patel Hospital, which I had no clue about. I was a fresh general surgeon who wanted to operate. Why a hospital ethics committee, and why would I make it? So I called up on, you know who, the only one who could help me through, Dr. Aamir Jafarey. I said, sir, I don't know what they're talking about. Can you come in and help me? So he came in, he taught us, and we developed the hospital ethics committee there. And if Dr. Moazam, you may not remember, but since then I've been part of every event that CBEC has conducted. So I'm part of CBEC since then. Then I got married. And before that, I was not really thinking about getting a degree in bioethics or something. But when I had my son, the little boy came in. He was really a joy for me, but with that, I also started looking at myself, and I realized that I'm not thinking the way I used to think before him. Something is happening here. My reason is going away. I'm not processing information. I need to preserve my ability to think. And when he was 2.5 years, I approached CBEC. Dr. Amjad, you were not the only one who was refused to be an MBE. Yeah. So I sat for the interview with my son in my lap, sending empty messages to Dr. Aamir Jafarey while I was being interviewed, and I was taken in. And I think CBEC is the only place where that can happen. And then the period of my liminal existence started. When you are not alive and you're still alive, right, Dr. Amjad and Natasha and everybody else in this room, right? Dr. Aamir, I wish so he's left the room again. He cannot ever forget my first presentation. Dr. Lombardo was the only one who said, this was a good presentation. But rest, Dr. Aamir went for a Jummah Namaz because he could not tolerate that presentation. Yeah. But with that, you could see 2 handwritten notes on the screen. This is the level of engagement that faculty had with all of us, and it still does. Dr. Moazam could not bear the way I was referencing my articles, and he said, you need to standardize references. Should have been a habit by now. Then it was my project that Bushra talked about, organizational ethics. And it took us, all of us, including Dr. Aamir, me, and I think rest of the faculty, to convince Dr. Moazam that this is something that we can do something about. And she said, what do you wish to achieve here? Your end results, and there's a big question mark in front of it. And so, yeah. And I emerged out of it. I emerged with a certificate, but at the same time at the end of that PGD, I conceived my daughter. And I was so scared to let people know that I have become pregnant. I will not be able to probably do my project as good as I could. But well, so she came out. But with that, a lot of other things happened. I learned how to respond. I am still learning how to do unbiased listening, because my activism always kicks in. It is there, it is in my blood. And I definitely found a place for intellectual growth. I think as a clinician, I keep searching for sources from where my intellect can get its food. I think I always come back. I used to be coming here very often to get that, whether I was faculty or not. And I think we need more such places where clinicians can get that. So from Patel came out the Hospital Ethics Committee, and from my project of organizational ethics came out Medical Error Analysis Committee. Because organizational ethics was a domain I got interested when I was looking at different things which were coming to the Hospital Ethics Committee, raising questions about the organization and its ethics. And from here, the medical error became the prime center of our attention. My colleague, Dr. Aamir, who is sitting here, without whom I don't think we would have achieved what we have achieved at Patel in terms of medical error analysis committee. And so activism with ethical sensibility kicked in. We started an anonymized reporting system, and I think this was the first one in Pakistan where we talked about how anonymized reporting, and where it is not the incident report, it was not the adverse event reporting, it was not talking about bad things, it was any and each and every error could be reported on a form which was available everywhere in the hospital. Whenever a person thinks that's an error, they can write it down and put it in that box. And we involved stakeholders in responding to it. With that, we realized that we can teach it also. So we developed a workshop. And that workshop we have conducted, so Dr. Bushra became my partner in crime, and me and Bushra have done many workshops internationally and nationally. We have developed the guidebook from KBG platform. Somehow or the other, I became the faculty for organizational ethics and medical error, so I'm involved in teaching with teaching nursing students of masters at AKU. I was recently called in for master's program, MBE program at AKU for teaching medical error. And I've also achieved the status of associate faculty at first in 2015 and part-time faculty in 2023. Every time we conducted error workshops, we came up with a whiteboard filled of events which were reported by people sitting there. And every time we realized the kind of understanding that is needed about error at every level. So the learning from this journey of mine are a few. One is that intellectual indulgence, whether it's literature, art, dialogue, or ethics, it enhances the humane aspect of clinical care, and every clinician needs it. There have to be more venues for it. Clinicians with bioethics interest are much needed if you want to really resolve issues of healthcare that we are looking at, because administrators do not have that insight. And the clinicians with bioethics interests have to become a norm and not a rarity. And health professionals do need a platform for self-reflection at various levels, as a group. And now comes the last part, which is the new beginning. And I think this verse by Ghalib represents my status. Allah re zauq dasht nawardi ke baad marg. So I'm dead already. Hilte hain khud ba khud mere andar kafan ke paun. And Dr. Lombardo, for you, the translation is there. Oh Allah, what's an ecstasy for roaming in the wilderness, that even after death, inside the coffin, my feet are still moving on their own. So in conclusion, in this bioethics journey of 1,000 miles, I keep drawing strength from the foundation. But there's a persistent reminder that this is just the prelude. And there are many more miles to go. And my request to all my guides are, रहबरे कामिल चलने को तैयार तो हूँ, पर याद रहे, उस वक्त मुझे भटका देना जब सामने मंजिल आ जाए. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nida. When you were going through your journey, it reminded me one of the stories that happened. Nida ne on a blog, so there's a blog jispe comments are given. It's used as a teaching tool. And unki activism or human rights and her comment on unbiased learning came across with a kind of vehemence that, and I get a phone call from, I think it was Dr. Moazam or Dr. Aamir mein se ekta. Tum clinician ho? I said, yes. I think one clinician should speak to another clinician to know how to speak. And I said, okay. Now this is my beginning years. I mean, I wasn't really considered a senior faculty at that time, but it was a learning experience trying to diplomatically tell someone you need to learn how to talk. So our experiences are many. And I think when someone talks about theirs, you start recalling. And one of the comments at some point I had heard was, Bushra, har अंग्रेजी की चीज़ को उसी तरह उर्दू में नहीं, you don't convert it word to word. You have to make sure the words you use are correct. But with that, I am going to call our last speaker, and is Natasha around? Okay, Natasha, I was going to start and say, now Natasha is known for, I hold her very dearly because she was my classmate when I did my diploma. So Natasha and myself go back a reasonably long way, and her stamp is till about 20 minutes before the presentation. She's still working on her computer. So that's why I was asking whether she's here. But so she did her PGD with me in 2007, and hence my special affection, for her. But Dr. Natasha is a molecular pathologist, and she has done her doctorate in infectious diseases from Imperial College of London. She is a consultant at the AKU University Hospital in the regional lab. Natasha has a skill, and that's her teaching ability of making very complex things, bringing it down to very concrete people, and I allude towards genetics. Now, I don't know how many clinicians here, our understanding of genetics is very minimal. The maximum becomes that, oh, it's familial, and that's the end of it. But she has this art of teaching where she actually comes down to the student and gets them to explain very complex things and highlights it in a very interesting manner. Natasha, I'm going to ask you to come and talk about your experience and journey through all these years.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So I'm what stands between lunch and Friday prayers. So I'm going to try and keep this to time. Dr. Bushra, I'm relying on you to raise 2 hands as I come close to the 20 minutes. So I just want to say how incredibly honored I am and what a privilege it is to be standing here today, because it's going to give me an opportunity to share my epic journey with CBEC. But also my epic journey about myself and learning about myself, learning about things that I didn't really understand, learning to think, which is really what Dr. Moazam, for new students, you'll actually come across her motto, which is, I'm not teaching you ethics, I'm teaching you how to think. So any journey has a couple of essential components, and I've listed them here. There might be some that you think are missing, on journeys that you've taken. But it's really important for me to go through each component over the next 15 minutes or so. So for me, I'd like to talk about the starting point of my journey with CBEC, the path that it's taken me on with its challenges, How I kind of have gotten to this podium today, the company that I have shared, not only with fellow students, but the faculty at CBEC, but also faculty coming in from other institutions and students coming in from Kenya. And that engagement in that company has been invaluable for me. And really, at the end, about the personal transformation that I have undergone. So it started for me with the Bioethics Link, which is the CBEC newsletter. And it started in 2005. I don't think I have I don't have that slide. I think this is the older version of the presentation which I sent, and the last one that I was trying to make before Dr. Bushra actually called me. So I don't think this is the latest version, but it's okay, it's fine, I'll ad-lib. So in 2005, the issue of biolinks was actually sent to the CEO of Shaukat Khanum Hospital at the time, Dr. Faisal Sultan. And he was organizing a medical research society meeting, and we were looking for topics to talk about and to include in the program. And he sent me the newsletter. He said, oh, go through this newsletter, I think it's interesting. So the newsletter, the front page was an article by Dr. Paul Lombardo, and at the back, at the end, was an article by Dr. Aamir Jafarey, and it was an article about biomedical ethics in Pakistan. And it looked pretty interesting. I read it. It was very, very interesting, very well written. Dr. Aamir is not in the audience, but it was very well written. And so I called him up. I called up CBEC, got through to speaking to him, and invited him to give this, a talk at this meeting. And it's really wonderful for me, so many years later, to be asked to write a piece for the same newsletter. And this is actually the anniversary issue. And I wrote an article, Just My Cup of Tea, Coffee, CBEC. So I think it highlighted the importance of communication and also serendipity. You never know where a newsletter might take you. So where did it take me? The path that the newsletter took me on has actually transversed epic worlds. I don't know if the audience is very familiar, but on the extreme left is the wonderful yellow brick road that is very famous in The Wizard of Oz. And then we've got Alice in Wonderland, and then we've got Narnia at the end. So I've gone through all of these worlds in my own way. In 2007, when I started my PGD, I think I felt like I was in Oz, and there was this yellow brick road taking me to the wizard. It would take me back home. And I think it was a period of a lot of self-discovery and growth for me. I then found myself in Wonderland, navigating surreal challenges and shifting realities, which brings me to Narnia. And the dates I've put deliberately, because the dates you'll relate to what was happening to me during this time. And in 2018, which is when I started my MBE, my master's, so I was a person who applied for the PGD, got into the PGD program, and then applied to the MBE and did get into the MBE program. So thank you very much, CBEC. But the MBE program really was a point where I realized my strengths, and that was a time of me maturing as an individual and as an academic. So my transition from merely just talking about genetics as a subject to it becoming, genome ethics becoming an area of interest for me was really the trajectory that it moved me from the PGD to the MBE. So the PGD, it was an incredible introduction to bioethics. It was an opportunity to delve deeper into my, learning sort of more eloquent, better bioethical academic language. And it also moved me a little out of my comfort zone of genomics into other subject areas, which I found fascinating. And it enabled me to then start to develop links between different subject areas and genomics. So one of the things that came out of the MBE was my research thesis, which really the title was Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, Who's the Most Ethical of Us All? And it was essentially looking into genetic studies that had been carried out in Pakistan, and it was a review sort of the content of these publications from Pakistan. And the reason that I felt that this was an area that I sort of decided to focus on was because during one of my sessions where I was invited to take a session on covering genome ethics for the PGD students, I shared a video, and I used to share lots of different tools and different ways of trying to explain, as Dr. Bushra alluded to earlier, different sort of different cases, different examples of why it was important to understand the ethical challenges around this new technology the rapidly evolving field of genomics. And I used this one video, and I can never forget. I thought the video was amazing, and I thought it was just fantastic and emotional, and it made me cry. And I looked around, and every single person in that room was just sort of bewildered and wondering why I had shown them that video. And at the end, because after every presentation, as the students will soon find, even as a invited faculty teaching on the PhD course, you get a debriefing. And the debriefing is really something that it's very nerve-wracking. And it is, you kind of wish that it wouldn't happen, but it eventually does happen, and you have to sit there and literally listen to how your presentation went. There was too much, you covered too much material, it went on for too long, but they were amazing, because those feedback sessions really are the reason that I'm standing here today, and that I'm able to share how I've developed and evolved. Had it not been for those feedback sessions, I would naturally not have thought about doing this particular project. And the reason for starting this project was because every single member of the faculty at CBEC asked me, where is the context of Pakistan? Where are the examples from Pakistan? Where is the data? What can you tell me about what's happening in Pakistan? And I said, well, there's nothing. There is no data. And they said, well, go and get it. So that's what I did. So this thesis work was actually presented at the GFBR conference in 2019, which sort of led to me applying for a 4-week travel fellowship, which took me to the Ethox Centre at the University of Oxford. And that honestly was a lifelong dream for me to be studying. Well, I wasn't really studying, it was just a 4-week fellowship, but I kind of pretended like I was at the University of Oxford for 4 weeks studying as a student. So it was wonderful. And I think the MBE research that I carried out, just to share a sort of like a snippet of it, it really was just a content analysis of publications from Pakistan related to genetic research. And I was looking at a number of different, analytical categories: the author, the institution where the institutions involved in the research, the particular disease that was being studied, what sort of informed consent was mentioned, if not. And one very important thing was about the National Bioethics Committee approval. So, I found that the majority of publications and research was actually international collaborations, which sort of makes sense, because again, the kind of funding that you need for genomic studies is huge. It costs a lot of money to do these kind of studies. So obviously that money is coming in internationally. However, is that a sign that I need to hurry up? So the idea was that, if we're doing all these international collaborations, we're kind of compromising on something, and we were compromising on the diseases that we actually needed to study. The most prevalent diseases were not the ones that were being actually researched or published. A lot of multi-institutional studies provided only 2 IRB approvals, and there was only one study that identified that actually had a National Bioethics Committee review approval. I don't think I can see all of my... Yeah, it's not the whole slide coming up here. Is that there's some things at the bottom which are missing? Can you just help me get this to? No, there's some. Is there a? Right. Yeah. So it's actually, I think the format has changed, so we've got a few things off the. It's fine. It's okay. Can you just put it on screen? Thank you. Sorry about that. I think I'll just talk through it. But I also identified that there are responsibilities of stakeholders, such as the collaborating institutions and researchers, funding bodies, and publishers, in terms of holding them accountable for the research that's done. So it sort of, threw up a lot of ideas on how to try and continue and work further on this particular topic. So I did identify a number of areas that needed to be addressed. The most interesting thing was that the entire focus of current guidelines on any kind of ethical guideline is really on the integrity of the researcher. We're focusing on the virtues and we're relying on the researcher to actually do what we need them to do. And do we need to reframe to encompass pluriversality, solidarity, and subsidiarity? There are no regional guidelines at the moment in terms of carrying out genetic research in this particular region, nor in Pakistan, and maybe this is the time to develop them. We know that the institutions conducting genomic research, we know who the top 5 institutions are, and we need to engage more with researchers so that actually at the time of inception of a research idea, that is where you start planning and bringing in the ethical aspects and the engagement with patients and the engagement with the community. And this whole idea of engagement actually bore up another area of interest for me, which was, can we use genomic education as a catalyst for public engagement? And this is some work that I've actually carried out and I presented at the World Congress of Bioethics meeting in Doha in 2024. So I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues who actually contributed to a lot of the work that I'm going to share with you now. Dr. Aamir, Swaliha, Aamir Jafarey from the Goethe Institute, Antonio May from the Edinburgh University, and the Beacon House National University, and students whom I taught but I learned so much from. So genomic education, it doesn't just involve teaching students. Genomic education needs to be there for clinicians, practitioners, researchers, patients, and the public. And this is really what I kind of focused on. So there are a number of ideas already out there. A lot of research has been done on looking at public awareness and understanding of genomics in other countries. And a number of themes have come out from this research. Link between genetics and health is not very well understood amongst the public, including concepts such as genetic susceptibility to conditions like cancer. The idea that multiple genetic components and the environment actually work together, as opposed to a single genetic variant being responsible for a disease, again, those concepts are not very clearly understood. So another very interesting theme that came out from work from Genomics England was that women and people who are older have a lower income and who have a lower income have less formal education and live in more rural areas tend to have less knowledge and awareness about genetics. So this got me to thinking about, well, what about our context? So genomics is rapidly moving from the lab to the clinics, and there's a high rate of genetic disorders in Pakistan. And that's kind of prompted a lot of interest in setting up genetic research studies. But from some of the work that that I started to do, the population is largely uninformed. We need to build trust from the onset, and it presents an opportunity for research and the community to work together, and from voices from our part of the world that can contribute to greater and broader global governance structures. So public engagement in Pakistan tends to be very didactic. या तो polls होते हैं, या कोई pamphlets ही होती है, public communication इस तरह से की जाती है. So I've just given you an example of how we tend to view public engagement in Pakistan, and I think this is a really genomic education is a way to try and change that. So I did some work. This was actually presented by Swaliha a couple of years back. But we actually explored perceptions of human genome editing among students from Pakistan. And it was really interesting. A couple of very, very, very interesting themes came up. So we sort of asked them about prior knowledge about genome editing, therapeutic versus enhancement in terms of use of genomics, gene editing, editing germline cells, the safety, the justice, the slippery slope, tampering with nature, and the governance structure for genome editing. And some very interesting themes, viewpoints were discovered in this particular research. But as I'm running short of time, I'm going to quickly skip through. Another opportunity that I've had to actually engage in genomic education has been teaching undergraduate art students about genomics. But again, teaching them from the point of view of not the technical or the science of genetics, but sort of, trying to understand how genes are organized, how they work, in a broader sort of visual way in terms of how humans work, how humans are designed, and taking on the idea of design as a concept in art, and using those analogies. So that was an amazing experience, and I'm going to just show you some of the things that came out from that engagement. But another thing that I think that perhaps was the highlight of my teaching has been doing a genomics youth camp, which was sponsored by the Goethe Institute and was the idea of Anwar Jafarey. And here we ran a camp for high school students. And it was really kind of like the cross-section of doing, bringing together language, bringing together a biological language in terms of, genetics and how genes encode instructions for life, bringing together a communication language like German, and then artificial intelligence, bringing together the language of the future. So it was a very, very interesting experience, and just showing you some photographs here of the kind of, amazing things that these art students came up with. They came up with card games to explain genetic traits, or how chromosomes combine to sort of produce a particular genetic trait. They came up with humans of the future. So there's a picture here of a box with different body parts and different types of people on each face of the box, and they were just imagining what a future human being would look like, which was really, again, very fascinating. And this again is a sort of a jewelry. A student who was a jewelry major at the Beacon House National University, she came up with her own representation of a pedigree diagram. So she used different types of earrings to show, male, female, and it was just really, it was lovely. And then we had another young man actually look at generational differences by looking at different telephones. So you have an old age handset phone, and then you've got mobile phones at the bottom. So again, a very nice, conceptually, they view things in a very, very interesting way. So, again, back and forth, we sort of asked them some questions at the end of their course. So I was just showing you some differences between art students and high school students about how they rated the course, had they heard about genomics before, had the course led them to a better understanding and the role of genomics in our everyday life, and the unanimous yes in both sets of students. And then did you discuss this course with family and friends? Because again, opening up the opportunity for this to go further beyond the classroom into homes as well. And again, a significant number of the students had actually spoken to people at home about genomics. This was a very interesting question, and I was actually a bit surprised by the distribution of the responses. So should we be able to enhance or improve certain traits and human characteristics to make better human beings? So that was an interesting response between high school students and art students. So the outcome was that, we identified a process that could work. So genomic education, designing a course that was not technical, but actually introduced students to the idea of genes and genomics. It could work. We ended up co-producing material that we could use for future programs, and students were very interested and engaged, and they communicated very well. It was very time-consuming. There were a lot of resources that were required, but we really created a collective, a regional contextual resource that can be used as engagement tools. So there are some uncharted territories. Genomics is rapidly moving from the lab to the clinics, and there's a high rate of, because of the high rate of genetic disorders in Pakistan. We need guidelines. We need guidelines for pathologists, physicians, and researchers. But more than guidelines, we need education. We need to actually design or develop tools that can be used by clinicians in clinics. And again, public perception, they are largely uninformed. We need to build trust, and it presents a lot of opportunity for the future. And just hot off the press, I mean, this is really, it's amazing. Just 2 days ago, there was an article in the New York Times that highlighted that a drug company is to share revenues with indigenous people. So for decades, one of the biggest concerns and challenges has been how we've been using communities and taking samples and doing genomic studies that have actually resulted in the development of particular drugs and benefits and a lot of funds for pharmaceutical companies, but communities haven't really benefited much. So this is a great example of the researcher himself actually putting this in as a core requirement when he started his study. And he involved the community from the very beginning, and it's a brilliant example to sort of be able to witness now that these things are beginning to happen, and it's great. It gives me a lot of hope and inspiration for work to be done in Pakistan. And again, just yesterday from the Hastings Centre, this report, Expanding the Agenda for a More Just Genomics. And this report again talks about equity and talks about respecting rights and values of individuals and communities. But really that, genomic medicine needs to get to the people, and it needs to be able to be beneficial and accessible. So it's a little bit of work that I really would like to do in the future. This is a project that I have in mind. And I think, we've heard about pluriversality, subsidiarity, and solidarity, and it really reminds me of a spider's web. And what I tried to do was, I really see from my own work, I've moved from actually looking at the global perspective to actually looking at local realities. And I've seen that transition very, very clearly in my own work. But I've also developed my own little spider's web, and I just think that, it's been incredible, the kind of linkages and support and the kind of people that I've been able to engage with and learn from, and who've supported me in generating and doing the work that I'm doing at the moment. So genome ethics in Pakistan is, it's not just a scientific issue. We need to develop meaningful ways within our own context, to sort of engage with not only students but healthcare professionals and the general public. And the aim is to make it a conversation about genomic ethics, but inclusive, accessible, and relevant to all sectors of society. Dr. Bushra is walking up, so I'm going to wind this up extremely quickly. And what is the need? We need to contextualize, we need to communicate, engage, and do a lot of advocacy. And this will help with developing a more sustainable policy, and we need to also build capacity. We need more people in genetics and the genetics field talking about ethical issues. So the company, second from last slide, which is more important, ask the big panda, the journey or the destination, and the tiny dragon said it's the company. So I have had the privilege of exchanging stories and experiences with my fellows. I've had the privilege that they have taught me not to judge a book by its cover. And really the guides that I've had on this journey, the mentors who've taught me about discipline, to trust myself and that I am valued. And that's huge. And so normally everyone who's perhaps been in my genome sessions knows this is one of the first slides that I start with, and today is the slide that I'm ending with. So I normally introduce DNA as the language of life, and it's deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. 4 letters, makes up 22 words, amino acids. The words together make sentences. We have 25,000 genes. It's the book of life. It has 23 chapters, 23 chromosomes, and there are billions of editions, the human genome. But it also is my acronym, Dr. Natasha Aamir. So I actually have learned so much about myself, and it's actually, this entire process has been about decoding myself. A molecular biologist, a teacher, a researcher, a practitioner. The PhD class of 2007 literally did change my life. My own understanding of my subject, my appreciation of it, the value and respect to participants and patients, and my context has changed. And it's really also about belonging somewhere and not being a misfit anymore, which is really what CBEC has given me, a sense of belonging. So I end with this small audio. I'm not finished yet, so. So I have started and I will get through this journey eventually, so it's not the end. Thank you very much.
بہت شکریہ. آج پہلے دن کے اس دوسرے سیشن کے اندر تیسرے سیشن کے اندر ہم اردو زبان پہ ٹرانسفر ہو جاتے ہیں, اب دوبارہ سے واپس آ جاتے ہیں. یہ جو تیسرا سیشن ہے یہ خواتین, پاکستان میں خواتین اور کانفرنس ہے بایو ایتھکس کی, اخلاقیات کے اوپر بات کر رہے ہیں. تو کچھ لوگوں کو ضرور یہ سوال اٹھ سکتا ہے کہ اس کا بایو ایتھکس سے یا اخلاق سے کس طرح یہ تانے بانے ملتے ہیں. تو تھوڑا سا میں 1 منٹ لوں گا اس تانے بانے کو سمجھانے میں, اور پھر میں اپنے معزز مہمانوں کا تعارف کرواتا ہوں. بایو ایتھکس یا پھر اخلاقیات کی اگر بات کرتے ہیں, اس کا موضوع ہے انسان. اور انسان پہ جب ہم اخلاقی لحاظ سے بات کر رہے ہوتے ہیں تو عموماً جو بات ہوتی ہے وہ انسانی شخصیت کو کیسے بہتر بنایا جائے, ایک انڈیویجول کا انفرادی طور پہ رویہ کیسے بہتر ہو, زیادہ سے زیادہ انٹریکشنز کو بہتر بنانے کی بات ہوتی ہے. لیکن ہمارا جو سیاسی, سماجی یا ثقافتی ڈھانچہ ہے وہ کس طرح سے ہماری شخصیت کے اوپر اثر انداز ہوتا ہے, ہمارا رول یا ہمارا جو سوشل اسٹیٹس ہے اس کو کیسے ڈٹرمن کرتا ہے, یا ہمارا جو ہمارے اوپر حقوق یا ہماری ذمہ داریاں ہیں وہ کس طرح عائد کرتا ہے, اور اس کے ضمن میں کیا سماجی ناانصافیاں پیدا ہوتی ہیں, یا کچھ خاص گروہوں کو دبا دیا جاتا ہے, کچھ خاص گروہوں کو اوپر لے کر آیا جاتا ہے. اس کے حوالے سے بھی اخلاقی گفتگو کے اندر اس کا بھی ایک بڑا حصہ ہے جو کہ عام طور پہ نظر انداز ہوتا ہے. اور چونکہ سی بیک کی کوشش ہوتی ہے کہ اخلاق کے ان سارے تانے بانوں کو کور کیا جائے, تو اس لیے اس موضوع کو بھی اس کانفرنس کا حصہ بنایا گیا ہے. تو جو ہمارا پہلا موضوع ہے اس ضمن میں, اس کے لیے ڈاکٹر عرفانہ ملہ کو میں دعوت دوں گا. وہ یونیورسٹی آف سندھ جامشورو میں ڈاکٹر عامر قاضی انسٹیٹیوٹ آف کیمسٹری میں پروفیسر ہیں. لیکن کیمسٹری کی پروفیسر کا خواتین اور اخلاق سے کس طرح تانا بانا جڑتا ہے وہ بھی ایک اہم موضوع ہے. جس وجہ سے ہم نے ڈاکٹر عرفانہ کو یہاں پہ بلایا وہ ان کی ایکٹیویزم ہے, وہ ان کی سماجی خدمات ہیں. خاص طور پہ مظلوم طبقہ, خواتین اور انتہا پسندی, رواداری, ان سارے موضوعات پہ ان کا بہت کام ہے, اور خاص طور پہ سندھ کے صوبے کے اندر بہت کام کیا ہے. کافی عرصے سے یہ کالمز لکھ رہی ہیں, ٹی وی پہ آ رہی ہیں. ان کا ایک کہانیوں کا مجموعہ ہے, کیمپ کہانیاں, جو کہ 2010 کی جو سیلاب آیا تھا اس میں جو بے گھر خواتین ہوئی تھیں اس حوالے سے انہوں نے کہانیاں لکھی ہیں. اس کے علاوہ ویمن ایکشن فورم, خواتین کا جو عورت مارچ ہے, اس میں بھی سندھ میں جو رہنمائی کرتی ہیں خواتین کی. اس کے علاوہ ایک انہوں نے, ان کی دوست بھی آئی ہوئی ہیں امر سندون کے ساتھ مل کے, سندھ کے اندر نوجوانوں کے لیے یہ شیخ ایاز کا انہوں نے میلہ ترتیب دیا, خانہ بدوش رائٹرز کیفے مشہور ہے. اس کے علاوہ اپنی یونیورسٹی میں بھی کافی ایکٹیویزم پروموٹ کرتی ہیں, جو ٹیچر سوسائٹی اس کے اندر بھی کافی سرگرم کارکن ہے. ان کا جو موضوع ہے وہ آج ہے انتہا پسندی اور جاگیرداری کے بیچ میں کھڑی سندھ کی عورت. دو بہت خطرناک, ایک راک ایک ہارڈ پلیس ہے, اس کے درمیان کس طرح سے یہ سندھ کی عورت کھڑی ہوئی ہے اور مقابلہ کر رہی ہے ان دونوں قوتوں کا, اس کے اوپر کچھ بات کریں گی. آپ کی تالیوں میں عرفانہ ملہ.
بہت بہت شکریہ. میں نے بڑی کوشش کی تھی, مجھ سے جو تعارف پوچھا گیا تھا اس میں نے بالکل نہیں بتایا تھا کہ میں کیمسٹری کی پروفیسر ہوں, کیونکہ جب کیمسٹری آ جاتی ہے تو لوگوں کو مالیکیولز اور اسٹرکچرز یاد آ جاتے ہیں, لیکن میں سماج کے مالیکولر اسٹرکچر کو بھی انالائز کرتی ہوں بینگ اے پروفیسر آف کیمسٹری. سب سے پہلے تو میں شکر گزار ہوں سی بیک کی, اور میں مبارکباد دیتی ہوں کہ آج ایک اور مائل اسٹون, ایک اور ڈیکیڈ آپ لوگ سیلیبریٹ کر رہے ہیں. اور صبح جو میں نے کچھ سیشنز اٹینڈ کیے تو ایک بہت ہی خوبصورت باتیں ہو رہی تھی، اچیومنٹس تھے، چیلنجز تھے، سکسیس اسٹوریز تھی، ادبی ذوق تھا اور کانوں کو اچھی لگنے والی باتیں ہو رہی تھی. اور میں پہلے ڈسکلیمر ایشو کرنے جا رہی ہوں کہ میری باتیں بہت سے کانوں کو اچھی نہیں لگے گی، کیونکہ میرے پاس جو داستانیں ہیں اس میں کوشش بھی کروں کہ کوئی گلاب کا رنگ بھر دوں تو مجھے لہو کے رنگ نظر آنا شروع ہو جاتے ہیں. اسی لیے معذرت کے ساتھ اگر آپ کے کانوں پہ، آپ کی سماعتوں پہ میرے الفاظ گراں گزرے، لیکن کچھ حقیقتیں ہیں جو ناگواری صحیح ہمیں بیان کرنی پڑتی ہے. تو میرے موضوع جو میں نے اس وقت لیا ہے کافی کمپلیکیٹڈ بھی ہے، مشکل بھی ہے، اور یہ بھی میں ڈسکلیمر ایشو کر دوں کہ انتہا پسندی کی جب ہم بات کریں گے، مذہب کی اور مذہبی رویے کی بھی بات آئے گی، تو اس کو بھی آپ پلیز برداشت کر لیجئے گا. سندھی میں ایک مشہور لوک گیت ہے جو بہت مشہور ہوا تھا 70 کے دہائی میں، جب لوگ ریڈیو سنتے تھے تو یہ گیت ہر گھر میں گونجتا تھا، اور وہ گیت ایک بیٹی کی دہائی ہے. وہ بیٹی دہائی دیتی ہے اور کہتی ہے، چھوتھے جڑی ایڑیوں دھیڑیوں اماں، چھوتھے جڑی ایڑیوں دھیڑوں اماں، دھیر تب پراؤ دھن رے اماں، کہ اماں تم نے ایسی بیٹیاں کیوں پیدا کی؟ ماں کیوں تم نے بیٹی کیوں پیدا کی؟ بیٹی تو پرایا دھن ہوتی ہے، تو پھر تم نے بیٹی کیوں پیدا کی؟ اور پیدا کرتے ہی تم نے لولیاں دی کہ پرایا دیس جانا ہے، پرایا گھر بسانا ہے، تو پھر ماں تو نے مجھے پیدا کیوں کیا؟ تو بیٹیاں پرایا دھن ہوتی ہے، بچی پیدا ہوتی ہے تو اس کو بتایا جاتا ہے کہ وہ پرایا دھن ہے، یعنی عورت انسان نہیں، دھن ہے، ملکیت ہے، پراپرٹی ہے، وہ بھی پیدا کرنے والے کی نہیں، کسی اور کی ہوتی ہے. بیٹی اپنی ماں کو دہائی دیتی ہے کہ مجھے کیوں پیدا کیا. بچپن میں یہ گیت جب ریڈیو پہ چلتا تھا تو گھر کے عورتوں کی آنکھوں میں آنسو آ جاتے تھے، اور مجھے یہ عورتوں کو رلانے والا گیت بہت برا لگتا تھا. آخر ماں کو ہی دہائی کیوں ملتی ہے، مگر یہ سارا زمانہ ہر موڑ پہ بیٹی کی پیدائش پہ دہائی کیوں دیتا ہے؟ عورت آخر انسان کیوں نہیں سمجھی جاتی؟ مگر جیسے جیسے ہوش سنبھالا تو پتہ چلا کہ ماں کی آنکھیں کیوں بھیگ جاتی تھی، کیوں لڑکی پیدا ہوتے ہی گھر میں سناٹا چھا جاتا ہے، ماں کا کلیجہ منہ کو کیوں آتا ہے. آخر میرے حصے کی دنیا میں عورت کا جسم ماتم کی وجہ اور مرد کی غیرت کا مسکن کیوں بنا ہوا ہے؟ غیرت کے اس بھوت کو عورت کے جسم سے نکالنے کے لیے کیا علم اور عمل درکار ہے؟ آخر کیوں ہزاروں عورتیں ہر سال اس غیرت کے بھوت کے پیچھے دم توڑ دیتی ہے؟ غیرت کے بھوت عورت کو جینے نہیں دیتا، مگر ہمارے جیسے بدنصیب دیس میں یہ غیرت کا بھوت عورت کو عزت سے مرنے بھی نہیں دیتا. اور اس آلاپ کو جو بیٹی اس وقت کہتی ہے، اپنی ماں کو دہائی دیتی ہے، تو مجھے لگتا ہے کہ وہ اپنی ماں کو اس لیے دہائی دیتی ہے کہ ایک محکوم اور مجبور نسل کے انسان کو پیدا کرنا بھی ایک جرم کے برابر ہوتا جا رہا ہے. یہ سمجھانے میں، اس دکھ کو سمجھنے میں مجھے عمر لگی، اور اس دکھ کو سمجھانے میں بھی ایک عمر لگ گئی ہے، کیونکہ میرے ایکٹیوزم کی عمر کوئی 30 سال ہو گئی ہے، اور ابھی تک میں یہ دکھ سمجھانے کی کوشش کر رہی ہوں کہ یہ دکھ کیا ہے. جوان سال بیٹی کی کلہاڑی یا گولیوں سے لہو لہواں جسم کو میں اعداد و شمار اور ہندسے میں بیان نہیں کر سکتی. محکمہ شماریات والے اعداد و شمار اور ہندسے تو جاندار اور بے جان کا فرق مٹا دیتے ہیں. یہ بیان کتنا بے حس لگتا ہے کہ سندھ میں ہر روز اوسطاً 3 عورتیں قتل کی جاتی ہیں، اور ان اعداد میں وہ لڑکیاں قطعی شامل نہیں ہیں جن کے کیس پولیس میں رپورٹ نہیں ہوتے، اور ان لڑکیوں کی ایک بہت بڑی تعداد ہے جو کیس پولیس میں رپورٹ نہیں ہوتے. ان میں سے اس سال وومن ایکشن فورم حیدرآباد ایک ڈیٹا کلیکٹ کرتا ہے. اس ڈیٹا کے مطابق اس سال عورتوں کے اوپر تشدد کے واقعات میں اضافہ ہوا ہے. 2024 میں عورتوں کے اوپر تشدد کے واقعات میں اضافہ ہوا ہے، اور 600 کے قریب عورتیں قتل کی گئی ہیں. اس میں ڈومیسٹک وائلنس والی عورتیں شامل نہیں ہیں، اور 190 عورتوں کی قتل کو خودکشی قرار دیا گیا ہے. 190 عورتیں کے قتل کو خودکشی قرار دیا گیا ہے. جس عمر میں، اور جو عورتیں خودکشی جن کی رپورٹ ہوئی ہے، ہمارا اپنا ڈیٹا ہے، اس کے مطابق ان کی عمریں 14 سے 24 سال کے درمیان ہیں. نوجوان لڑکیاں آخر خودکشی کیوں کر رہی ہیں؟ جس عمر میں پاؤں میں پائل کی گونج ہونی چاہیے اس عمر میں یہ جوان سال لڑکیوں کے گلے میں پھانسی کا پھندا کیوں ڈال دیا گیا ہے؟ انسانوں کے دکھ اور درد اور تکلیف کو اعداد و شمار میں بیان کرو تو بہیمانہ جنگیں بھی نمٹ جاتی ہیں۔ 3,500 بچے فلسطین کے جنگ میں اسرائیلی بمباری کا شکار ہو گئے، اعداد و شمار۔ لیکن اس میں ان معصوم بچوں کے ٹھنڈے جسم، ان کی روشن آنکھوں میں خون، چھوٹے چھوٹے اعضاء کے بکھرنے کا درد تو نہیں سمجھ سکتی۔ بالکل ایسے ہی اگر یہ میں بیان کروں کہ سال 2024 میں 650 کے قریب عورتیں ماری گئی، قتل کی گئی، تو اس میں وہ عورتیں ایک ایک عورت کی کہانی تو میں بیان نہیں کر سکتی کہ ان کے ساتھ کیا گزرا اور کس طرح ان کو مارا گیا، قتل کیا گیا، کس طرح ان کو کلاڑی کے وار کر کے ہلاک کر دیا گیا، اور مارنے کے بعد لاش کے بھی ٹکڑے ٹکڑے کیے جانے لگے۔ پہلے عورت کو مار دیتے تھے، اب مارنے کے بعد چہرے پہ تیزاب اور نازک عضو کے اوپر تیزاب بھی پھینک دیتے ہیں، اب زندہ بھی دفن کر دیتے ہیں۔ یقیناً یہ سارے حقائق سننے کے بعد رونگٹے کھڑے ہو جاتے ہیں۔ اس لیے میں اپنی پوری کہانی کو اعداد و شمار میں بیان نہیں کروں گی، میں نہیں چاہتی کہ یہ قصہ نمٹ جائے۔ میں نے کچھ کیس اسٹڈیز یہاں پہ رکھی ہیں جو جینیون اسٹوریز ہیں، اور میں 3-4 کیس اسٹڈیز بیان کروں گی کہ اس کے بعد میں اس پہ سارے لکھوں گی کہ غیرت کے نام پہ عورت پہ تشدد، اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ عورت پہ کنٹرول، پدرشاہی سماجی ڈھانچہ صرف اس خطے میں نہیں، ہم سب کو پتہ ہے کہ پوری دنیا میں عورتوں کے اوپر تشدد اور پدرشاہی سماجی ڈھانچہ موجود ہے، لیکن 20ویں صدی عورتوں کے حقوق کی صدی کہلاتی ہے۔ پوری دنیا کی عورتوں نے پدرشاہی سماج کو للکارا، اور پوری دنیا کے اندر ہم کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ پدرشاہی سماجی ڈھانچے کے اندر فلک شگاف دراڑیں بھی بڑھ چکی ہیں۔ پاکستان کی عورتوں کی جدوجہد کہاں گئی؟ پاکستان کی عورتوں نے جو للکارا، جو سماج کے ساتھ ایک بہت ہی پاورفل وومنس مومنٹ ہوئی، وہ کہاں گئی؟ یہ دونوں چیزیں میں پیرالل آپ کے سامنے پیش کروں گی۔ پاکستان میں اس وقت اگر ہم صورتحال دیکھیں تو جاگیرداری سماجی ڈھانچہ جس میں عورت نہیں مرد بھی غلام کی حیثیت میں رہتا ہے، بظاہر ہمیں لگتا ہے کہ وہ مضبوط ہوتا جا رہا ہے، جہاں پہ عورت کی حیثیت گائے بکری سے بھی کم ہے۔ یہ کوئی بیان نہیں، حقیقت ہے۔ کچھ کیس اسٹڈیز پیش کروں گی جس سے آپ کو بخوبی اندازہ ہو جائے گا کہ بیک وقت ہم 21ویں صدی کے ساتھ پہلی صدی میں بھی جی رہے ہیں۔ چند سال پہلے اگر میں نے یہ کیا ہے کہ ایک تو میں لمبا پیپر لکھ کے آئی ہوں، وہ تو میں پڑھوں گی، لیکن میں نے یہ بیسک تھیسس میں نے یہ رکھا ہوا ہے کہ جو ہماری عورتوں کے حقوق کی تحریکیں چلی ہیں، 80 کی دہائی میں ہیومن رائٹس کمیشن آف پاکستان بنی، وومن ایکشن فورم بنا، عورت فاؤنڈیشن بنی، اور حقوق کے حوالے سے تحریکیں بنی۔ اس سے پہلے ہمارے پاس سیاسی تحریکیں تھیں، جمہوری حقوق کی تحریکیں تھیں، مزدوروں کے حقوق کی تحریکیں تھیں، لیکن انسانی حقوق کی، عورتوں کے حقوق کی تحریکیں نہیں تھیں۔ انسانی اور عورتوں کے حقوق کی تحریک کی جو تاریخ ہے وہ 80 کی دہائی سے شروع ہوتی ہے، اور جیسے ہی یہ انسانی حقوق کی تحریکیں بنی تو ایسے بہت سے واقعات جو پہلے رپورٹ ہوتے تھے اور کوئی نوٹس نہیں لیتا تھا، ایک نارمل رویہ ہوتا تھا، لوگوں نے ان سارے واقعات کا نوٹس لینا شروع ہو گیا۔ ایک 90 کی دہائی میں ایک اشتہار چھپتا تھا جس کو دھیان طلب کہا جاتا تھا۔ مجھے پتہ نہیں کہ اردو اخبارات میں یہ دھیان طلب کے نام سے کوئی اشتہار چھپتا تھا کہ نہیں، لیکن سندھی اخبارات میں ایک ریگولر فیچر ہوتا تھا، اس کے اوپر لکھا ہوتا تھا دھیان طلب، اور اس کے اندر لکھی ہوتی تھی عورتوں کے بیانات۔ اس بیان میں لکھا ہوتا تھا کہ میں مسمات فلاں بیٹی فلاں اپنی مرضی کے ساتھ فلاں کے ساتھ نکاح کر رہی ہوں، اور مجھے کسی نے ورگلایا نہیں ہے، اور میں اپنے اس سے جا رہی ہوں، اور مجھے پولیس کے تحفظ دیا جائے۔ اس کے بعد کوئی پتہ نہیں ہوتا تھا کہ ان کو تحفظ ملا کہ نہیں ملا۔ ایسی ایک دھیان طلب کی رپورٹ کو لے کے ہم نے انالائز کیا تو ایک یہ فرضی نام ہے، سفورہ نام کی ایک لڑکی جس کی عمر 18 سال تھی، اس کے نام سے دھیان طلب کا اشتہار اخبار میں پبلش ہوا۔ جیسے ہی وہ اخبار میں اشتہار پبلش ہوا تو گاؤں میں سب کو پتہ چل گیا کہ فلاں گھر کی لڑکی نکل گئی ہے۔ گاؤں کا لڑکی کا باپ بھاگا بھاگا وڈیرے کے پاس پہنچا اور اس نے کہا کہ لڑکی نکل تو گئی ہے، یہ تو بے عزتی کی بات ہے ہی ہے، لیکن سب سے بڑی بے عزتی کی بات یہ ہے کہ وہ کسی اور گاؤں کے لڑکے سے نکل گئی ہے، تو یہ اور بھی غیرت کا سوال ہو گیا۔ لڑکی کے اوپر پریشر ڈالا گیا، گاؤں وڈیرے کے اوپر پریشر ڈالا گیا کہ بھئی لڑکی واپس کرو۔ لڑکی کو واپس کرایا گیا. اس کے بعد وڈیرے کے پاس فیصلہ ہوا اور فیصلے کے نتیجے میں یہ ثابت ہوا کہ لڑکی کی عمر 18 سال ہے, جو لڑکا جس کے ساتھ وہ نکلی ہے وہ 30 سال کا ہے. تو جرم لڑکے کا زیادہ ٹھہرا, لڑکی کا کم ٹھہرا, اور لڑکی کی زندگی بچانے کے لیے یہ طے ہوا کہ لڑکی کو وڈیرے کی حویلی میں رکھا جائے, جس کو عرف عام میں کوٹ کہا جاتا ہے. اس کوٹ میں وہ ساری لڑکیاں رکھی جاتی ہیں جو گھروں سے نکل جاتی ہے, تو ان کو والدین مار دیتے ہیں, تو وڈیرے اپنے پاس رکھ لیتے ہیں کہ ان کا کوئی جب تک فیصلہ نہ ہو جائے کہ آیا وہ لڑکیاں کاری ہیں, آنر کرائم میں ملوث ہیں کہ نہیں ہیں. اگر نہیں ہے تو اس کو گاڑھی کہا جاتا ہے, اگر وہ آنر کرائم میں ملوث ہے تو اس کو کالی کہا جاتا ہے. تو یہ جب تک ثابت ہو تب تک وہ لڑکی کہاں جائے. تو وڈیروں کے کوٹ ہوتے ہیں جہاں پہ ان کو رکھا جاتا ہے. وہ لڑکی وہاں پہ چلی گئی, لڑکے کا فیصلہ ہوا, اور فیصلے کے بعد یہ طے ہوا کہ لڑکے نے واقعی اپنے حدیں کراس کی ہیں. 10 لاکھ جرمانہ تو اس بات پہ ہوا کہ والدین کے مرضی کے بغیر لڑکی بھگا لی. 10 لاکھ جرمانہ اس بات پہ ہوا کہ اپنی ذات چھوڑ کے کسی اور ذات سے لڑکی بھگا لی. تو 90 کے دور میں 20 لاکھ کا جرمانہ ایک بہت بڑا جرمانہ تھا. اس کے بعد اس کے اوپر یہ بھی جرمانہ رکھا گیا کہ تم لڑکی کے بدلے ایک لڑکی دو گے. 18 سال کی لڑکی اٹھائی ہے تو 18 سال کی لڑکی دو. اس کے گھر میں 18 سال کی لڑکی تو نہیں تھی, ایک 15 سال کی لڑکی تھی, وہ طے ہو گئی کہ وہ جائے گی. فیصلہ ہو گیا. اب جو لڑکی وڈیرے کے پاس تھی اس کے اوپر جرم تو ثابت زیادہ نہیں ہوا, کیونکہ اس کو تھوڑا سا چھوڑ دیا گیا کہ وہ چھوٹی تھی, اس کو برگلایا گیا. لیکن جب وڈیرا فیصلہ کرتا ہے تو اس کی فیس ہوتی ہے, اس کو پے کرنا پڑتا ہے. یہ سارے جو فیصلے ہوتے ہیں فری آف کاسٹ نہیں ہوتے. تو لڑکی کے والدین کے پاس فیس کے پیسے نہیں تھی, تو وہ لڑکی وڈیرے کو دے دی کیونکہ آپ اس کو بیچ دیں اور آپ اپنی فیس ادا کریں. جس لڑکی کو اتنی تگ و دو کے بعد واپس بلایا گیا, اس کا حل یہ نکلا کہ وہ وڈیرے کی اس کی جو جاگیردار تھی اس کے فیس میں چلی گئی. اس کے بعد جس پہ 20 لاکھ کا جرمانہ پڑا, وہ 20 لاکھ کا جرمانہ نہیں دے سکتا تھا. وہ بھاگا اپنے قبیلے کے پاس گیا, اور طے یہ ہوا کہ اڑوس پڑوس میں جو اس کی بہن کی, اس کے بھائی کی لڑکیاں تھیں جن کی عمر 6 سے 15 سال کی درمیان تھی, 20 لاکھ روپے میں 3 لڑکیاں اور دے دیں. 4 لڑکیاں خون بہا میں چلی گئی. خون تو نہیں ہوا تھا, اس بدلے میں چلی گئی لڑکی کے والدین کے پاس. وہ جو والدین تھے وہ لینڈ لیس لیبرر تھے, وہ وڈیرے کی زمین پہ کام کرتے تھے. جب 4 لڑکیاں آ گئی تو 4 لڑکیوں کو بیچ کے ان لوگوں نے 3 بھینسیں خرید لی, اور اس کے بعد وہ زمیندار ہو گئے, عزت دار ہو گئے. وہ لڑکی جس نے بیان چھاپا تھا کہ میں 3 کپڑوں میں اپنی رضا خوشی سے اس شخص سے شادی کر رہی ہوں, اس لڑکی کو 4 مرتبہ بھیجا گیا. ایک بندے نے خریدا, اس نے بیچا, دوسرے نے خریدا, اس نے بیچا, تیسرے نے خریدا, اس نے بیچا. تو طے یہ ہوا کہ جاگیرداری سماج کے اندر غیرت اس میں نہیں تھی کہ لڑکی کو بیچا جا رہا ہے, بیچ دیا گیا. اس وقت غیرت نہیں آئی. غیرت صرف اس وقت آئی کیونکہ آپ کو بھی پتہ ہے کہ جاگیرداری معاشرے کے اندر زن, زر اور زمین یہ ملکیت سمجھے جاتے ہیں. عورت از اے سورس آف ملکیت, پراپرٹی ہوتی ہے. اگر کسی کے پاس کچھ نہیں, اپنی بیٹیاں ہیں, تو وہ اپنے آپ کو امیر سمجھتا ہے کہ وہ کسی وقت بھی بیٹی بیچ کے کچھ نہ کچھ خرید سکتا ہے. یہ تو ایک ریئل اسٹوری ہے جو میں نے آپ کے سامنے رکھی ہوئی ہے کہ وہ بندہ جو کسی زمین پہ کام کر رہا تھا, اس کو 3 لڑکیاں مل گئی تو 3 بھینسیں آ گئی, اور اس کے بعد وہ اپنے آپ کو گاؤں میں عزت دار سمجھنے لگا. یہ کہیں پہ نہیں کوسچن ہوا کہ اس کی جو بیٹی اپنی مرضی سے نکاح کر کے گئی تھی وہ 3 مرتبہ بیچی گئی مارکیٹ میں, وہاں اس وقت عزت کہاں گئی. تو یہ ایک جاگیرداری سماج کی ایتھکس ہے جس کو ہم غیرت کہتے ہیں. وہ غیرت سے زیادہ جاگیرداری سماج کے اندر پراپرٹی ہے, ملکیت کے تصور کے اندر ہے کہ عورت ہماری ملکیت ہے, اور ہماری مرضی کے بغیر, ہمارے فائدے کے بغیر وہ اور اپنا کوئی بھی اقدام کرے گی تو اس کو ناپسندیدہ نگاہ سے دیکھا جائے گا. اس واقعے سے ہمیں یہ بھی ایک سبق ملا, کیونکہ جاگیرداری سماج کے کچھ ایتھوس ہیں, کچھ اچھے ہیں, کچھ برے ہیں. ایک طرف تو عورت کو پراپرٹی سمجھتے ہیں, دوسری طرف عورت کے ساتھ ایک فالس سینس آف آنر بھی اٹیچ کیا ہوا ہے کہ عورت 7 قرآن کے برابر ہے. اگر کوئی جھگڑا ہو جاتا ہے, بیچ میں کوئی لڑکی چلی جائے, تو اس کو معاف کر دیتے ہیں, خون بھی معاف کر دیتے ہیں. لیکن وہ اس وقت جب وہ ان کے مرضی منشا کے مطابق وہ عورت کام کر رہی ہو, وہ لڑکی کام کر رہی ہو, سارا معاملہ اس ٹائم پہ آ جاتا ہے کہ ایک طرف آپ نے اس کو قرآن کے برابر کا درجہ دیا ہوا ہے, دوسری طرف وہ اپنی مرضی سے نکاح بھی نہیں کر سکتی. یہ سماج کے وہ تضادات ہیں جو عورت کو اپنی مرضی سے جاگیرداری سماج کے اندر جینے تو نہیں دیتے لیکن مرنے بھی نہیں دیتے. یہ میں نے پہلے بھی کہا تھا کہ مرنے بھی اپنی مرضی سے نہیں دیتے, وہ بھی سماج طے کرتا ہے. جب یہ سارا واقعہ 90s میں رپورٹ ہوا تو اس وقت عورتوں کے حقوق کی تحریکیں جڑ پکڑ رہی تھی, اور عورتوں کے حقوق کی تحریک سے جب ایز اے کیس اسٹڈی یہ واقعہ نکلا, کیونکہ جو عورت 4 مرتبہ بھیجی گئی وہ پولیس کے پاس آئی اور پولیس میں بیان ریکارڈ ہوا تو پیچھے سے پتہ چلا کہ اس کی ہسٹری کیا ہے اور اصلی ایشو کیا تھا. تو اس وقت ساری عورتوں نے ایک بہت ہی پروٹیسٹ کیا, احتجاج کیا. سندھ کے اندر ہر چھوٹے بڑے شہر میں اس واقعے کو لے کے بڑا احتجاج ہوا, مذمتیں ہوئیں کہ یہ کیا ہو رہا ہے. اس سے پہلی بار یہ ہوا کہ عورتوں کے ایشوز کے حوالے سے سندھی پریس کے اندر ایک ڈیبیٹ شروع ہو گئی, اور ایک جو پورا ڈھانچہ تھا, قبائلی ڈھانچہ تھا, سرمایہ داری ڈھانچہ, جاگیرداری ڈھانچہ تھا, وہ ایک کرٹیکل لینس کے اندر آ گیا, اور اس کے اوپر تنقید بھی ہونے لگا, اس کا انالائسس بھی ہونے لگا. اس کے بعد یہ بھی دیکھا جانے لگا کہ غیرت کے نام پہ جب قتل ہوتے ہیں اور بندہ مارا جاتا ہے تو جب یہ قتل کر کے گھر آتے ہیں تو ڈھول بجتے ہیں گاؤں کے اندر کہ ایک غیرت مرد آ رہا ہے. یہ ساری چیزیں نہ صرف رپورٹ ہوئی, ایسے بہت سے واقعات تھے جس کو وومن ایکشن فورم نے خود بھی دیکھا اور اس کے اوپر کام بھی کیا. سائملٹینیسلی کچھ حصوں کے اندر یہ جاگیرداری ایتھوس تھے, جاگیرداری ویلیو سسٹم تھے, جس میں یہ ہوتا تھا کہ سم ہاؤ لڑکی بچ جائے, کیونکہ پیسہ جو مردہ لڑکی ہے اس کے پیسے نہیں ملتے, زندہ کے مل جاتے ہیں. تو وہ کوئی ایسا سسٹم کرتے تھے کہ اس کے بدلے کوئی پراپرٹی مل جائے, کوئی پیسے مل جائے. اسی ٹائم پہ جو سندھ بلوچستان بارڈر ہے وہاں پہ قبائلی نظام ہے. اب قبائلی نظام کے ایتھوس ٹوٹلی ڈیفرنٹ ہوتے ہیں. قبائلی نظام کے اندر ان کی پوری غیرت جو ہے وہ اس عورت کے بدن کے اندر لوکیٹڈ ہے. بلوچ ٹرائبس میں آپ دیکھیں, وہاں پہ اگر کوئی لڑکی اپنی پسند سے شادی کر لے, اپنی کاسٹ سے باہر چلی جائے تو اس کو مارا جاتا ہے, اس کے علاوہ کوئی حل نہیں ہوتا. ونس کوئی لڑکی کاری ڈکلیئر ہو جائے تو اس کو زندہ رہنے کا کوئی حق نہیں ہوتا. تو یہ تھوڑا سا ڈفرینس تھا, ایک فائن لائن تھی جو میں بتانا چاہ رہی تھی کہ واٹ از دا ڈفرینس بٹوین جو جاگیرداری سماج ہے اور جو قبائلی سماج ہے. جاگیرداری سماج میں عورت زندہ عورت ہے, لڑکی ہے, وہ ایک بیچنے کی چیز ہے, وہ ایک پراپرٹی ہے. اور قبائلی سماج میں عورت اور مرد اگر دونوں کو ڈکلیئر ہو جائے کہ ان لوگوں نے اپنی حدیں کراس کی ہیں, حدیں جو سماج نے, جو قبیلے نے, جو اس وقت رسم و رواج نے طے کی ہوئی ہیں, وہ حدیں قطعی نہیں جو پاکستان کے قانون آئین یا مذہب نے طے کی ہوئی, اگر وہ کراس ہو جائے تو ان کی سزا موت ہوتی ہے. ایسا ہی ایک واقعہ ایسا ہی ایک واقعہ آپ سب لوگوں کے بھی یاد ہوگا کہ 2008 میں 3 بہنوں کو ایک واقعہ رپورٹ ہوا تھا کہ زندہ گولیاں ماری گئیں اور وہ زندہ تھی تو ان کو دفن کیا گیا. اس کے ساتھ ان کے 2 اور بھی عورتیں تھیں. ان 5 عورتوں کو اوسطا محمد بلوچستان میں وہ عورتیں عمرانی قبیلے سے تعلق رکھتی تھی. 3 لڑکیاں تھیں اور ان لڑکیوں نے طے کیا کہ جہاں پہ ان کی منگنی کی ہوئی ہے وہ لوگ ان پڑھ ہیں, وہ پڑھی لکھی لڑکیاں تھیں, تو ان لڑکیوں نے طے کیا کہ وہ اپنی مرضی سے شادی کریں گی. اور گھر کی 2 بڑی عورتیں بھی ان کو سپورٹ کر رہی تھیں. وہ کورٹ میرج کرنے اوسطا محمد سے نکلی اور سکھر تک پہنچی کہ سکھر ہائی کورٹ میں جا کے اپنی مرضی سے شادی کر لیں. راستے میں ان کا بھید کھل گیا, کسی کو پتہ چل گیا, قبیلے والوں کے پاس معاملہ چلا گیا. نہ لڑکی کے والد, نہ لڑکی کا بھائی, نہ لڑکی کا چچا, نہ لڑکی کا کزن, کوئی اس واقعے سے نالا نہیں تھا. قبیلے کے سردار نے جا کے ان لڑکیوں کو راستے میں روکا. روکنے کے بعد ان کو گولیاں ماری اور وہ زندہ ان کو دفن کر دیا گیا. یہ واقعہ ایشین ہیومن رائٹس کمیشن, UN وومن, ہر جگہ پہ رپورٹ ہوا اور اس کی بڑا چرچا ہوا. وہ جو قبیلے کا سردار تھا عمرانی سردار تھا اور اس وقت اس کا بھائی بلوچستان اسمبلی میں منسٹر تھا. نہ اس سردار کے خلاف کوئی کارروائی ہو سکی, نہ ہی اس منسٹر کے خلاف کوئی کارروائی ہوئی. وہ آج بھی اسمبلی الیکشن میں کھڑا ہوتا ہے اور الیکشن جیت جاتا ہے. جب اتنا بڑا واقعہ ہوا تھا, اس واقعے کے نتیجے میں ہوا یہ کہ جو عورتیں تھیں, عورتوں کی تحریک سے وابستہ عورتیں تھیں, کیونکہ مشرف کا دور آ گیا تھا جس میں جو عورتوں کے حقوق کے بل تھے وہ تھوڑے سے ڈائلیوٹ ہو گئے تھے. اس واقعے کے ابھی پورے پاکستان میں شدید احتجاج ہوا, اور اس کے نتیجے میں قبائلی جو سسٹم تھا اس کے اوپر ساری عورتوں کے حقوق کی تحریکوں کی نظر پئی اور اس پہ بات ہونے لگی. اب قبائلی سسٹم جو بلوچ کوڈ آف آنر ہے, پہلے میں یہ بتا دوں کہ ہمیں کہا جاتا ہے کہ جاگیرداری نظام میں یہ کاروکاری ہمارا رسم ہے. جو سندھی کوڈ آف آنر ہے, جو سندھ کا کوڈ آف آنر ہے, اس میں جو آنر کی پوائنٹ ہے وہ سخاوت ہے, وہ غیرت, عورت کی جسم کی غیرت نہیں ہے. لائک وائز بلوچ کوڈ آف آنر میں یہ واضح طور پہ لکھا ہوتا ہے کہ ہندو اور عورت کو نہیں مارنا چاہیے. ممانعت کی گئی ہے کہ اگر آپ کے پاس کوئی ہندو ہے, کیونکہ ہندو مائنارٹیز کا تحفظ ہونا چاہیے, اور اس کے بعد عورت کو مارنا بھی منع کی گئی ہے. لیکن اس کے باوجود بلوچ ٹرائب کے اندر کاروکاری کے واقعات ہو تو اس میں نہ عورت نہ مرد سب کو مارا جاتا ہے. تو اس واقعے کے نتیجے میں ہوا یہ کہ پورے پاکستان میں ایک زبردست تحریک چلی, اور خاص طور پہ وومن ایکشن فورم حیدرآباد نے, جس سے میرا بھی جس سے تعلق رہا ہے, ہم لوگ سندھ کے 16 اضلاع میں گئے, اور 16 اضلاع میں ساری یونیورسٹیز میں گئے, سارے تعلیمی اداروں میں گئے, اور ہم نے 1 لاکھ سگنیچرز کلیکٹ کیے اور مطالبہ کیا ان سگنیچر کے بیس پہ کہ سندھ کے اندر جرگہ سسٹم کو دوبارہ بین کیا جائے. میں آپ کو بتاتی چلوں کہ سندھ کے اندر جب چارلس نیپیئر نے سندھ کو فتح کیا تھا تو چارلس نیپیئر نے لکھا تھا کہ یہاں پہ عورتوں کو کاری کر کے قتل کیا جاتا ہے, اور جس کے خلاف برٹش راج نے ایک قانون پاس کیا تھا کہ اگر کوئی بھی عورت کو قتل کرے گا تو اس کی سزا موت ہوگی. نتیجہ یہ نکلا کہ عورتوں کو قتل کرنے کی بجائے ان کو پھانسی دینا شروع کر دی. یہ چارلس نیپیئر دور کی میں بات کر رہی ہوں. یہی ساری تاریخ ریپیٹ کرتی ہے, لیکن چارلس نیپیئر نے قبائلی نظام کو سندھ بلوچستان بارڈر, جس میں لاڑکانہ ہے, جکم آباد ہے, شکارپور ہے, اور کمبر شادات کوٹ ڈسٹرکٹ سندھ کے شامل ہیں, یہ سارے ٹرائبل بیلٹ کے ایریاز ہیں, اور سب سے زیادہ وائلنس اگینسٹ وومن, عورتوں کے خلاف جو تشدد ہوتا ہے اس ایریا میں ہوتا ہے, یہاں پہ ہوتا ہے. تو لیکن چارلس نیپیئر نے ٹرائبل سسٹم کو معطل نہیں کیا تھا. حیدر بخت چتوئی نے جب ہاری حقوق کی تحریک چلائی تھی سندھ کے اندر 1938 میں, تو حیدر بخت چتوئی نے خود حیدر بخت چتوئی کا تعلق لاڑکانہ سے تھا, تو حیدر بخت چتوئی نے تحریک چلائی کہ ان اضلاع کے اندر ٹرائبل سسٹم کو معطل کیا جائے. اور ایوب خان کے دور میں وہاں پہ ٹرائبل جو آفیشلی ٹرائبل سسٹم تھے, جیسے فاٹا میں تھے, ٹرائبل کورٹس تھی, ان کو معطل کیا گیا 1968 میں. سسٹم تو آفیشلی معطل ہو گیا لیکن اسٹرکچر سسٹین کر گئے, ٹرائبل جرگاہ سسٹین کر گئے, قبیلائی سردار سسٹین کر گئے, ان کے رسم و رواج سسٹین کر گئے. تو جب آپ حد تو یہ ہے کہ 1968 سے 2008 تک ہم لوگ یہ دوبارہ سے مطالبہ کر رہے تھے کہ جرگہ سسٹم کو بین کیا جائے, کیونکہ ہوتا یہ ہے کہ جب کوئی عورت کاری قرار دی جاتی ہے, گھر سے نکل جاتی ہے, کسی شک میں اس کو اٹھایا جاتا ہے یا کسی کو شک ہو جاتا ہے, تو ٹرائبل لارڈ کے پاس معاملہ جاتا ہے, اور ٹرائبل بیٹھ کے فیصلہ کرتا تھا, اور فیصلے ایسے ہوتے تھے کہ اس لڑکی کے بدلے 10 گائے دے دی جائیں, اس لڑکی کے بدلے 10 بکریاں دے دی جائیں. ایک مشہور فیصلہ ہوا تھا, ہزار خان بجارانی نے کیا تھا, اس وقت فیڈرل منسٹر تھے, کوثر میرے سامنے بیٹھی ہوئی ہے. یہاں کراچی میں احتجاج ہوا تھا جب ایک لڑکی کے بدلے 5 بکریاں دے دی گئی تھی قتل کے بدلے, اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ کوئی بھی آپ جسٹس سسٹم میں نہیں جا سکتے تھے. اگر پولیس مقدمہ درج کر لیتی تھی تو SSP لیول کے افسران کو دھمکیاں دی جاتی تھی کہ اگر آپ نے یہ کیس رجسٹر کیا تو آپ کو بھی کارو ڈکلیئر کر دیں گے. ایسے بھی ہم نے کیس دیکھے جہاں پہ SHO کے اوپر جرمانہ ہوا کہ تم نے عورت کا کیس رپورٹ کیوں کیا. تو اس پورے نظام کو چیلنج کرنے کے لیے پاکستان کے اندر جو عورتوں کی تحریک تھی, اس نے مل کے ایک دوسرے کے ساتھ جڑ کے ٹرائبل سسٹم کو بین کرنے کے لیے ایک دوسرے کے ہاتھ مضبوط کیے. جب ہم نے یہ ساری سگنیچر اسمبلی میں بھیجی, اسمبلی میں تو یہ خود ہی بیٹھے ہوئے تھے, یہی سردار یہی وڈیرے بیٹھے ہوئے تھے, یہ اپنے پاؤں کے اوپر کلہاڑی کیسے ماریں گے؟ تو اسمبلی نے تو اس پہ کوئی تحرک نہیں لیا. آج تک سندھ اسمبلی میں جرگے کو بین نہیں کیا, جس کو ایوب خان بین کر کے گیا تھا. تو ہوا یہ کہ سپریم کورٹ آف پاکستان میں انیس ہارون نیشنل کمیشن آن اسٹیٹس آف وومین کی چیئرپرسن تھی. اس کے دور میں کیس کیا اور 5 سال چلا. جب خاور ممتاز کے دور میں یہ معاملہ ریزالو ہوا اور سپریم کورٹ آف پاکستان نے جرگے کے اوپر خاص طور پہ ایسے سارے جرگے جو سندھ کے اندر ہوتے ہیں جہاں پہ کاروکاری کے فیصلے ہوتے ہیں ان پہ بین کر دی. وہ 2019 میں جا کے یہ معاملہ آفیشلی نمٹا ہے. ان بٹوین کیا ہوا کہ جب جرگے کے اوپر بہت زیادہ تنقیدیں آنے لگی, عورتوں کے حقوق کی آوازیں آنے لگی, اخباروں میں جرگے رپورٹ ہونے لگے, اور جو صحافی جرگے رپورٹ کرنے لگے, سب سے پہلے ان صحافیوں کو آپ دیکھیں دیہی علاقوں میں صحافی کیوں اٹھائے جاتے ہیں, کیوں مارے جاتے ہیں. جب وہ سردار کے خلاف کوئی کیس رپورٹ کرتے ہیں, جب وہ کسی عورت کا کیس رپورٹ کرتے ہیں, ان کو مار دیا جاتا ہے. پہلے صحافیوں کو ڈرایا گیا. اس کے بعد یہ ہوا کہ جرگے جو سندھ کے اندر ہوتے تھے وہ جا کے بلوچستان میں کرنے لگے, کیونکہ بلوچستان میں کوئی آواز نہیں اٹھتی تھی. اس کے ساتھ ساتھ یہ بھی ہوا کہ جرگے میں جو عورتیں ایک دوسرے کو جرمانے میں دیتے تھے وہ دینا بھی بند کر دیا. لیکن ان قبیلائی سرداروں کو ایک بات سمجھ میں آ گئی کہ اگر جرگے کی بات کریں گے, عورتوں کی حقوق کی تحریکیں یا عورتیں ہمیں اتنا چیلنج کر رہی ہیں, یہ خود پیچھے ہٹ گئے. اور آگے ان لوگوں نے کس کو کیا؟ آگے کیا میاں مٹھو کو. 2010 میں اچانک آپ لوگوں نے بھی دیکھے ہوں گے, 2011 میں 2012 میں جب ان کے خلاف ایک تحریک عروج پہ تھی تو اچانک میاں مٹھو کو پتہ چلا کہ وہ مسلمانوں کو مسلمان کرنا شروع کر دے. جبکہ میاں مٹھو جس بیلٹ میں تھا وہاں پہ ہندو صدیوں سے رہ رہے ہیں, اور وہاں پہ جو بلوچ سردار تھے ان کا کوڈ آف آنر تھا کہ ہندو کو نہیں مارنا, ان کا کوڈ آف آنر تھا کہ عورت کو نہیں مارنا. لیکن اچانک بلوچ سردار اپنے کوڈ آف آنر سے دستبردار کیسے ہو گئے؟ کیسے ان کو اچانک ہندو کو مسلمان کرنے کا اٹیک پڑ گیا, دورہ پڑ گیا؟ کیا ہوا؟ 2010 میں آپ نے دیکھے ہوگے دھڑا دھڑ لڑکیوں کو زبردستی مسلمان کرنے لگے, اور جب وہ مسلمان ہو جاتی تھی تو سردار جو پہلے خود لیڈ کرتا تھا اس کے لوگ اس کے ساتھ بندوق بردار کھڑے ہو جاتے تھے اور وہ اپنا مسلمان ہونے کا سرٹیفکیٹ دکھاتی تھی. تو سردار کی یہ چال تھی, سردار کی یہ سیاست تھی کہ سردار نے مولوی کو اپنے ساتھ ملا لیا عورتوں کے تحریک کو فیس کرنے کے لیے. اور اچانک ہم سب لوگ, سردار وہیں پہ ہی رہ گیا, ہم میاں مٹھو کے پیچھے تو ڈیفینیٹلی پڑ گئے, ابھی تک پڑے ہوئے ہیں اور پڑھنا بھی چاہیے. لیکن اتر سندھ کے اندر جو نارتھ شمالی سندھ ہے وہاں پہ ایک ایسی دہشت کی فضا پیدا کی گئی اگینسٹ دا مائنارٹیز. ہزاروں لوگ, ہزاروں کی تعداد میں لوگ مجبور ہو گئے کیونکہ اتنی زیادہ فورس کنورجن ہو گئی ہندو لڑکیوں کی, اور ان ہندو لڑکیوں کی جو ان سرداروں کے بیلٹ میں رہتی تھی. صدیوں سے کوئی ان کے اوپر ہاتھ نہیں اٹھاتا تھا, لیکن وہ سردار ان لڑکیوں کے فیصلے نہیں کرتے تھے, وہ سردار اس مولوی کے خلاف فیصلے نہیں کرتے تھے, وہ سردار آگے بالکل نہیں آتے تھے. اور نتیجہ یہ ہوا کہ مولوی ورسز وومن ہو گیا, عورتوں کو مولوی کے سامنے آنا پڑا, اور سردار مولوی کو آگے کر کے خود پیچھے بیٹھ گیا اور بیک سیٹ سے تماشا دیکھنے لگا. اس کے بعد میں یہ سمجھتی ہوں کہ یہ ہماری اپنی تحقیق ہے کہ یہ پورا جو عورتوں کو سرداری نظام کے خلاف جو عورتوں نے سماج میں ایک متحرک کردار ادا کیا, سماج کے اندر سرداری نظام کے خلاف ایک دھکار, ایک ریجیکشن پیدا ہوئی, اور نتیجہ یہ بھی نکلا کہ ایک سردار ابراہیم جتوئی اپنے علاقے کی الیکشن تک ہار گیا. تو ان کو یہ فیئر ہونے لگا کہ اب اس پورے بیکلیش کو کیسے ڈائیورٹ کیا جائے. تو اس بیکلیش کو ڈائیورٹ کرنے کے لیے وہاں پہ موجود جو پیر تھے, جو مولوی تھے, ان کے ساتھ سرداروں نے کولابریشن شروع کر دی. تو جاگیرداری اور قبائلی نظام جب اپنے آخری پساو میں تھا, اپنی آخری ہچکیاں لے رہا تھا, تو اس کو آکسیجن فراہم کرنے کے لیے حضرت مولوی میدان میں اتر گیا. اور نتیجہ, اب ایک میں آپ کو واقعہ سناؤں, 2019 کا ایک کیس رپورٹ ہے ایک 19 سالہ بروہی لڑکی نے اپنی پسند سے ایک خاص قلی ذات کے، سندھ میں ٹرائبلزم کے ساتھ کاسٹزم بھی بہت زیادہ ہے انفارچونیٹلی، ذات کا نظام بھی، ذات پات کا بھی بڑا چکر ہے. اس 19 سالہ بلوہی لڑکی کو سردار نے مار دیا کہ اس نے اپنی ذات سے باہر نکل کے شادی کیسے کی. فیصلہ ہوا، جرگہ بیٹھا، فیصلہ ہوا، اس کا اپنا باپ شادی کے حق میں تھا، اس کا چاچا شادی کے حق میں تھا، لیکن سردار کو یہ پسند نہیں تھا کہ بروہی ذات کی لڑکی خاص قلی ذات کے لڑکے سے شادی کر لے، وہ کمتر ذات ہے. تو فیصلہ یہ ہوا کہ لڑکی کو لے کے زندہ دفن کر دیا جائے، کہ ایک ایسا عبرت کا مقام پیدا کیا جائے کہ آئندہ کوئی بھی لڑکی ایسا قدم اٹھائے تو 10 مرتبہ سوچے. اس لڑکی کو زندہ دفن کرنے کے پلان کے بعد میں نے کہا دیکھیں مذہب کیسے استعمال ہے. اس کے بعد یہ طے ہوا کہ یہ لڑکی ناپاک بھی ہو گئی ہے، تو اب اس ناپاک لڑکی کو مسلمانوں کے قبرستان میں تو زندہ دفن نہیں کر سکتے، وہاں پہ کولی بھیل قبرستان ہوتا ہے، جا کے ہندو قبرستان میں زندہ دفن کر کے آئے. اس سے 2 میسیجز گئے، ایک تو عورت ناپاک ہے، دوسری ہندو بھیل بھی ناپاک تھے، تو وہ ناپاک کے قبرستان میں جا کے ملے ایک دوسرے سے. یہ ایک 2 میسیج ایک کیس سے ہم نے سماج میں دیکھا کہ دیے گئے. اور اس طرح جو ہمارا سرداری نظام تھا، اس نے دونوں فرنٹ پہ عورتوں کے خلاف ایک محاذ کھڑا کر دیا، مائنورٹیز کے خلاف اور عورتوں کے خلاف. اس کے بعد شاید آپ لوگوں کو کم ہی پتہ ہو کہ سندھ کے اندر اس ٹرائبل بیلٹ میں ایک قبرستان ہے جس کو کاریوں کا قبرستان کہا جاتا ہے، جہاں پہ جو عورتیں کاری کر کے ماری جاتی ہیں ان کو نارمل قبرستان میں نہیں دفنایا جاتا، ان کو کاری کے قبرستان میں علیحدہ ایک قبرستان ہے وہاں دفنایا جاتا ہے. ان پہ کفن دفن جائز نہیں ہے، نہ ان کا نماز جنازہ پڑھی جاتی ہے، نہ قبر پہ کوئی پھول رکھنے جاتا ہے. 2012 میں وومن ایکشن فورم کراچی اور حیدرآباد 14 میں ہم نے طے کیا کہ ہم کاریوں کے قبرستان جا رہے ہیں. کافی عرصہ ہم 5 کلومیٹر پیدل کچے میں گئے اور ایک قبرستان تک ہم پہنچ گئے. وہاں پہ دیکھ کے ہمیں جو دھچکا لگا وہ یہ لگا کہ ایک قبر اب بھی تازہ بنی ہوئی تھی وہاں پہ، اور ایک خاتون اس قبر پہ رو رہی تھی، جس سے ہمیں یہ اندازہ ہوا کہ یہ قبرستان آج بھی ہرا بھرا ہے، آج بھی یہاں پہ عورتیں پھینکی جاتی ہے اور ماری جاتی ہے. یہ 2015 میں جہاں پہ ہم خود گئے ہوئے تھے. یہ جب میں پیپر لکھ رہی تھی تو وہاں پہ جو ہماری عورتیں ہیں تو میں نے ان سے پوچھا کہ کیا یہ قبرستان آج بھی قائم اور دائم ہے، کیونکہ میں 2015 میں گئی ہوئی تھی. تو اس نے مجھے کہا کہ روبینہ چانڈیو نے کہا کہ ہاں آج بھی وہ قبرستان قائم اور دائم ہے، کیونکہ آج بھی عورتوں کو زندہ مار دیا جاتا ہے، دفن کر دیا جاتا ہے. اب جو ہمارے پاس سب سے بڑا چیلنج آیا سندھ کے اندر ہوا یہ کہ جاگیرداری نظام شروع سے صدیوں سے موجود ہے، قبائلی نظام بھی صدیوں سے موجود تھا، لیکن جاگیردار کے پاس پہلے لینڈ ہولڈنگ ہوتی تھی، اور اس لینڈ ہولڈنگ کے پاس جتنی زمین تھی اس زمین پہ جتنے بندے رہتے تھے. یہ جو فلڈس آئیں اس فلڈس میں بہت زیادہ مائیگریشن ہوئی. جاگیرداری نظام کی جو پیل پاوے تھے، جو اس کے ڈھانچے تھے، وہ کافی اس فلڈ کی وجہ سے، ماس مائیگریشن کی وجہ سے ان کو کافی نقصان پہنچا. قبائلی نظام کو البتہ اس پورے سسٹم سے کوئی زیادہ نقصان نہیں پہنچا، کیونکہ قبیلے کے پاس لینڈ ہولڈنگ نہیں ہوتی، قبیلے کے پاس مین پاور ہوتا ہے، ان کے پاس زرخیز زمینیں نہیں ہوتی کہ اس کو کوئی نقصان پہنچے، اس کو کوئی تکلیف پہنچے. تو نتیجہ یہ نکلا کہ جاگیرداری نظام تو تھوڑا بہت نیچرل ڈیزاسٹر کے نتیجے میں ڈائلیوٹ ہوا. جاگیرداری نظام کے اندر جو عورت کے بیچنے کے فیصلے تھے، خریدنے کے فیصلے تھے، اس کا رجحان تو بہت کم ہوا. اس کا بنیادی سبب یہ بھی ہو سکتا ہے کہ عورتوں کے تحریک کے نتیجے میں جو قوانین پاس ہوئے ان قوانین میں یہ واضح لکھا ہوا تھا کہ آنر کرائم کے لیے سزائے موت ہے، اور ریاست کی مدت میں یہ مقدمے درج ہو رہے تھے. پہلے بھائی قتل کرتا تھا، ماں کیس کرتی تھی اور ایک دوسرے کو معاف کر دیتے تھے. لیکن قبائلی سردار جاگیردار سے زیادہ ہوشیار نکلے. پہلے مولوی کے ساتھ ہاتھ ملا لیا، مولوی کو اپنے ساتھ لے لیا، پھر قبائلی سرداروں نے ایک اور ٹرک پلے کی. اب جو قبائلی سردار فیصلے کرنے لگے تو ان فیصلوں میں ہونے یہ لگا کہ جو آپ کا مسجد کا مولوی تھا اس کو بھی ساتھ بٹھایا گیا. جب فیصلہ ہونے لگا تو اس کو کہا گیا کہ بتاؤ کہ شریعت کیا کہتی ہے. اب دین ملا فساد فی سبیل اللہ، تو دین ملا کی شریعت تو فساد فی سبیل اللہ ہی ہوگا. تو وہ جو ملے کی شریعت، جو مقامی ملے کی شریعت تھی، وہ فیصلے کا حصہ بننے لگی. پہلے قبائلی سردار قرآن پہ قسم لے کے زبانی فیصلے سناتے تھے. اب قبائلی سردار پہلے لکھتے ہیں کہ فلاں مولوی، فلاں شریعت، فلاں یہ کیسے، اور یہ اب فیصلہ ہونے جا رہا ہے. تو اگر آپ فیصلے کو چیلنج کریں تو آپ شریعت کو چیلنج کریں، آپ مقامی مولوی کو چیلنج کریں، اور مقامی مولوی کو چیلنج کریں تو اس کے نتائج کیا نکلتے ہیں. ایسا ہی ایک واقعہ ہوا 2019 میں، جہاں پہ ایک 8 ماہ حاملہ بیوی کو شوہر نے صالح پٹ میں سکھر کے قریب قتل کر کے اس کے ٹکڑے ٹکڑے کر کے زمین میں دبا دیا. 3 مہینے کے بعد شوہر کسی اور جرم میں گرفتار ہوا، اور پولیس انٹروگیشن کے بعد اس نے اعتراف کیا کہ اس نے اپنی بیوی کو بھی 3 مہینے پہلے قتل کر دیا تھا. ایک 8 ماہ کی حاملہ عورت 3 مہینے سے غائب تھی. نہ عورت کے والدین کو فکر تھی، نہ عورت کے لواحقین کو فکر تھی، نہ مرد کو، نہ گاؤں والوں کو، نہ شہر والوں کو. ایسا سناٹا تھا کہ کوئی کمپلین بھی نہیں آئی. اگر شوہر کمپلین نہ بتاتا تو کوئی پتہ بھی نہیں تھا. جب یہ کیس ہمارے تک پہنچا تو ہمیں پتہ چلا کہ اس نے کہا کہ نامردود عورت بھاگ گئی ہے اپنے عاشق کے ساتھ. تو سب چپ کر کے بیٹھ گئے. کسی نے یہ سوچا بھی نہیں کہ اس عورت کو قتل کیا جا سکتا ہے. اس کے نتیجے میں ہوا یہ کہ ہم نے طے کیا کہ ہم سکھر جا کے عورت مارچ کرنے جا رہے ہیں. وومن ایکشن فورم حیدرآباد نے اعلان کیا کہ 2020 میں ہم سکھر مارچ کرنے جا رہے ہیں، کیونکہ وہاں پہ جو قبائلی نظام ہے اتنا زیادہ مضبوط ہو گیا ہے، مولوی اتنا زیادہ مضبوط ہو گیا ہے. شکارپور میں بم بلاسٹ ہوا تو ہم لوگ، ہماری ساری سول سوسائٹی جس کی قیادتیں عورتیں کر رہی تھی، وہ وہاں تک پہنچ گئی، اور شکارپور میں جا کے امام بارگاہ میں ہم لوگوں نے پرسے دیے اور چیلنج کیا مولوی کو کہ ہم سندھ میں اس طرح کا ہونے نہیں دیں گے. اس کے بعد جب ہم مارچ کرنے گئے سکھر کا، تو سب سے پہلے جو ہمیں دھمکیاں آنے لگی، وہ ایک مین اسٹریم سیاسی پارٹی ہے، اس کے سندھ کے امیر نے کہا کہ یہ واتگاڑی ہمایوں، یہ کہتے ہیں جو ایسی چالو عورتیں ہیں، یہ آ جائیں گی ہمارے خطے میں، یہ آئیں گی تو ہم ان کو دیکھ لیں گے، ہم ان عورتوں کو مارچ کرنے نہیں دیں گے، کیونکہ یہ بد کردار اور دین کے خلاف کام کرنے والی عورتیں ہیں. پہلے رسم و رواج ہوتا تھا تو کم از کم دین سامنے نہیں آتا تھا کہ ہم دین کے گنہگار ہیں. اب ہمیں دین کا گنہگار قرار دے دیا گیا. اس کے باوجود سندھ میں بہت زیادہ مزاحمت ہوئی، اور پوری سندھ سے ہزاروں عورتیں سکھر پہنچی، اور اسی مدرسے کے سامنے مارچ کیا جس مدرسے نے کہا تھا کہ ہم ان کو پتھر ماریں گے اور ان کو جان سے مار دیں گے. ایک اور بھی بات میں آپ کو بتاتی چلوں کہ یہ جو مین اسٹریم پولیٹیکل پارٹی کے مولویز تھے جو عورتوں کو روک رہے تھے، ان کا جو اجلاس ہوا تھا وہ پن و عاقل میں ہوا تھا. اب آپ خود اندازہ لگا لیں کہ پن و عاقل میں کون بیٹھا ہوا ہے. 25 مذہبی جماعتیں اور مدارس نے مل کے یہ اعلان کیا کہ سندھ کے اندر، سکھر کے اندر، ان بدکردار بے دین عورتوں کو ہم مارچ کرنے نہیں دیں گے. یہ وہ عورتیں ہیں جو کہتی ہیں کہ میرا جسم میری مرضی، جبکہ ہمارا دین تو کہتا ہے کہ تیرا جسم سردار کی مرضی. ملے کا دین تو یہی کرتا ہے، وہ یہ نہیں کہتا کہ میرا جسم میری مرضی. جب ہم وہاں پہ مارچ کرنے پہنچے، اس کے 2 مہینے کے بعد اسی مارچ کی ایک لیڈر کے اوپر بلسفیمی کا الزام لگا دیا گیا، اور اس کے جو نتائج ہوتے ہیں، مجھے متھا ہی لگایا ہو، میرے اوپر ہی بلسفیمی کا جھوٹا الزام لگا دیا گیا کہ آپ نے بلسفیمی کی ہے. اور اس کے بعد جو اس کے نتائج ہوتے ہیں، جو لوازمات ہوتے ہیں، اس کے ہم میں کیا ذکر کروں، کیونکہ عشق میں غم وہ اٹھائے ہیں کہ جی جانتا ہے، لطف بھی وہ پائے ہیں کہ جی جانتا ہے. تو یہ تو ہماری عشق کی ایک منزل ہے، اس میں اگر قتل بھی ہو کے آئیں گے تو سرخرو ہی ٹھہرائیں گے. بلسفیمی کا بھی الزام لگا تو میں سمجھتی ہوں کہ ہم نے ملے کو للکارا تھا. بلسفیمی کا الزام لگا. اس بلسفیمی کے الزام کے نتیجے میں یہ ہوا کہ 2021 میں جب ہم مارچ کرنے جا رہے تھے، عورتیں ہمارے ساتھ کھڑا ہونا نہیں چاہ رہی تھی، عورتیں ہم سے ڈر رہی تھی. ہمیں کہا جا رہا تھا, میں خود اس مارچ میں شامل تھی, میرے ارد گرد کوئی عورت نہیں چل رہی تھی, ان کو ڈر لگ رہا تھا کہ کوئی اس کے بگلے ہمیں نہ گولی مار دے. اتنی دہشت پھیلائی گئی. اس کے ساتھ ساتھ صرف دہشت نہیں پھیلائی گئی, اس کے ساتھ یہ مولوی جو سردار کے ساتھ بیٹھا ہوتا تھا, اس کو سردار کی ساری حرکتیں, یہ کاروکاری, جرائم, اغوا برائے تاوان, اس نے کبھی اس کے خلاف دین اور شریعت کی بات نہیں کی. لیکن جب عورت کی بات آئی, اس وقت اس مولوی کو شریعت اور دین یاد آ گیا. ہوا یہ کہ اس بلسفیمی کے بعد یہ چپ کر کے نہیں بیٹھے, اس کے بعد بھی اب باقاعدہ ان لوگوں نے اپنا نیکسس اس طرح اسٹیبلش کر لیا کہ یہ پورے پولیٹیکل بیلٹ میں سب سرداروں کے پاس گئے, اور ان سرداروں سے یہ کہا گیا کہ یہ جو آپ کے علاقے میں عورتیں انسانی حقوق کا کام کر رہی ہیں, یہ جو فلاں یہ صحافی بات کر رہا ہے, یہ جو وکیل ان عورتوں کے لیے کھڑا ہو رہا ہے, ان سب کو آپ کسی طریقے سے سبق سکھاؤ. اب یہ ہونے لگا کہ کچھ دن کے لیے آپ دیکھیں گے کہ مقامی پریس میں جو عورتوں کے اوپر تشدد کی خبریں تھیں وہ آنا بند ہوتی گئی. پھر مقامی صحافیوں نے پھر مقامی صحافیوں سے جب انٹرنلی ہمیں میسیج کرتے لگے کہ ہمیں بہت دھمکیاں مل رہی ہے, یہاں پہ عورت قتل ہو گئی ہے, ہم لکھ نہیں سکتے, آپ لوگ لکھیں, ہم بات نہیں کر سکتے, آپ لوگ بات کریں. پہلے مقامی وکیل کھڑا ہو جاتا تھا کیس کے لیے, پھر مقامی وکیل نے انکار کرنا شروع کر دیا کہ ہم آپ کا کیس نہیں لے سکتے کیونکہ ہمیں دھمکیاں مل رہی ہے. تو پہلے عورت کا کیس تھانے میں جاتا تھا, اب آپ کا پولیس کیس رجسٹر نہیں کرتی, اب آپ کا صحافی کیس رپورٹ نہیں کرتا, اب آپ کو وکیل نہیں ملتا جو آپ کے لیے کھڑا ہو جائے. تو اس طرح جو انتہا پسند قوتیں ہیں, وہ انتہا پسند قوتیں قبائلی سردار کے ساتھ, جاگیر ساری کے ساتھ آپس میں مل گئی. ایک ماجرا اور بھی ہوا, میں چاہ رہی ہوں وہ مس نہ ہو. وہ ماجرا یہ تھا کہ پہلے ان کے پاس مین پاور تھا, پہلے ان کے پاس ہتھیار تھا, لیکن اب یہ حکومت کا حصہ بھی بن گئے. جو ریکنسیلیشن کی بات ہوئی وہ غریب اور امیر میں ریکنسیلیشن نہیں ہوئی, وہ ہاری اور وڈیرے میں ریکنسیلیشن نہیں ہوئی, وہ سارے سندھ کے وڈیرے جاگیرداروں میں آپس میں ریکنسیلیشن ہوئی. اب کوئی بھی وڈیرا اپوزیشن میں نہیں ہے, کوئی بھی قبائلی سردار اپوزیشن میں نہیں, سارے حکومت کا حصہ ہے, سارے اسمبلیوں میں بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں, ساروں کے پاس ریاستی پاور بھی ہے, حکومتی پاور بھی ہے. اس وجہ سے بجائے کہ وہ کمزور ہوتے, وہ اور امپاورڈ ہو گئے ہیں, وہ اور اپنے آپ کو مضبوط سمجھ رہے ہیں. اس کے بعد ایک ماجرا اور بھی ہوا, وہ یہ ہوا کہ جو ہیومن رائٹس کی تنظیمیں تھیں, جو نان گورنمنٹل آرگنائزیشن تھی, جو عورتوں کے حقوق پہ بات کرتی تھی, ان سب کو سیکیورٹی رسک قرار دے کے ملک بدر کر دیا گیا, وہ آوازیں بھی دبا دی گئیں. اس کے ساتھ ساتھ میں, کیونکہ سندھ کے اندر پیپلز پارٹی کی گورنمنٹ ہے, تو پیپلز پارٹی کے ساتھ بھی ایک ثانیہ ہوا. بے نظیر کے شہادت کے بعد لیڈرشپ مردوں کے پاس چلی گئی. پہلے 2-3 سال تو بڑا عورتوں کے حقوق کا نعرے بازی کی اور بات کی, اب پیپلز پارٹی کی سیاست میں بھی عورت کہیں پہ نہیں کھڑی ہوئی. وہ ریکنسیلیشن جو پیپلز پارٹی مولویوں کے ساتھ کر رہی ہے, اس میں جو آپ کی کیجوالٹی ہے وہ عورتیں ہیں, عورتوں کے حقوق ہیں, لوگوں کے حقوق ہیں, ہم سب کے حقوق ہیں جو کمپرومائز ہو جاتے ہیں ان کی سیاست کے نظر. تو سندھ کی عورت اس وقت, سندھ میں ایک ہوتا ہے راون جسے کہتے ہیں, اس کو ہم سندھی میں ڈہے سر کہتے ہیں, جس کے 10 قسم کے سر ہوتے ہیں. تو اب یہ سارے جو ایک سر ہوتا تھا نا, جاگیردار کا سر تھا, راون کا ایک سر اس کے قبائلی سردار تھا کا, اب ان دونوں کے بیچ میں ایک سر ملے کا بھی آ گیا ہے. اب ہمیں ڈائریکٹ ملے کے ساتھ بھی کنفرنٹیشن کرنی پڑتی ہے, اس کو چیلنج کرنا پڑتا ہے. اور آپ نے دیکھا کہ اس کے اندر, عمر کوٹ کے اندر, جب ڈاکٹر شہناز کمبھر کو ایک جھوٹے انکاؤنٹر میں جھوٹا بلسفیمی کا الزام لگا کے مارا گیا, تو اس وقت آپ نے دیکھا کہ چند عورتیں نکلی تھیں, اس کے پیچھے ہزاروں لوگ کھڑے تھے, اور ان عورتوں کو للکارنے کے لیے کون آیا تھا سکھر میں, ایک پوری آرمی لے کے, وہی مین اسٹریم پارٹی کا, وہی سندھ کا امیر تھا, جس نے کھڑے ہو کے مجھے کہا تھا کہ تم بلاسفیمیس ہو، اسی نے ان عورتوں کو کہا تھا کہ ہم تم لوگوں کو آگے بڑھنے نہیں دیکھیں. تو اب ہر فرنٹ میں جو عورتوں کے حقوق کی آوازیں تھیں، ایک تو عورتیں جو خود سروائیور ہیں، وکٹم ہیں، اس کے لیے جو آواز بلند کرتی تھی، جو ہیومن رائٹس ڈیفینڈر تھی، وہ خود ان کے جو اپنا تحفظ ہے، سیکیورٹی ہے، وہ کمپرومائز ہو گئی ہیں. سندھ کیا پورے پاکستان کے اندر آپ دیکھیں، سکھر عورت مارچ ہو، کراچی عورت مارچ ہو، لاہور عورت مارچ ہو، اسلام آباد عورت مارچ ہو، کون پتھرا کر رہا تھا ان عورتوں کے اوپر جو صرف یہ مطالبہ کر رہی تھی کہ عورتوں کو آنر کے نام پہ مارا نہ جائے؟ یہی مولوی تھا جس کو آگے کر دیا گیا ہے. تو میں یہ سمجھتی ہوں کہ اس وقت جو ہماری جدوجہد ہے، وہ جدوجہد ان فسطائی قوتوں کے خلاف ہیں جو سارے اپنے ہاتھ جوڑ کے کھڑے ہیں. لیکن ہم بھی جھکنے والے نہیں، ہم بھی رکنے والے نہیں. میں پہلے بھی کہتی ہوں کہ ہماری عورتیں بلے شاہ کے بھٹائی کے تنبورے، بلے شاہ کی کافی اور کشور ناہید کے اس گیت کو اپنا ترانہ بنا لیتی ہے کہ نہ ہم نہ روب کھائیں، نہ ہم گناہ گار عورتیں جو روب کھائیں نہ اہل جبہ کے تمکنت سے. تو ہم تو ویسے بھی گناہ گار ہیں، ہمیں کس چیز کا ڈر ہے؟ ہم کسی روب میں نہیں آئیں گے. یہ جدوجہد ہماری جاری رہے گی. تھینک یو ویری مچ. سوری تھوڑا سا ٹائم زیادہ ہو گیا.
بہت شکریہ. ہم بعد میں
اچھا.
بہت شکریہ ڈاکٹر صاحبہ. بہت اہم گفتگو ہوئی. ہمیں جو ہمارا حال ہے اس سے آئینہ دکھایا ہمیں. اور بہت اہم بات جو انہوں نے کہی کہ اعداد و شمار میں جو ہیں جو کہانیاں ہیں جو دفن ہو جاتی ہیں اعداد و شمار کے اندر، سٹیٹس صرف بیان ہو جاتے ہیں، تو وہ اصل کہانیاں جو ہمارے سامنے نکال کے لائیں وہ اصل چہرہ ہے جو ہماری سوسائٹی کا ہمارے سامنے آیا. اگلا جو ہمارا پروگرام ہے وہ ڈاکٹر فاطمہ حسن کے ساتھ ہے. نامور شاعرہ ہیں، افسانہ نگار ہیں، محققہ ہیں. اس وقت آرٹس کونسل میں جوش ملی آبادی لائبریری جو اس کی چیف آرگنائزر ہیں. اس سے پہلے انہوں نے بہت بڑا کام کیا انجمن ترقی اردو کی اعزازی سیکرٹری کے طور پہ، اور جو اردو باغ کا قیام ہے. اس کے علاوہ شعری مجموعے 4 شائع ہو چکے ہیں، افسانوں کا مجموعہ شائع ہو چکا ہے، اور ان کا کلام انگریزی میں بھی ترجمہ ہو چکا ہے جو اسٹرینج واز اے ڈریم کے نام سے شائع ہو چکا ہے. اس کے علاوہ کئی کتابوں کی ادارت بھی کی ہے انہوں نے، چیپٹرز لکھے ہیں. بلوچستان کا ادب اور خواتین، خاموشی کی آواز، فیمنزم اور ہم، اور کئی کتابیں. اور آپ کی خدمات کے اعتراف میں آپ کو تمغہ امتیاز بھی دیا گیا. ان کا پی ایچ ڈی کا جو مقالہ ہے بر صغیر کی شاعرات، خواتین شعراء کے اوپر، اور ان سے جو نسائی شعور جو نکل کر آتا ہے اس کے اوپر، جو کتاب کی صورت میں شائع بھی ہو چکا ہے. تو اسی موضوع پر کچھ گفتگو کریں گی ڈاکٹر فاطمہ حسن.
یہاں پر ڈاکٹر نعمان الحق موجود ہیں. ان کی موجودگی میں گفتگو کرنا آسان بھی ہے اور مشکل بھی ہے. آسان اس لیے ہے کہ کم از کم ایک سامع، مرد سامع ایسا ہے جو ہماری بات کو سمجھ لے گا. مشکل اس لیے ہے کہ یہ ہم سے بہت زیادہ علم رکھتے ہیں. تو لیکن ہم جانتے ہیں کہ جو نسائی شعور ہے یہ مرد اور عورت کا مسئلہ نہیں ہے. ابھی آپ نے یہ گفتگو عرفانہ ملہ کی سنی اور آپ نے دیکھا کہ عورتیں اپنے دفاع میں، اپنے حقوق کے لیے، اپنی جان کے لیے، اپنی عزت کی حفاظت کے لیے مجتمع ہوئی ہیں. انہوں نے تحریک چلائی ہے، اور جب کوئی تحریک چلتی ہے تو اس کو تقویت اہل قلم سے ہی ملتی ہے. جیسے ترقی پسندوں نے، کمیونسٹ اور مارکسسٹ جب نظام پر تحریک شروع ہوئی تو ترقی پسند ادیبوں نے ان کا ساتھ دیا تو ان کو اس کی طاقت ملی. اسی طرح پاکستان میں بھی خواتین میں جب یہ شعور پیدا ہوا کہ ان کے حقوق کو پامال ہی نہیں کیا جا رہا ہے، بلکہ میں نے فہمیدہ ریاض نے وعدہ کے نام سے ایک آرگنائزیشن بنائی تھی، ویمن اینڈ ڈیولپمنٹ، جس سے 4 کتابیں، جس سے پہلے سیمینار کیے گئے، اس کے بعد ان پر مشتمل کتابیں شائع کی گئیں. تو نسائی تنقید پہ جو پہلی کتاب شائع ہوئی تھی
وہ تھی خاموشی کی آواز، اور اس کا انتصاب میں نے لکھا تھا کہ اس سماج کے بدلنے کی امید کے نام جس میں عورتوں کو خریدنا، بیچنا، تحفے میں دینا اور جان سے مار دینا جائز سمجھا جاتا ہے. تو یہ ابھی عرفانہ نے اس جائز کام کی دلیل اور ثبوت پیش کر دیے. اب میں نے کیوں نسائی شعور پہ کام شروع کیا؟ میں 25 برس تک کام کرتی، 25-30 برس ہو گئے بلکہ زیادہ ہو گئے ہیں کہ میں فیمنسٹ کانشیسنس پہ کام کر رہی ہوں. وجہ یہ ہوئی کہ جب ہم فیمنزم کا نام لیتے تھے تو اس کو بہت ہلکا لیا جاتا تھا، یا تو ہمارا مذاق اڑایا جاتا تھا، یا پھر اسے عورت مرد کا جھگڑا قرار دے دیا جاتا تھا، یا پھر کچھ فیشنیبل عورتوں کی دماغ کی خرابی قرار دی جاتی تھی، جو مغرب سے متاثر ہو کر ایک فیشن کے طور پر فیمنزم کو اپنا رہی ہیں. جبکہ ان سے، ہمارے قلم کاروں سے بھی جو یہ سب کہتے تھے، اگر پوچھا جائے کہ بھائی جو دوسری تحریکیں آئی ہیں آپ کی، جو آپ وجودیت کی بات کرتے ہیں، ایگزسٹنشلزم کی جو آپ بات کرتے ہیں، کمیونزم کی، تو وہ کہاں سے آئی ہیں؟ ساری دنیا میں قلم اور علم ایک دوسرے سے، بلکہ پوری تہذیب ایک دوسرے سے استفادہ کرتی ہے، اور یہ لہریں کہیں سے آتی ہیں، چاہے وہ مشرق سے آ رہی ہوں، چاہے وہ مغرب سے آ رہی ہوں. تو میں نے سوچا کہ میں اس موضوع کو اس بنیاد پر لوں گی جو انٹلیکچوئل جس بنیاد ہو، جس کا ہم قلم سے دفاع کر سکیں، اور ہم یہ بتا سکیں کہ یہ عورتیں جو کچھ کہہ رہی ہیں، جو کچھ کر رہی ہیں، یہ صرف کوئی وقتی جذبہ نہیں ہے، کوئی تماشا نہیں ہے، کوئی جھگڑا نہیں ہے، بلکہ اس کے پیچھے ایک پورا سماجی نظام ہے جس میں صدیوں سے عورت کا استحصال ہو رہا ہے. وہ مفروضات ہیں جو گڑھے گئے ہیں، اور جو عورت وہ نہیں ہے جو آپ لکھ رہے ہیں، عورت وہ ہے جو وہ خود لکھ رہی ہے. تو میں نے نسائی شعور پر کام شروع کیا، کیونکہ شعور ہی انسان ہے. اگر شعور نکال دیا جائے تو پھر جانور اور انسان میں کوئی فرق نہیں رہ جاتا. یہ میں کہہ رہی ہوں، میں اس پہ یقین رکھتی ہوں. یہ بہت بڑے ہمارے نقاد، محقق پروفیسر ممتاز حسین نے اپنی کتاب ادب اور شعور میں لکھا ہے کہ شعور انسان ہے، شعور ارتقا پذیر ہے، شعور تغیر پذیر ہے. تو اس شعور کو کہاں دیکھا جا سکتا ہے؟ انہوں نے لکھا ہے ادب میں. اب یہاں پر آپ لوگوں کا موضوع چونکہ اخلاقیات ہے، تو یہ میں بتا دوں کہ اخلاقیات آ ہی نہیں سکتی جب انسان میں شعور نہ ہو. بس کہ مشکل ہے ہر ایک کام کا آسان ہونا، آدمی کو بھی میسر نہیں انسان ہونا. تو جب تک آدمی شعور کی منزل سے نہیں گزرے گا اور یہ شعور اس کو نہیں بتاتا کہ اس کے کچھ اخلاقی تقاضے ہیں، اور وہ ان تقاضوں کے مطابق اپنے معاشرے کو نہیں ڈھالتا، اپنی تہذیب کو نہیں پروان چڑھاتا، اپنے تمدن میں وہ حقوق کی دوسروں کے حقوق کی حفاظت نہیں کرتا، تو وہ معاشرہ وہ کسی بھی قسم کی اخلاقیات سے عاری ہوگا، اور اس اخلاقیات سے عاری معاشرے میں ہر کمزور انسان پسے گا اور محکوم بنے گا. اور محکوم بنانے کے لیے عورت سب سے آسان ٹارگٹ مقرر کی گئی ہے. عرفانہ بھی یہاں کے ملا کی بات کر رہی تھیں، آپ ویسٹ کی تاریخ بھی اٹھا کے پڑھ لیں تو ہنری VIII نے اپنی ملکہ این کو قربان کرنے کے لیے، جان سے مارنے کے لیے چرچ سے ہی فتویٰ لیا تھا. تو یہ وہاں پہ بھی ہوتا رہا ہے. یہ طاقتور اپنی بات منوانے کے لیے جس کا سہارا لیتے ہیں وہ وہی مولوی ملا ہوتے ہیں جو ان کے ہاتھوں بک سکتے ہیں, خواہ وہ ہندو مولوی ہو, وہ مسلم مولوی ہو, وہ کرسچن مولوی ہو, کوئی بھی ہو, وہ ایک ہی کام کرتے ہیں. وہ یہ ہوتا ہے کہ وہ اس طاقت کے ہاتھوں میں استعمال ہوتے ہیں جسے ان کی ضرورت ہوتی ہے. لیکن یہ الگ موضوع ہے. میں اب یہ میری کتاب ہے نسائی شعور 100 برس کا سفر. اس میں میں نے 100 برس کی 1920 سے لے کے آج تک کی, یہاں پہ امر سندھو بیٹھی ہیں, ان کی نظم بھی اس میں شامل ہے. کیونکہ جب مجھے یہ گواہی مل گئی کہ انسانی شعور کو ادب میں ہی دیکھا جا سکتا ہے, اور ادب میں بھی شاعری میں کیوں؟ شاعری میں انسان کی وہ جو بنیادی خصوصیت ہے, یعنی ایک معاشرے کو اگر آپ دیکھنا چاہتے ہیں کہ وہ کس سطح پہ ہے ارتقاء کے, تو آپ اس کی انٹلیکٹ کو دیکھیں گے, آپ اس کی جمالیات کو دیکھیں گے. تو یہ انٹلیکٹ, یہ جمالیات, یہ سلیقہ اظہار, یہ کمال اس کا جس میں اس کا فن پروان چڑھا ہے, وہ کہاں نظر آئے گا؟ وہ شاعری میں نظر آئے گا. تو میں نے اس میں پہلے 2 سوال اٹھائے. پہلا سوال یہ تھا کہ اگر انسان شعور ہے تو عورت کے شعور کو کب تسلیم کیا گیا؟ کیونکہ جب ہم تاریخ اٹھاتے ہیں تو تاریخ میں, خواہ وہ عام تاریخ ہو, جنرل ہسٹری ہو, خواہ وہ لٹریچر کی تاریخ ہو, عورت حاشیے میں بھی نہیں نظر آتی. اب میں نے اس کتاب میں اپنی تمام تر پرانی تاریخوں کا حوالہ دیا جو لکھی گئی ہیں, اس میں عورت کہاں ہے. اور پھر یہ ثابت کرنے کے لیے کہ عورت ہر دور میں موجود تھی, جو میں نے پہلی تحقیق کی وہ اس شاعرہ پہ کی جو 1894 عیسوی میں پیدا ہوئی تھی, اور اردو کی ایسی شاعرہ تھی جو اپنے دور کے ہر بڑے لکھنے والے, یعنی حالی, شبلی, اقبال, ان سب کے برابر لکھ رہی تھی, اور ان مسائل پہ لکھ رہی تھی جو اس دور کے مسائل تھے. اس کے سیاسی شعور بھی تھا, وہ خلافت موومنٹ کا بھی ساتھ دے رہی تھی, وہ فرسٹ ورلڈ وار پہ بھی لکھ رہی تھی. اس نے ایک نظم لکھی موصل کا تیل, اور یہ بتایا کہ پہلی جو جنگ عظیم ہے, فرسٹ ورلڈ وار ہے, یہ موصل کے تیل کے کنووں پر ہے. اور آج یہ بات, اور وہ ایک کمرے میں بیٹھی تھی, وہ ایک نواب کی بیٹی تھی, نواب معظم اللہ خان شروانی کی علی گڑھ میں تھی زاہدہ خاتون شروانیہ, جو اپنے آپ کو چھپانے کے لیے اپنے نام تبدیل کرتی رہتی تھی. کبھی نادر خاتون کے نام سے لکھا, کبھی نزہت کے نام سے لکھا, زیادہ تر زے خیشین اپنے نام کے ایبریویشن سے لکھا, اور کچھ عرصے لکھنا بھی بند کر دیتی تھی کہ لوگ پیچھے پڑ جاتے تھے کہ یہ کون ہے. ان کے والد نے علی گڑھ یونیورسٹی کی زیادہ تر زمین ان کے ہی خاندان کی عطا کردہ تھی. انہوں نے اپنے بچوں کو تعلیم تو دلوا دی, لیکن بیٹیوں کو اس بات کی اجازت نہیں تھی کہ وہ عورتوں کے بھی سامنے آئے. جب اس نے زاہدہ خاتون نے ایک نظم لکھی اس کی نواب بھوپال کے اوپر, اور وہ وہاں موجود, ان پڑھی گئی. نواب بھوپال کو نہیں پتا تھا کہ جس نے وہ نظم لکھی ہے وہ اسی گھر میں ہے جو خاتون بیگم بھوپال جو تھیں, وہ لڑکی اسی محل میں, اسی گھر میں موجود ہے جہاں وہ ٹھہری ہوئی ہیں. تو اتنی پابندیاں تھیں ان کے اوپر, اس کے باوجود وہ لکھتی رہیں. اور انہوں نے جو پہلی فرسٹ فیمنسٹ نظم جو مجھے ملی وہ ان کا لکھی ہوئی 60 بند پر مشتمل ایک علامہ اقبال کے طرز کا شکوہ ہے, جو انہوں نے آئینہ حرم کے نام سے عنوان سے لکھا, اور وہ یہ 1915 میں لکھا. 1922 تک وہ زندہ رہی ہیں, ان کی زندگی میں یہ شائع ہو گیا تھا. 1921 میں مولوی ممتاز علی نے لاہور سے اس کو شائع کیا, اور اس کے میں آپ کو چند بند سناتی ہوں. تو دیکھیے کہ کتنا واضح نسائی شعور اس نظم میں موجود ہے. اور پھر تاریخ ادب اردو میں ان کا کوئی ذکر نہیں ہے، نہ اس دور میں ہے جب محمد حسین آزاد نے اپنی کتاب لکھی تھی، یا نہ بعد کے دور میں لکھا گیا. پہلی ریسرچ ان پر جو پی ایچ ڈی کے سطح کی تھی وہ میں نے کی، اور وہاں جا کے علی گڑھ جا کر فرسٹ سورس سے میں چیزیں لے کر آئی اور ان کے خاندان سے، اور میں وہ چند اشعار جو ان کے آئین حرم سے ہیں وہ میں سناتی ہوں. واضح رہے کہ یہ 1915 میں لکھی گئی تھی. میں نے مانا کہ خاموشی ہے بیاں سے بہتر، لب پیوستہ لب شہد فشاں سے بہتر، صبر شیون سے شکیبائی فغاں سے بہتر، دل ہے اسرار کے رہنے کو زباں سے بہتر، پر ہر ایک شے کے لیے حد ہے معین لوگو، ضابطۂ درد ہو کب تک جگرے زن لوگو. بھائیوں آہ رہے سینے میں مدفوں کب تک، دل ہی دل میں گلے تالے واشوں کب تک، آستی سے ہونہا دیدے پرخوں کب تک، غم کو پوشیدہ رکھے خاطر محضوں کب تک، حال دل کیوں نہ کہے منہ میں زباں رکھتے ہیں، ہم بھی پہلو میں دل اور جسم میں جاں رکھتے ہیں. کیا کہوں کیسے علم دیدہ و ناشاد ہیں ہم، خستہ جور ہیں کچھ ہم کشتہ بیداد ہیں ہم، تختہ مشق سے نابازی صیاد ہیں ہم، آدمی کاہے کو ہیں پیکر فولاد ہیں ہم. ہائے یہ ظلم کے بے جرم چلائے خنجر، اس پہ یہ حکم کہ فریاد نہ آئے لب پر، ہم کو کیا علم کہ کیا شے ہے مزہ دنیا کا، نہ یہ معلوم خوشی نام ہے کس چڑیا کا. آہ بے جرم ہمیں صنف قوی نے تاکا، تختہ مشق بنایا ستم بے جا کا. آج انسان کے فضائل سے ہیں دونوں محروم، ایک تفسیر جہول ایک ہے تفسیر ظلم. تو یہ ان کے چند بند ہیں جو میں نے اس میں سے منتخب کیا. اب کہہ رہے کہ ایک تفسیر ظلم اور ایک تفسیر جہول. وہ بر صغیر کے جو اشرافیہ تھی وہ اپنی خواتین کو جاہل رکھتی تھی، یہاں اس خیال سے، اور یہ کہتی تھی، اس کی دلیل یہ دیتی تھی کہ اگر اس کو لکھنا آیا تو یہ خط لکھے گی اور یہ عاشقانہ خط لکھے گی. یہ بات نہیں تھی. وہ اسے اس لیے نہیں علم دینا چاہتے تھے، تعلیم نہیں دینا چاہتے تھے، شعور نہیں دینا چاہتے تھے کہ کہیں ایسا نہ ہو کہ وہ اپنا حق مانگنا شروع کر دے. یہ ساری جو جاگیردار اور زمیندار تھے، یہ اپنی لڑکیوں کو کبھی اس کی وراثت میں اپنی حصہ نہیں دیتے تھے. اور وہ لڑکی جس کا والد کسی بڑی جائیداد کا مالک ہو، اس سے زیادہ بد نصیب تو کوئی ہوتے ہی نہیں تھا. یا تو اسے پھر خاندان میں کوئی لڑکا دستیاب ہو تو شادی کر دی جاتی تھی، ورنہ اس کو ایسے ہی رکھا جاتا تھا. سندھ میں تو قرآن سے شادی کر دی جاتی تھی. تو مسئلہ یہ تھا کہ وہ بولے گی، وہ پڑھے گی، لکھے گی، اس کو شعور آئے گا تو وہ اپنا حق مانگے گی، جو وہ نہیں برداشت کر سکتے تھے. اس لیے قلم سے بھی اور ممبر سے بھی عورت کے خلاف وہ مفروضے پھیلائے گئے. آپ پلٹ کے دیکھیے پورے دنیا میں کہ وہ ناقص العقل ہے، وہ کمتر یہ ہے، مخلوق ہے، وہ جھگڑے اور فساد کی جڑ ہے. ارے بھائی، جھگڑے اور فساد کی جڑ ہے. اگر دو بھائی ایک عورت پہ لڑ گئے، یا ایک عورت کو، یا مال غنیمت کی تقسیم میں عورت جس کو آپ مال غنیمت سمجھتے ہیں اس میں آپ کا جھگڑا ہوا، تو فساد کس نے کیا؟ عورت نے کیا یا اس نے کیا جس نے اس بات پر جنگ لڑی، اپنے بھائی کو قتل کیا؟ اس پر بھی قلم اٹھایا ہے، لیکن میں اس کے بعد آؤں گی کہ اب یہ اس کتاب میں حوالے موجود ہیں. اور زاہدہ خاتون اور ان سے پہلے بھی ایک ہمیں محلقہ بائی چندہ کا ذکر ملتا ہے ایک کتاب ہے جس میں 400 جمیل احمد صاحب نے لکھی ہے، 400 خواتین کا تذکرہ ہے. تذکرے بہت لکھے گئے اور ان تذکروں میں بھی زاہدہ خاتون شروانیہ کو 4-5 صفحے دے کر بس کام اپنی ذمہ داری سے لکھنے والے سبکدوش ہو گئے. یہ نہیں سوچا کہ اس عورت کا کام کتنا اس لڑکی کا. یہ تو اس کے بعد اور بھی خواتین تھیں جو یا تو نام چھپا کر لکھتی تھیں یا مردانہ صیغے میں لکھتی تھیں یا مرد بن کے ہی لکھتی تھی، ویسے ہی لکھتی تھی جیسے مرد لکھتے تھے، اور ان کی اپنی شناخت کہیں نہیں سامنے آتی تھی. ادا جعفری پہلی خاتون ہے اردو کی تاریخ میں جنہیں تسلیم کرنا پڑا، جو تاریخ ادب میں شامل ہوئیں اور جن کی شاعری کو مانا گیا. لیکن ان کا عرصہ کون تھا؟ 1940 میں ان کا پہلا مجموعہ شائع ہوا تھا، اور جس کے صفحے پر، جس کے پیش لفظ میں یہ لکھا تھا کہ یہ ان کی شاعری میں نئے احساسات ہیں، نئی لفظیات ہیں اور کچھ نیاپن ہے جو ہماری اس فرسودہ شاعری سے ہٹ کر ہے. تو یہ وہ شاعرہ تھیں ادا جعفری جن کے ہاں ہمیں ایک روایت کا شعور اور نئے طرز احساس کا ایسا امتزاج ملا کہ جو مروجہ اسلوب اور روایت کے تو مطابق تھا، اگر وہ نہ ہوتا تو شاید ان کی شاعری کو تسلیم بھی نہ کیا جاتا، لیکن پھر مختلف بھی تھا جس میں ایک طرح کی تازگی بھی تھی، اور یہ تازگی ان کے اپنے احساسات، کیفیات اور تجربات کی بنیاد پہ تھی. وہ جو کچھ لکھ رہی تھیں وہ مختلف تھے. اب جب جو لوگ نسائی تنقید پر یہ سوال اٹھاتے ہیں کہ بھائی ٹھیک ہے ادب تو ادب ہے، شاعری شاعری ہے، تو آپ نسائی تنقید کی، فیمنسٹ کرٹیسزم کی کیوں بات کرتے ہیں؟ تو ہم کہتے ہیں کہ بھائی ہمارے کچھ تجربے، کچھ احساسات، کچھ کیفیات ایسی ہیں جو آپ کے پاس نہیں ہے، جو مردوں کے پاس نہیں ہے. یقیناً وہ بھی کچھ ایسے لکھ رہے ہوں گے جو ہمارے پاس نہیں ہے. تو کسی کرٹک کو لکھتے ہوئے یہ دیکھنا چاہیے کہ اس میں اس کے اپنے احساسات اور اس کے اپنے تجربات کس طرح بیان ہوئے ہیں. تو ان کی جو نظمیں ہیں وہ پہلی مرتبہ ادا جعفری کی نظموں میں اور غزلوں میں ایک عورت کی جو سچ مچ کی زندہ جیتی جاگتی عورت تھی اور جو اپنے تجربات کو بیان کر رہی تھی، اپنے احساسات کو بیان کر رہی تھی، اس کی آواز سنائی دی. ان کی ایک نظم ہے سانج، بھیگی بھیگی پلکوں والی جتنی آنکھیں ہیں میری ہیں، بھیگی بھیگی پلکوں والی جتنی آنکھیں ہیں میری ہیں، دکھ کی فصلیں کاٹنے والے جتنے ہاتھ ہیں میرے ہیں، شاخ سے ٹوٹی کچی کلیاں آگ میں جھلسے کومل مکھڑے، الجھی الجھی لٹ بھی دھجی دھجی آنچل بھی، کالی رات کی چادر اوڑے اجلے دن کا رستہ دیکھ رہی ہے. یہ ایک خاتون اپنی ہم صنف خواتین کے دکھوں کا بہت خوبصورت پوری جمالیات کے ساتھ اظہار کر رہی ہیں. یہاں ادا جعفری کے بعد جو ہمیں نام نظر آتے ہیں خواتین کے، اس میں زہرا نگاہ کا نام بہت نمایاں ہے، اور بھی خواتین ہیں، لیکن زہرا آپا نے یہ کیا کہ انہوں نے نہ صرف ایک سمجھوتے کی بات کی جو ان کی مشہور نظم سمجھوتا میں آپ لوگوں نے سنی کہ ملائم گرم سمجھوتے کی چادر، یہ چادر میں نے برسوں میں بنی ہے، کہیں بھی سچ کے گل بوٹے نہیں ہیں، کہیں کسی بھی جھوٹ کا ٹاکا نہیں ہے. تو وہ سمجھوتے جو عورت کو کرنے پڑتے تھے سماج سے اور خود اپنے گھر والوں سے، اپنے قریبی رشتوں سے، انہوں نے اس کو اجاگر کیا. مگر انہوں نے ایک بات اور کی، انہوں نے وہ مفروضات جو ہماری اساطیری کہانیوں میں تھے اور جو ہمارے سماج میں پھیلائے گئے تھے، عورت کو کمتر ثابت کرنے کے لیے واضح رہے کہ ایک رویہ عورت کو کمتر ثابت کرنے کے لیے مفروضات کا بھی تھا اور تضحیک کا بھی تھا. یعنی آپ اٹھا کے دیکھ لیں، ایک طرف تو کہتے ہیں کہ ماں کے پیر کے نیچے جنت ہے، عورت بہت مقدس ہے، دوسری طرف ساری گالیاں عورت سے منسوب ہیں، اور جتنے لطیفے سنائے جاتے ہیں، جتنی مزاحیہ شاعری ہوتی ہے، وہ سب بیوی کے بارے میں ہوتی ہے، ساس کے بارے میں ہوتی ہے، ایسے ہی رشتوں کے بارے میں ہوتی ہے جس کو مقدس کہا جاتا ہے. تو میں ان کی ایک نظم ہے حوا کی کہانی، جس میں انہوں نے اس مفروضے کو رد کیا ہے. انہوں نے لکھا ہے، تمہیں سیب کھانے کی ترغیب میں نے نہیں دی، تمہیں سیب کھانے کی ترغیب میں نے نہیں دی، وہ گیہوں کا دانہ میری دسترس میں نہیں تھا، میری سانپ سے دوستی بھی نہیں تھی، میری سانپ سے دوستی بھی نہیں تھی، اگر دوستی تھی کسی سے وہ تم تھے، اگر کوئی اچھا لگا تھا وہ تم تھے. تو یہ دیکھیے انہوں نے کتنی صفائی سے ایک عورت کا نقطہ نظر کتنی خوبصورتی سے پیش کیا ہے، اور ان تمام سماجی مفروضوں کو جھٹلا دیا ہے. ان کے بعد آئی فہمیدہ ریاض اور کشور ناہید. فہمیدہ ریاض نے صرف عملی جد و جہد میں ہی نہیں ساتھ دیا، انہوں نے فکری طور پر عورت کو اتنا بلند تر کر کے دکھایا، اپنی تحریروں سے بھی اور اپنے بنائے ہوئے اداروں سے بھی، اپنی شائع کردہ کتابوں سے بھی، اور اپنی شاعری سے بھی، اپنے ناول سے بھی، اپنے مضامین سے، افسانوں سے، کہ اب جو تاریخ لکھی جائے گی اس میں، اس عہد میں اگر کوئی فہمیدہ ریاض کو نہیں لکھے گا تو اس سے بڑا جاہل کوئی قرار نہیں دیا جا سکے گا. کسی طرح بھی ان کو نظر انداز، بہت کوشش کی گئی. فہمیدہ ریاض کے نام کو مذاق بنایا گیا، ان کو گالی بنا دیا گیا، ان کو یہاں سے ایکسائل پہ جانے پر، میں اس کی گواہ ہوں، فہمیدہ کیسی گئی انڈیا، کیوں گئی، کیسے مجبور کیا گیا، اس کی جان کو کتنا خطرہ تھا، اور جب وہاں گئی تو یہاں کیا حالات پیدا کیے گئے کہ وہ واپس نہ آ سکے. اور جب فہمیدہ واپس آئی تو اتنی ڈری ہوئی تھی کہ جب میں کہیں جانے کو کہتی تھی تو وہ میرے ساتھ میرا آنچل تھام کے جاتی تھی، اکیلی نہیں جاتی تھی. کئی برس لگے، بہت سے برس لگے ان کو اس ٹراما سے نکلنے میں، مگر وہ بہت جو اس بزدل معاشرے میں جو ایک ہیرو عورت تھی، جس کو اگر شاہ لطیف ہوتے تو اپنی 7 سرمیوں میں ایک کا اضافہ کر لیتے، وہ فہمیدہ ریاض تھی. اور انہوں نے بھائی جب وہ آپ وہ لکھ رہی ہے، اگر اس میں مقابلہ حسن میں، تو مردوں کو بہت زور کی ان کی انا کو چوٹ لگ رہی ہے، وہ صرف ایک لائن لکھتی ہے کہ اپنا بھی کوئی، میری پیمائش جب ہو جائے میری تو اپنا بھی کوئی عضو نہ ناپو. بات یہ ہے کہ اس میں کوئی بھی غلاظت یا گندگی نہیں ہے، اس میں تو ان کی انا کو ایک اتنے زور کی چوٹ لگی ہے کہ ان کی مردانگی کو چیلنج کر دیا گیا. عورت کی پوری پیمائش کر رہے ہیں آپ بازار میں، اور پوری جو آپ شاعری دیکھیں تو، ادب دیکھیں تو، اس کے بدن کے ایک ایک عضو کو لکھا جا رہا ہے. اس کی سوتے میں رات اس کا گریباں کھل گیا، میں سمجھا کہ صبح نمودار ہو گئی. یہ ہمارے عہد کے لوگ لکھ رہے ہیں. اس کے لباس کو لکھا جا رہا ہے، بند قبل کھلنے کو لکھا جا رہا ہے. لیکن ایک عورت نے اگر ڈھکے چھپے لفظوں میں بھی ایسا لکھ دیا تو وہ گالی کی مستحق ہو گئی. تو اس فہمیدہ نے اور بھی بہت سی جرأت کی. انہوں نے ایک پریگننٹ عورت کا لاؤ ہاتھ اپنا، لاؤ ذرا، لاؤ ہاتھ اپنا، لاؤ ذرا، چھو کے میرا بدن، اپنے بچے کے دل کا دھڑکنا سنو، ناف کے اس طرف اس کی جنبش کو محسوس کرتے ہو تم، بس یہیں چھوڑ دو تھوڑی دیر اور اس ہاتھ کو میرے ٹھنڈے بدن پر یہیں چھوڑ دو. یہ ایک پریگننٹ، ایک حاملہ عورت کا جو اپنے بچے کے خوشی میں، اپنے پریگننٹ ہونے کی خوشی میں اپنے شریک کو، اپنے شوہر کو شامل کرنا چاہ رہی ہے کہ وہ بھی اس کے بچے، اپنے بچے کو اس کے جسم میں محسوس کرے. اس نظم کو انہوں نے، ان کی ذہنی غلاظت نے وہ obscene قرار دے، سمجھ کے پڑھا گیا. خیر، اس سے آگے فہمیدہ نے بہت ایک عام مفروضہ تھا کہ عورت ختم پہ ہے، اچھا جنگ و جدل اور فساد کا سبب ہے، تو اس کو فہمیدہ نے چیلنج کر دیا. انہوں نے لکھا کہ اقلیمہ، ان کی نظم ہے اقلیمہ، جو حابیل قابل کی ماں جائی تھی، ماں جائی مگر مختلف بیچ رانوں میں اور پستانوں کے ابھار میں اور اپنے پیٹ کے اندر اپنی کوکھ میں، ان سب کی قسمت کیوں ہے ایک فربا بھیڑ کے بچے کی قربانی؟ وہ اپنے بدن کی قیدی تپتی ہوئی دھوپ میں جلتے ٹیلے پر کھڑی ہوئی ہے، پتھر پر نقش بنی ہوئی ہے، اس نقش کو غور سے دیکھو، لمبی رانوں سے اوپر، ابھرے پستانوں سے اوپر، پیچیدہ کوکھ سے اوپر اقلیمہ کا سر بھی ہے۔ اللہ کبھی اقلیمہ سے خطاب کرے اور کچھ پوچھے۔ تو یہ انہوں نے یہ سوال اٹھایا، اس میں ہر موضوع پہ ہے، قاری پہ بھی نظم ہے، خود امر سندھو کی نظم بھی ہے، ایک منصور احمد کی نظم ہے جس میں وہ یہ کہتی ہے کہ میرا بھائی میری گڑیا توڑ دیتا تھا، تنویر انجم کی نظم ہے جس میں وہ یہ کہتی ہے کہ میں جب اپنے بیٹے کو پریاں اور شہزادیاں کہتی ہوں تو وہ روٹھ جاتا ہے، جبکہ لڑکیوں کو بیٹا کہا جاتا ہے تو لڑکیاں خوش ہو جاتی ہیں۔ تو یہ اس طرح کی اور بھی بہت سی عدت پہ نظم ہے، بہت خوبصورت نظم ہے عدت پر۔ اب اگر میں تو سب نشان لگا کے لائی تھی لیکن یہ کہہ رہے ہیں کہ ٹائم نہیں ہے، تو میں یہ اس کے علاوہ جو عورت کا ہاں آمنہ عدت کے دن کیسے گزارے گی، یہ ماہطلت زاہدی کی نظم ہے۔ آمنہ کی لڑکیاں 6 ایک شوہر، آمنہ کو سب کی روٹی چاہیے، کچھ لڑکیاں چھوٹی بہت اور کچھ جو گھر سے باہر نہیں جا سکتی، نشہ کر کے پڑا رہتا ہے شوہر آمنہ کا، آمنہ ہی 7 جانوں کا سہارا ہے، چولہا روٹی جھاڑو پوچھا ہر طرح کا کام کرتی ہے کہ اس کا کام اس کا رزق ہے، وہ چھٹی لے گی اور نہ وہ بیمار ہوگی، چلے آندھی کے طوفان آئے اس کو کام کرنا ہے، دعا ہے آمنہ کے سر پر اس کے بے حیا شوہر کا سایہ تا ابد باقی رہے، کیونکہ اگر وہ مر گیا تو آمنہ عدت کے دن کیسے گزارے گی۔ تو یہ ساری چیزیں ہیں جو عورتوں نے لکھی ہیں۔ آخر میں اپنی وہ غزل سنا دیں جس کو فیمنزم کا منشور کہا جاتا ہے کہ آنکھوں میں نہ زلفوں میں نہ رخسار میں دیکھیں، مجھ کو میری دانش میرے افکار میں دیکھیں۔ ہمیں تو بدن سے اوپر دیکھا ہی نہیں گیا، ہماری دانش کو تو سمجھا ہی نہیں گیا، مجھ کو میری دانش میرے افکار میں دیکھیں، ملبوس بدن دیکھے ہیں رنگین قبا میں، اب پیرہن ذات کو اظہار میں دیکھے۔ آپ نے عرفانہ کا اظہار بھی دیکھا، اب پیرہن ذات کو اظہار میں دیکھیں، اور پوری نہ ادھوری ہوں نہ کمتر ہوں نہ برتر، پوری نہ ادھوری ہوں نہ کمتر ہوں نہ برتر، انسان ہوں انسان کے معیار میں دیکھیں، انسان ہوں انسان کے معیار میں دیکھیں، اور رکھے ہیں قدم میں نے بھی تاروں کی زمیں پر، پیچھے ہوں کہاں آپ سے رفتار میں دیکھیں، اور منسوب ہیں انسان سے جتنے بھی فضائل، اپنے ہی نہیں میرے بھی اعتبار میں دیکھیں، اور کب چاہا کہ سامان تجارت ہمیں سمجھیں۔ ابھی تجارتی سارے آپ نے ان کے ہتھ کنڈے سن لیے ہیں نا، کب چاہا کہ سامان تجارت ہمیں سمجھیں، لائے تھے ہمیں آپ ہی بازار میں دیکھیں، لائے تھے ہمیں آپ ہی بازار میں دیکھیں، اور اس قادر مطلق نے بنایا ہے ہمیں بھی، تعمیر کی خوبی اسی معمار میں دیکھیں۔ بہت شکریہ۔
بہت شکریہ ڈاکٹر صاحبہ۔ مطلب جو اردو کی شعراء ہیں، مطلب بہت سے لوگوں نے ان خواتین کا نام نہیں سنا ہوگا، مطلب ان میں سے 2-3 کا نام میں نے بھی نہیں سنا، حالانکہ کافی شعراء کا کلام پڑھتا رہتا ہوں اور کافی شوق بھی ہے، اور پہلی دفعہ ڈاکٹر فاطمہ صحیح ذیخیشین کا نام بھی سنا اور ان کا کلام بھی سنا جب پہلے آئی تھی ڈاکٹر فاطمہ سے۔ ابھی ہمارا کیونکہ اگلا پروگرام بھی ہے اور بچے ویٹ کر رہے ہیں، تو کوشچن آنسر کا سیشن جو ہے وہ चाय के ऊपर हम उसको शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं कि चाय के वक्फे के दौरान आप डायरेक्ट दोनों से सवाल जवाब कर सकें। लेकिन जाने से पहले मैं गुजारिश करता हूँ, वहाँ रखें, हम कुछ तोहफे देना चाहेंगे अगर डॉक्टर मौज़म।
और इसके बाद जो है वो दूसरा सेशन जो है वो चाय का वक्फा 30 मिनट का है, जिसमें स्टेज ज़रा सा चेंज हो जाएगा ताकि वो आप लोगों को इंटरेक्शन का मौका भी मिल जाएगा। और बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग, बहुत एक्साइटिंग सेशन है नेक्स्ट वाला, जिसके अंदर छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं जो इन्वायरमेंट के ऊपर, जैसे मैं सुबह में बताया था 3 थीम्स के साथ, वो फेरी टेल्स लेके उनको इनैक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो वो ज़रूर उसके लिए रुकिएगा।
For the last session for today, you're in for a real treat. This is going to be a beautiful little thing that you're going to see next. So briefly, to introduce what you're going to see. So we have a delightful play for you, and this play is going to be performed by school children of Karachi. And the school children, there are 19 of them, who I know have been practicing like crazy. We would come down here and they would be in here practicing, and they've put together something very, very nice for you. So the play is called A Greener World, reimagined through classic tales. All of us have grown up with story tales, etc. Red Riding Hood, Wolf, the Bad Wolf, Snow White, etc., etc. What these little children are going to do today is to take those same tales and make them relevant to today, to our concerns with the environment, etc. And as we've been talking all day today, the Tana Bana of ethics involves one of the threads, one of the very important threads in ethics and being a moral person is taking care of the environment. So the 19 children who are here today, who will be on the stage shortly, they are from the CAS school. When we wanted to do something like this, we got hold of Ms. Samar Kashif. And Ms. Samar Kashif she's a teacher, she's a coordinator for the environmental studies in the CAS school. She is the moving force, but for us, the connection to her was from Ms. Saima, who was sitting right here in the front. And Ms. Saima is also a graduate from our ethics program. And so the coordination was through her. But Ms. Summer has been super. Just to let you know, the skit, etc., was Ms. Summer was behind it, writing the script with it. And there's one person who I have seen him during the rehearsals, etc. He's a young man called Ashir Kazmi. Ashir Kazmi is in his senior year in A-levels from Karachi Grammar School. And in the play, he serves as the main narrator. But where the script is involved, he was also the co-script writer and the co-director. And I've seen him here during the rehearsals, and he's a real natural. But the stars of the show today really are the 19 children who have done a super job, worked very hard. And so you're in for a treat, and sit back and see how talented the children in Karachi are. Okay?
journey through the wonders and the warnings of our beautiful planet. Today, we're here to gather and tell stories, each one a different chapter, in which people, animals, and nature itself intertwine. In each story, we're going to meet characters just like you and me, each facing their own struggles. So, let us begin.
This place was once surrounded by beautiful trees. Now, it's just full of these buildings. I'm still afraid I might smack into one of those windows someday.
Who needs trees when you have all these buildings? What are you doing, Fluffy? Oh, sorry, I thought this was a worm. This is just a piece of plastic.
That's the problem, Fluffy. Plastic everywhere. No real worms. Did you know our population has dropped by 60%? We're practically endangered.
It's because we need trees to build homes. And you know what we don't have? Trees. But where are the humans? I thought they loved us. Did they go extinct too?
I guess they're too busy building skyscrapers and making the air unbreathable. Urbanization, pollution, you name it.
Don't forget the pesticides. Nothing like the good old poison way to start the day.
Sounds more like that should end whatever's left of the day. And don't even get me started on the noise. The constant honking and construction.
Well, sounds like we need to move to the countryside. Sure, because humans aren't doing that too.
We need to fight back, raise awareness. Maybe we can beckon their windows to get attention.
Or move with their cars. That always works. Ooh, I like that, the Woof idea. Strategic bombing missions.
Focus, guys. We need them to plant more trees, reduce pollution, and stop using so much plastic.
Do you think they'll ever fix it?
They have to, because if they don't, there won't be any sparrows left in the skies.
There go the sparrows. We've heard what all their fear and frustration is all about. I mean, their numbers have been dwindling as their homes, the trees, are disappearing faster than they can build their nests. But we must remember that their story is not just theirs alone. It's ours too. Now, we turn to other stories in which we meet characters facing their own struggles in the changing world. All of them face their own choices that affect the world in ways big and small. Some of these choices will nurture our planet, while others will test its strength. So, sit back, relax, and let these stories take you to bustling cities and enchanted forests. Let us begin.
Can you paint with all the colors of the wind?
Once upon a time, in a peaceful forest, there was a big bad wolf, who really wasn't all that bad, you see. He was just a tiny bit stressed, and he had good reason to be. His house was in foreclosure. He was going through a divorce, and on top of all of that, he had to deal with a chaotic little girl, Little Red Riding Hood, who made it her personal mission to treat the forest like her own landfill. Let's just say that this fairy tale wasn't the one he signed up for.
Another eviction notice? Dear Mr. Wolf, pay up or we'll huff and we'll puff and we'll take your house down. Wow, strange choice of words. And this, broken branches, wrappers everywhere. This forest used to be my sanctuary.
Oh, hey, Mr. Wolf. Look at my new spray. Isn't that awesome?
Killed weeds, shrubs, and anything green? Little Red, you can't just go around degreenifying everything. The forest needs those plants.
Oh, whatever. I'm trying to help you out by cleaning up. You should be thanking me. All these trees, there's hardly any space for me to play around with my friends.
Red, I've got emotional investment here. The trees, the flowers, and the squirrels, they all keep me sane.
Uh-oh, I've seen that look before. Remember that rabbit Lester, when that cat kept digging up his tunnels?
Oh, yeah. He completely snapped. Started flinging dirt everywhere. Nearly buried himself alive.
That's it! I've been polite, I've tried reasoning with you, but you're out here spraying weeds and plucking flowers. Am I supposed to put up with it? Oh no, Little Red, I'm gonna teach you a lesson.
Geez, what's his problem?
Is he really going to eat her?
Well, can you blame him? I mean, if I had teeth as big as that, I'd be biting someone too.
Big bad wolf. Listen, you're frustrated, and it's justified. But maybe, just maybe, chomping her down might not solve your problem.
I don't know, feels like it would.
Think of the indigestion. All that rough clothing there, I don't think that stuff's organic.
And so, as polite as a big bad wolf seems, he finally snapped. This was the straw that broke the wolf's back. I mean, look at the state of his forest, it's in shambles. And so, he felt there was only one way to go. He decided to put on a disguise and teach Little Red a big lesson about respecting the environment.
Okay, I just need to be calm. Calm and creepy. Get her to rethink this whole situation. No biting, just need to scare her a little.
Nice brunette, Mr. Wolf. Great for you.
I'm on a mission. I've had it with that kid. And now, she's going to learn. I'm pretending to be her grandma, okay?
Oh, you're gonna pretend to be her grandma. Good luck, big guy. You don't want as grandma? After raccoon and manners?
Oh, hey, Grandma. It looks like you put on a little bit of fur.
Just haven't shaved in a while, forest luck, you know. Now, Red, let's talk about all the damage you've done to the forest recently. Don't you think you could respect nature a bit more?
Respect nature, Grandma. I'm trying to improve it. All these trees, bushes, all they do is block my view.
Enough, Red. I'm not your grandma. I'm the big bad wolf. And I'm this close to giving you the scare of your life.
Hey, calm down, Mr. Wolf. Breathe in, breathe out. We don't believe in violence, okay?
Yeah, man. Take it from us. You can catch more birds with kindness. We're birds. We know what we're talking about.
But she ruined my forest. She's destroying everything I care about. What, you really think I should try to be friends with her?
Look, you're right. She is a menace. But maybe, just maybe, you could show her that all those improvements are really just messing up the ecosystem.
Little Red, listen, I know you think you're just having fun, but this forest isn't a playground. It's a home of mine and hundreds of other creatures.
Wait, so the forest is like your home?
Yes, exactly. And every
Sometimes I read, fun for one bird, kid, isn't fun for the whole forest.
Yeah, imagine if we just decided to build a nest in your living room. How do you feel?
Dude!
Wait, that was you guys?
No.
No.
And so, little Red learned an important lesson about respecting the environment. And the big bad wolf, well, he found a new friend in Red, though he did keep just a few scary costumes in his closet, just in case he ever needed them. Big bad, you forgot your bonnet.
My man!
Anyway, let's leave the forest behind and go to a magical land of magic carpets and genies. That's right, folks. We're going to meet Aladdin, who's just about to learn that a magic carpet ride isn't all that magical. What he's flying through is smog and trash.
Listen, kid, you're nice. The skies just aren't what they used to be. You think you're flying through clouds, but half the time, you're just holding your breath.
Oh man, I guess I didn't realize how messy the sky had been.
Yep, a lot of folks don't. Don't mind us, but if you all could stop throwing stuff out your windows, It would do us a big, big favor out there.
Don't worry, Aladdin. I've got an idea. How about we just go for a walk in the forest instead?
Very safe. Zero flying and a great chance to breathe actual air. Well, mostly. Or if you're really feeling ambitious, you could try cleaning up the mess.
You know what? You're right. How about we all make it our mission to keep this place as clean and plant as many trees as possible?
I think that sounds like a perfect plan. And who knows, maybe someday we can take out the carpet and we'll see the stars instead of the smoke.
Now that is a plan we can get behind. You got my support. I'll spread the word in the bird community. We're ready to chirp in.
And so, Aladdin and Jasmine decided to stay grounded for a while, but instead with a new plan to help clean up. You know, as they say, a sky full of stars is way better than a sky full of...
Cigars?
No, a sky full of stars is better than a sky full of smoke. And cigars too, I guess. Anyways, I'm sure you've all heard of the old tale of Snow White, the witch, and the poison apple. But today, there's a little bit of a twist on this old tale. You see, our witch is no villain. She's just, a little bit shy, and perhaps a tad bit careless with her choice of fruit. Let's see if magic and a pinch of kindness can help save this whole fairy tale.
It's a shame I couldn't get a glimpse of Snow White last time. I have to see for myself. If she's really that gorgeous, I'll just wait here to see for myself. I heard she takes us away to fetch some water. Just don't want to be caught sneaking, or that would be really embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Oh, hello there. What are you doing in the middle of the woods? Is there where I can help?
Oh, yes. I was just passing by, admiring, the trees. Yes, the trees. And, oh, here, have an apple.
Thank you. How kind of you. Oh dear, I feel a bit strange.
Oh, no. That wasn't supposed to happen. I didn't know the apple was covered in... Could it be pesticides? Oh, no, I got it from that fancy fortune. What have I done?
Well. Look who's standing over Snow White's unconscious body with an apple. Gee, this seems not suspicious at all.
Classic villain move. Here, lady, have an apple. And then bam, you knock her out. Nice work, lady.
No. You've got it all wrong. I wasn't trying to hurt her. I promise. I just got nervous. I only wanted to see if she was as beautiful as they say.
Oh, so you're telling me the evil-looking witch just accidentally handed her a poisoned apple? Likely story.
Oh, so you're saying you didn't even check if you're pesticide free? Dude, that's like rule number 1 in apple lifting etiquette.
I know. I was just so flustered. I guess she startled me, and I just gave her an apple. I had no idea it was covered with all those chemicals. Please, you have to believe me.
Okay, say we believe you. How are you gonna fix this, Miss Oops, I didn't read the label?
I don't know. Oh, wait! Maybe we can make a potion to revive her.
A potion? Now that's an excellent idea. We have years of experience in potion making. Don't ask how.
Really? You'll help me?
It's a slow day in the forest. Plus, watching you mess this up sounds fun. Let's see, you'll need some ingredients. First ingredient, a feather from a very, very handsome bird.
Oh, I thank you.
Next, you need the tiniest pinch of forest dew. You know, for the fresh sparkle.
Got it.
And lastly, you'll need an apology to Snow White when she wakes up.
Oh, I'll apologize 100 times. I'm so embarrassed. Awaken, beauty, rise and shine. Let health and spirit now align. And do the spell of pesticide. Make her strong and stand upright.
What happened? I feel like I've been run over by a cart of apples. Let's just say you got the of modern farming methods.
Yeah, pesticides. Nasty stuff. But don't worry, our not so evil witch here with the proficiency.
I am so sorry, Snow White. I never meant to harm you. I was just not expecting you and gave you the wrong apple. I promise to use only organic food from now on.
Oh, don't worry. I know what it's like to feel nervous, and thank you for saving me. Let's make sure no one eats those kinds of apples, okay?
And maybe give us birds heads up next time. We're allergic to modern farming methods too, you know.
Let's promise to spread the word to everyone in the forest, and let's protect our land and keep it free of poison.
I like that very much.
Hey, next time, just bring flowers. Much safer. Unless, you know, super fertilized or something.
And so, friends, with friendships made and hopefully lessons learned, our stories finally draw to a close. The big bad wolf, now more bothered by litter than by Little Red. Aladdin and Jasmine, their magic carpet ride, grounded by a cloud of smog. And of course, our well-meaning witch, who gave Snow White an accidental taste of modern farming methods gone wrong. It seems these days, fairy tales aren't really the same, even with all the magic. But you see, these fairy tales aren't just about enchanted skies, magical forests, but they serve as reminders to us all. Reminders of the part that we play in the world that we have. So, how about we do what we can? Pick up litter, make mindful choices, and care for the one planet that we have. After all, maybe, just maybe, if we all work together, we could bring back a tiny bit of the magic that our planet once had.
Sunday night we had all the things we were having all day. We had this lights on. So I mean, this was a massive effort, as Dr. Moazam said. The whole team worked very hard. Summer has, and we've seen this actually develop over the days. The parents are over here. We were seeing it 4 days ago. I was seeing this, and I was looking at a disaster happening. And then this all came together so beautifully. And I remember sitting there with my own daughter. So I was imagining exactly. Let us stay together. It was, of course, summer, but also, and Dr. Moazam has already mentioned Saima connecting us to summer. And Saima was actually orchestrating everything else that was happening in the back. So lighting way, there was Sheharyar Saab. Thank you very much. Farhat Javed and Abdul Rahman. Very good, excellent. IT department में उमैर and volunteers की हमारी टीम और यहाँ मौजूद थे Isha, Shaf and Narjis, and the media department of course headed by Saima Shoaib doing a fantastic job. Also, and of course बच्चों के बारे में जितना कहा जाए कम है.